स्ट्रीम सही चल रहा है।
यस फिर इसका निकाल दे। अच्छा भैया टाइटल नहीं चेंज कर सकते अगर आप रीस्ट्रीम भी। अच्छा
अरे स्ट्रीम लैब से एडिट करने से होता नहीं है, यूट्यूब में रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करता है, ट्विच में हो जाता है।
स्ट्रीम लैब्स इज नॉट गुड यू नो। OBS इज जॉब
सेम OBS में भी सेम।
अब ठीक है
मेरे को अगर हम
दोनों
स्ट्रीम क्रिएट किए यूट्यूब में और फिर उसमें स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं तो होता है, लेकिन उसमें फिर मेरे को सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म में स्ट्रीम करना होगा।
हाँ अगर आपका क्रैश कर जाए ना तो आप सिंगल में ही चल जाना, समझ रहे हैं ना। वो मैनेजर क्रैश होता है ना, मैनेजर अगर क्रैश करे तो सिंगल पे चल जाता। अपर ब्रैकेट
इसको तो जानता होगा।
यस मेरे साथ भी होता है। मेरा माउस एक दिन काम नहीं कर रहा था, फिर USB स्लॉट चेंज किया तो ठीक था मेरा। इसको बोला था ना ये जो बजा रही है वायलिन।
ये क्या हो गया? शुरू हो गया क्या?
नहीं हम देख रहे हैं वो मेन ट्विच। मेन में भी गाना ही बजा रहा है।
वो लोग का ट्विच तो काफी पीछे है।
हाँ वो भी बात है। नो वो लोग दिखाता है ना तो पिक फेज में वो लोग घुसता है। वो लोग का मैं अभी भी गाना ही बज रहा है, मतलब शी इज स्टिल प्लेइंग द
ट्विच वाला इन गेम
चालू हो गया फिर अटक गया। अच्छा मेरा भी अटका हुआ है।
आई गेस मैच शुरू कर रहा है।
अच्छा तो आज रूशियन नहीं आने वाला है सूत्रों के अनुसार। क्योंकि समझ जाइए बर्थडे है
ओ,
उसका उसका समझ रहे आई एम गेसिंग गेस कर
It is a tradition that defined the decade. The heartbeat of a community that rumbles worldwide. It is their fire that fuels this contest. A global passion with a hunger for Dota at its core. Now, Bucharest will be the battleground, where 16 teams stand at immortality's door. The battles ahead offer no easy answers. Will the defending champions reign supreme? Challengers find the perfect time to soar. Veterans and newcomers alike have earned the right to be here. They fight to claim
कितना लंबा आपको लग रहा है ये चलेगा नाच गाना 12:30 बज चुका है ये लोग 12:30 नहीं बजा है
Gracias. 谢谢 Thank you. 天终于回来了。Мы вернулись. Guess who's back? Let's play some Dota.
They fight for the opportunity of a lifetime. They'll make every sacrifice and more.
हम कल देख रहे थे डोटा में
हाँ
डोटा में लाइक बहुत नया नया प्लेयर्स आता है कॉम्पिटिटिव स्टेज में एकदम ऊपर हो जाता है एकदम 2-3 टीआई जीत जाता है उसका रिटायर हो जाता है एट द एज ऑफ 21 पता है ना
पैसा बहुत
नहीं तो रिटायर का रीजन भी तो हम देख रहे थे रिटायर का रीजन ये है कि हमको डोटा से और मन नहीं है खेलने का समझ रहे जैसे मतलब खेल रहा है उसका फिर एक टाइम पे होता है कि नहीं मन नहीं है हमको कुछ और करना है और वो भी इतना जल्दी रिटायर 21 साल में कौन रिटायर करता है आप समझ रहे हैं किसकी बात कर रहे हैं अच्छा हाँ थोड़ा डिले में है डोटा
to the International. It's been a long time since we've been able to hold this event, and I'm super excited to see the best teams in the world come together to compete on this stage. On behalf of everyone at Valve and the Dota community, I want to thank the people of Romania for making this possible. Let's watch some Dota.
क्या लगता है कितना भारी होगा ये? Any comment?
आईजी सेकंड गेम में जीता था वो आईजी नहीं। अगर तुम नोटिस किया होगा हर ईयर में कौन कौन लोग जीता है वो लोग एक दूसरे को ऐसे पास करते हैं।
हाँ।
International 10. We are ready and waiting to see 16 of the world's best teams in Dota 2 take to the stage to compete for that Aegis, and I couldn't be more excited. And I think I'm speaking for pretty much everyone in the building right now, and probably for all of you guys watching at home. My name is Frankie Ward. I am joined by Trent, Gods, and Purge. And before we get started, yes, Purge will be judging me on how long my questions are, and if I take longer than 8 seconds, he will be reprimanding me. Welcome to the panel, boys. Purge, are you excited after seeing that opening ceremony?
Yeah, it's hard to come to TI and not get excited, especially when they show so many clips from back in the day. You get all this nostalgia, and then just the hype builds, and there's always new cool stuff. The ages passing, and getting to see all those players. Oh, it's so good. I'm so happy.
Well, did you have a favorite moment from that opening ceremony, Trent? Any memories?
I mean, just watching not only the players, obviously at the end, like we're distilling a decade of competition, and the best Dota that's ever been played into that pass off is pretty incredible to see. But also just reliving all those moments through those highlights and like through those clips. Like you see like 3 heroes and you go, oh, I remembered that. Like I know who did that move at what time and like how impactful it was. And it's insane that we've just all been through this together for so long and just really needed it back after 2 years.
Gods, you've been to a few of these TIs now.
Yeah, and it's so great to relive those memories. TI is always this giant celebration of Dota. Obviously, this one I think is extra special in some ways because it's been that extra long that we've had to wait for it. And these teams, talent, viewers, fans, everybody is just so hungry to watch TI again.
Now, there are some people out there, whisper it, they've never seen a TI before. They've tuned in to find out what it's all about. And I have to say, this is my first one as well. So what is the most special thing about TI for you personally, Purge?
The best thing about TI, it's watching the game advance basically from the start of the tournament to the end. You never really know what the meta is going to be like, so seeing what teams figure out and watching that refine towards the end of the tournament is probably my favorite thing, but prize ceremonies, there's so many things. It's hard to name just one.
I'm going to have to stop you there. That was the wrong answer. It's actually Crimson Witness. And if you bought a ticket to TI10, you're probably wondering, how am I going to get my drops? Well, my friends, what you need to do is go to dota2.com/Crimson Witness, register there, and every time there is one of those joyful first bloods, there will be exclusive drops available. Good luck, my friends.
Hurry up.
We're all waiting. Yeah, exactly. You need to do that as a priority. Open a new tab. Don't leave us because I'll be very, very upset. But you know what? You definitely don't want to leave us right now because we're going to be remotely joined by someone very special. Sound guys, turn your microphones down. He's called Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much, everybody. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here at the International 10. I might be alone this year. Oh, my beloved co-host, my friend Casey, could not make it. But that is okay, because I am still going to bring you guys all of the interviews, all of the everything. What the hell is this? Hello? Ow! Hey, what are you? Stop it! No. Oh, no. No, please, God, no! Not, you weren't supposed to come! They said this was my chance to shine!
I found you! Myron! We get to work together again! I'm so excited!
Myron is mine! As I have told you this year, but no, it's so good to have you back, Casey. Great! I see you're here in your devilish evil robot. So good to have you. How are things at home?
Oh, they're fine, thanks. I see you're here and that you picked a shirt.
I did pick a shirt. Thank you, Casey. It is so great. But don't worry, everybody. We will both be here to give you all of the TI content that you crave live. You ready to have some fun, Casey?
High five, buddy. High five.
I don't think it's hard.
How about we go? Back to you guys.
Can we get a visit from Casey, please?
I don't know. She's going to track dirt into here, I think.
Yeah.
Using those, she's got wheels.
I don't think she can handle the terrain of the mountainous region of which we're paneling from. So
it's fine. Well, I'm going to do everything I can to get her onto this set at some point because I've never got to work with Casey before. It's my first opportunity and I definitely don't want to miss it. And you know what? You guys don't want to miss this. This is our bracket here at the International. So you can see, if you missed the group stage, who we've got in the upper, who we've got in the lower bracket. Now, to be honest, the upper bracket's kind of what we expected, Trent.
Yeah, for the most part. And of course, well, expected in some of the teams, but in terms of matchups, obviously I know there's one everyone's particularly looking forward to because it's never happened. And finally, they'll have the chance for Secret versus OG at TI.
And that's coming up today. It's coming up after our opening series of the day, which is going to be Invictus versus
of course, well, expected in some of the teams, but in terms of matchups, obviously I know there's one everyone's particularly looking forward to because it's never happened. And finally, they'll have the chance for Secret versus OG at TI.
And that's coming up today. It's coming up after our opening series of the day, which is going to be Invictus versus Team Spirit. But the lower bracket, we have got to talk about this situation, guys. If you look right at the bottom of that bracket, geniuses. They are in the lower bracket. This is a best of one situation against Elephant that we're going to be seeing later today.
It's brutal. These are two teams a lot of people had kind of pegged for that upper bracket, and to see them in a best of one elimination, historic players who have played at so many TIs, played in TI finals, won TI, and someone's going home.
Pat, who's it going to be? I'm going to get you to answer me right now.
It's really hard to say. I mean, I had a lot of hopes for EG, as did everybody else coming into the tournament. They did so good in both DPC seasons. They got second place twice. They had the most points. But if you have to do that long road all the way to get to second, it's a long way to go. You got to win your best of ones, and you got to win best of threes against Elephant. I think EG could do it, but honestly, it's one game. Anybody would lose one.
It just seemed like watching them on the final there of the group stage, they got their mojo back. It was just not enough, unfortunately, to get them into that upper bracket. And part of the reason was that was Undying taking one of the games in that last series. Basically, North America grabbing each other in a big cuddle and taking themselves down to the lower bracket. They could have had a gentleman's conversation, but of course, they did not. And why would they? Because it is TI. But you know what? Speaking of gentlemen, we've got another one joining us. He is Tsunami, and he's going to be talking to us a bit more about the group stage and the heroes that we saw.
You're trying to butter me up right now, Frankie, and it's working. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here to give you a little recap. I know some of you may just now be tuning in, and you're like, oh, okay, now the tournament's starting. No. We've already played 144 matches here at the International Group Stage, and I'm sure inquiring minds want to know, what heroes should I be looking out for? So let's get started. How about the most contested hero of the group stage? It's Monkey King. 110 bans, 31 picks. There is a 98% chance that you saw this dude's face on your screen at some point during the group stage. And I don't really know if you should be surprised by that. If you were paying attention to pubs before this whole thing started, you'd have known that
Monkey King
got flexible heroes that are first phase banned out in these tournaments, and this guy is he's about as flexible as they get. Highest win rate here. Well, there are a few heroes that had like 1 or 2 picks, 100% win rate, like Drow and Chen, but it's Winter Wyvern that interests me. 9 picks, 89% win rate. PSG LGD even first phased her twice and won. In fact, her only loss was when Quincy Crew picked her against Team Spirit. But I don't want to bore you with the details. I know. You want to know, who should you be spamming in pubs? Who should you be spamming before maybe a nerf? I don't know, 2 weeks or so? I don't know when the patch is, I promise, but no further than this specimen right here, Elder Titan. Now I know this may be a little hard to believe, but he had 52 picks, 62% win rate throughout the group stage. And I might have a little theory on why that's the case. I've been talking to some of the big brains here over on the panel, and they say that there's this theory that they have. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game. Everybody's the same player when they're stunned or they're dead. And this guy, he helps with both those things. Echo Stomp for the stun, Astral Order for the damage, and the cherry on top of his kit is his ultimate, Earth Splitter. You may be noticing there are a lot of high HP, tanky heroes that are popular right now, like Tidehunter, Tiny. Well, what better way to deal with them than the percentage-based damage that comes from Earth Splitter? Now, I don't know.
अच्छा ये I think इसने थोड़ा सा हक दिया पता है.
We know main event tends to
Chat
bring
में
its
सब
own
कोई
couple of surprises, but we'll just have to start the playoffs before.
Astral Order बोला, Natural Spirit बोला.
Thank you very much, Inami. You know what? I was so excited to be part of TI10. They didn't tell me that actually you're going to be upstaged by a massive Elder Titan who's just going to be in your shot while you're trying to listen to the magic from me. I'm just like, I can't see him. I've literally got this lovely booty in my face. Anyway, probably didn't expect to hear me say that either this morning, but you know what? You probably did expect me to say that we had a fantastic group stage. Seriously, this must be the closest competition we've ever had at TI10, and so we've got to take a look back at some of the epic moments from the past week.
Annoying tiny.
Sumail is here to finish him off. The Ravage
Most भी वीरो ये कैसे नहीं है?
Finish off Seb, they will, but it's going to be costing them 2 at least. Now they get the duel off, but Sumail, he's just going to keep on swinging on these heroes. They are getting torn apart by 23 Savage and kited around a little bit. Sumail has nowhere to go, so he's just going to commit for the kill on a Cuckoo continue challenging. 23 Savage is up next. Now the Doom is faded away, so he can throw out the Avalanche, and Jesus, Ultra kill. Rampage.
again, and this is looking like a very dead death too.
You'll set up in the pull, and they're going to bring down the puck with the help of the Global Silence. Snowball in, looking for more. They get the punch, they get the... Oh,
my... I mean, we did say if there's a vacuum.
They were just about to get that like last right click to kill him, and the vacuum interrupted it. Holy cow. If you're a secret, you're thinking, hell yeah, that went perfectly.
You probably noticed there we did say goodbye to Thunder Predator and SG Esports in the group stage. No one wants to go home early, but they did incredibly by getting to the group stage of TI. But right now we do need to talk about the main event. This is our schedule for day one. We're starting off with the upper bracket, so Team Spirit and Invictus Gaming will be taking their seats shortly on the stage here at the National Arena in Bucharest. And then we've got the heartbreak matches. We've got 4 best of ones. Can you call any of these? Can you predict any of them, Trent?
No, it's best of ones. Everyone's lost a game at TI so far, right? No one's undefeated. So
correct.
It's a best of one. That's... Sorry, what, you want some hot takes
You're
here?
too nice. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to Purge for a hot take.
I was also similar take as Trent here. To be ready to be disappointed, but it's very difficult to predict the best of ones because there's a lot of prep that goes into it. You might have some strat prepared. Your opponent could do something different. There's a lot of different ways it can go. There's nerves. There's so many. It's got to be some more nerves on those best of ones and best of threes, right? Because it's like, oh, you can mess up one gank that gets you behind. Like there was just so many games in the group stage where that's all it took was like one mistake after you're winning and the team comes back. So who knows? It's hard to predict.
I think the one thing I'd say, you talk about nerves, there's a few teams that have shown more nerves than others. Quincy Crew, Alliance, these are teams that have constantly not played well at the big stage. So I would look at those teams maybe to struggle in the best of ones.
That's true. But, I heard, we have an in on Quincy Crew, of course, because our friend Jack, he said they were in the dumps. It was looking really bad for Quincy Crew. And then SVG, now LOA, he stepped up and he said, guys, everyone's time at TI for elimination, it eventually comes. Ours just came a little early. So they won those games in the group stage, they survived, and now, they just got another day of elimination. It's fine.
We have got a lot of Quincy Crew fanboys here. I know we're not meant to be biased on the desk, but I'm sat with a load of people who live in North America, so I have a feeling that there might be a little bit of bias. I'm not allowed to have any bias because I'm not meant to know anything. So that's fine. That's why I hold my hands up and say, can't really call it. However, I am scared for EG. I'm expecting to see them make a deep tournament run potentially, but at the same time, they're going up against Elephant, and this is a team that is made up of Chinese superstars that just can't really seem to find their footing, gods.
Yeah, and the superstars that have played at TIs and made it to the finals, made it into 3rd place last year, at least half of that PSG LGD team that when it fractured apart, the expectations on them is immensely high, but they've consistently kind of underperformed throughout the year. So I think a lot of people be sad to see them knocked out, but it wouldn't maybe be the biggest shock.
And another team that maybe could call an upset maybe today, it would be Fnatic, because we didn't really have high hopes of them coming into the group stage. We thought, yeah, they're probably going to end up in the lower bracket. But it seemed like they had a really good start. It seemed like Def was really doing his bit for the team. They've really got another solid player in Chuyuan as well, who literally was the reason that they made it through to the main event in the first place. Do you think they can continue in this tournament?
Yeah, there was discussion coming into TI about that team, and one thing they came up was this idea of they tend to play maybe a little bit passive, and they tend to kind of wait, and you end up coming to their high ground, and somehow they turn it around, and we were kind of expecting these long games, and I believe they ended the group stage averaging the longest games across all the teams right now. So, gotta have them hold the line and wait for their time.
Oh, it's the horn, gentlemen, which means one thing. Our teams are getting ready to take to the stage. So we've got about 2 minutes, and then they're going to be taking their places, and we are going to be getting into the draft. Is there anything you're expecting to see? Because we had 104. Oh.
holographic रहता है ना.
Oh.
It's Ricky Maru.
He looks like he's enjoying the game.
I haven't taught you that one yet. He goes invisible at level 6.
Ricky क्या है?
That's all. Well, his friends are all level.
Yeah, he was the guy that had to go get the drink, so he needs more time.
He didn't get a toe.
Yeah, it happens.
Is Ricky a classic TI hero?
classic pub.
Jam of two side बोल रहा है.
He's an initiation.
Jam of two side लगाओ भाई.
Everyone gets frustrated because I feel like everyone in Dota is a little bit broken. Every hero's a little bit too good, and that's what makes Dota so beautiful. Ricky's particularly painful because you're just like, wait, so he's just like always invisible? Like, well, yeah. Why is that an issue?
You hate Clinks? If Ricky was in the meta, you would hate Ricky right now instead.
I hate Ricky. I'm not a massive fan of Weaver. However, now I've played Weaver, I'm feeling a lot better about him. And actually, we saw Weaver so much in the group stage. I never associated him with that position 1 carry role before this event. And now it seems like we had one team who went for a position 4 Tiny, position 1 Weaver. I think it was T1 on the last day of the group stage. I couldn't believe it. He's strong now.
Yeah, he's really strong, but I think at least all the games I caught, I saw him a lot of support, and he's another one of those flex picks.
My God.
King, you can pick him early in the draft. You can play him as a support as a 4. We saw him successfully as a 5. His lane harass is just really powerful. He's got like 6 damage, you just need mangoes to like keep Sakuchiing through. Forces Sentry.
Position 3 खेलना चाहिए.
पहले पोजीशन 4 ही था.
We are ready.
नहीं तो अभी buff किया ना तो उसको position 3 हो गया ना वो.
International 10 has begun.
Team spirits. Toronto Tokyo या Toro. चुप रहे.
Team Spirit are here. They may be the underdogs in this opening upper bracket matchup. But do not underestimate these boys. Led by Maposha, who did come top 8 at TI7 as part of Team Empire. The rest of the young players are definitely not going to be
6-man ही कैसा बात है? 5-man का तो गेम है.
Yatoro, their carry is
इसमें से
just
कोच कौन है?
18 years old and is absolutely fearless.
अच्छा, नोट
Their
किताब.
offlaner, Collapse, 19 years old, an
ड्राफ्टिंग
absolute
किताब लेके
standout
इसको
for his team.
थोड़ा awkwardness हो रहा है
Doing
कोच
his
को.
best to control the tempo.
इसको पता
This
नहीं
is
है
a team
कहाँ जाना है,
that likes
कौन
to
सा
play
बूथ में
clean,
बैठना है.
structured Dota, and yet don't think they'll be showing any respect to Invictus Gaming on that stage.
हाँ किसी को नहीं पता है. चलो कोई ना. फोटो खिंचाना है, फोटो खिंचाना है.
Moves, Trent.
Oh, indeed.
Waving to nothing.
A little chilly up there in the open arena, but don't worry,
Wave Ricky.
straight games.
और वही Ricky.
So Team Spirit coming in completely on fire here as they enter the main stage.
Completely on fire.
I cannot even imagine what it is like to be playing your first TI in that massive arena and playing it against Invictus
हल्का सा
Gaming.
awkwardness भी था. Oh, sheesh, Team IG. Okay, my bets are on emo. Okay.
मैं मेरा भी.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top seed going into the main stage. It's Invictus Gaming. Their position 4 captain Kaka is an intelligent drafter, hugely experienced. This is his 5th TI appearance. He even came second in 2017 with his team at Newbie. But meanwhile, he's joined by his teammates GT and Ollie. This is their first TI, and Firefly starting his career years ago, 2014 he went pro, and yet he's only been to one TI event before with Serenity. But now he's
Wrong, गलत तरफ जा रहा है.
and they're gonna do it.
फlashy कैमरा इस बार तो सब ऑनलाइन व्यू है, तो कैमरा का एंगल फ्रेम्स में नहीं आ रहा है.
These guys are going to be looking for a fight. They are going to be getting flashy out there, and you know what? They're good for it. They only dropped 2 games in the group stage, 1 to Undying and 1 to OG. And who can forget the Singapore Major Gods?
A historic moment where IG rocked the world with their historic question mark, turning a reverse sweep against EG, coming back from 2 games down. It was just one of the most unheard of, unbelievable stories of the time.
And you know what? I think it's a moment that deserves revisiting. So let's take a look into detail at Invictus Gaming.
अभी यही सब होगा 5-10 मिनट.
coming around the back. I like this little wraparound.
क्या बोल रहे हैं भैया?
अब यही सब होगा 10 मिनट तक
Both snappy,
जब तक वो
but
लोग
Rabbit was on a 3 RP. Huge here from Emo. Down goes
अरे sound कम कर
Damn,
दी
yet
बहुत
falls
लोग
into the grave. Kaz is not shortly after dead. And while TZY he'll run, not sure he gets out of this one. Slowed up by 5-5. Pulled back
ईमो
by
का first time देख रहा हूँ थोड़ा हाइट छोटा है मोटू सा
Man, what an RP from Emo.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Oh, they're going to jump on TZ, sheep it in. But they're in, they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulate start on TZ, and Trombley's going to take it out, gets the PKP off. Oh, so Fairies on TZ will be able to keep himself alive. Ice moves over the back, Ice takes down Ollie, but the Rod's there. They control Ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls. Somehow, though, EG able to keep RTZ alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there, as RTZ still does not have to buy that goal. They tip it from Arben, gets the ball, they turn the two of them. RTZ moving in, they've got the link down on the fly.
Rap God लिख रहा
Gets fly out of there.
कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ में बस अपने में बड़बड़ा रहा है कास्टर
A question
mark in the old chat. All right.
Question.
GG's call. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, spicing it up a little bit.
He is very hit or miss on the hero. Sometimes he owns incredibly hard. Nice cut down from a tree. Spear.
Following that up with a spear, so a lot of stun time with the arrow. Really well done by JT.
That's just why he is considered the best offlaner in China. JT is an absolute beast.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like precast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Now they can start things. RTZ, it's a little fly, they get the drag back. They do turn with the stun onto the two of them, but as they bring down Arbed will go down. RTZ as well getting turned. RTZ's got the ones. He's got the Aegis, he's going to be back for a second round, but the Supernova is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the Supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG's having a time down RTZ getting brought down. RTZ's dead. IG finding up with the Magnetize. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the Magnetize going, but the Spike Carapace trips up Crit. IG turn, they take him down as well. JT, perfect Lotus, lets it down onto Lifeline, causing Arbed
ऐसा हो ना वो जो लोग लिख रहा है ना फ्लाई 4 स्टार्स यार F4 दबाने का उस टाइम समझ रहे डायरेक्ट पहले वाला मैं अभी चैट देख रहे हैं उधर में 4 स्टार करके अंदर घुस गया
Double Abyssal Blade.
सारा हाईलाइट
for Astral Chat charges.
He's in straight away with the fingers immediately bursting down. RTZ's going to get taken down. Jump over with the Abyssal Blade over towards Ice, and RTZ, they're out of the game. IG, they'll turn towards more. GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. As they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in the best of 5.
When you look back to Singapore, it's not really that surprising that they're the top seed of the main stage, is it, Gods?
Yeah, after that they didn't do as well the next major, but they were there playing with a stand-in, and they were also kind of already secured their TI slot. So we've seen this team just really grow, develop. They've been playing together for over 2 years now, forming in late 2019, and it feels like everything is clicking. They're in that Singapore major for TI.
So literally they've just been spending the last couple of years waiting for TI 10, because we do see on an annual basis after TI, some of these teams deciding to reassemble. The roster shuffle is a real thing post TI, and yet because we haven't had this event for unfortunately so long, we've now seen these teams given a chance to really find that chemistry they need, Trent.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than usual. Perhaps, you know, Dota, especially certain regions, are known for breaking apart faster and like trying to fix things by swapping.
The problem is
opportunity to actually like examine yourselves and try and talk about your issues, and I think that that's something that a lot of players have even talked about, where people try to be more open and try and just say like, you know, how they felt about the game and where they think it went wrong, maybe other than just like the coach and the captain discussing it, but trying to involve everyone in your strategies to improve the entire unit.
Who do you guys think is the most dangerous player on this roster?
I think Kaka's a huge one that everyone needs to look at.
Team
Like his
Secret,
skill level is just
Team
so
Secret.
high that you're going to crush your
Team
lanes
Secret, Team
sometimes.
Secret.
And there's
फिर
so
वापस
much
EG,
emphasis in
फिर
drafts
Team
on
Secret, फिर EG.
having strong lanes that if you just have an overstellar performance in the
swap
laning
करने का
stage,
भी कोई
it can completely
effect
throw your
नहीं है।
opponent's plans on the back
Team
foot,
Secret
and
में गया
it
था,
ruins what they want to hit timing-wise, has massive cascading impacts.
Do we think that Invictus are probably going to have the upper hand in the draft in terms of their flexibility? Because that's what Kaka's known for. He's known for being able to make choices on the fly because he has so many years of experience in this game.
Yeah, I'd give them a bit of an edge. It feels like they have more heroes that they can play in different roles, particularly like heroes like the Tide Hunter. Their carry players play 12 different heroes throughout, similar to Yatoro, but it just feels like IG a bit more versatile and have a bit more up their sleeves when it comes to the draft.
And what are we expecting from their playstyle today? Do you think they are going to literally be heading straight to the finish line as quickly as possible? Or do you think, you know what, they're going to take their time, try and keep Spirit on their toes in a different way, Trent?
Yeah, is this fast games because that's their playstyle, or fast games they're just that good, you know, and you just end up kind of crushing everything? Personally, I'm hoping for longer games because I do think that their team fighting is some of the most masterful out of all the teams here, particularly out of their support duo, because like I find like Kaka, he can just like make a good fight because he just gets some stun that you're not expecting, some hex out of nowhere on the line and puts you one hero up in engagement you don't think about. And then Ollie on the back line with the Phoenix, I think he's shown to be like the best Phoenix player over the past 2 years, particularly at that major. So I'd love to see more of that.
Well, moving over to the spiritual side of things, Purge, I have an inkling you're kind of fans of this team from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I am. It was fun to watch them throughout DPC. Season 1, they looked okay. They had like moments of greatness, and they had other times when they fell apart, but they just got better slowly over the course of the year, and they were relatively close to qualifying DPC. I think they ended up with like 500 or somewhere around there. But they've just gotten better and better over time. You could see it in their confidence. Toronto Tokyo leading his team on the stage, probably leading his team partially in-game as well. I think his confidence seems high. They have high skill. They're going to play their lanes well, and as long as they keep that cohesive, Collapse is amazing. They have so many good players, genuinely. They're a great team to watch, so they have a shot here.
What is key to those hype peak moments that you were just mentioning there?
You just doing things that your opponents don't necessarily expect, like getting advantages or kills, not overextending. It's hard to do it though, because if your opponents start reading your movements, and you punish those mistakes, it's like the game gets up. Which might seem small, but in a high-level game of Dota is so much. You lose map control, that leads to the next gank being harder, and so much else.
We could talk about inexperience, maybe getting to these players on the stage, given that only one of them, Aposhka, has actually been to a TI before. And yet, this team showed remarkable resilience in the group stage. When you think about it, they lost to the teams you would expect them to lose to. They lost to the teams that are currently in the upper bracket. So they lost to Vici, they lost to LGD, and they lost to Team Secret. But they beat all the other teams that we now see in the lower bracket from their group. I like to call it a gatekeeper team. You know, they're beating the teams that they would be expected to beat, and they're losing to the teams you would expect them to lose to. Does that therefore mean they're not necessarily going to make an upper bracket run?
You're spelling their doom here.
I am. I'm being a little bit mean, aren't I? It's fine. I dressed as a supervillain today.
I think the other side of that is the way that it happened. They started 0-4, then they were 2-6. They had to make this red hot uphill run to just really get into the upper bracket. So while they may be that kind of gatekeeper type team, they're on an 8-game win streak. They beat teams that many people would have thought would be favored to beat them. So the fact they're in the upper bracket, I think, really shows that you can't underestimate them.
There's one trend here. They never went 1-1. They either 2-0'd, they 0-2'd. If they don't get the momentum going out against IG today, can they really get themselves together for that second?
I think so. I think they have a good shot. I think it gives me a lot of faith that they started the group stage with losses, because if you're a fresh team that doesn't have a huge amount of TI experience and you get all those losses, it just feels like, oh, I even heard from one of the Russian talents saying that he saw them arguing too excessively about like mistakes in game, because it was a player that has played high-level competitions. He mentioned that he'd seen them doing it, so he says you just got to move past that. There's too many games. Don't focus on the little stuff. So the fact that they were able to like maybe less constructively argue but still like win all their games afterwards, that looks really good for their overall confidence. So yeah, I could see them losing game 1 and still coming back.
It is kind of hard to talk about Team Spirit without thinking about Virtus Pro, their regional rivals, who went 7-0 in both of their DPC seasons.
Yeah.
How does Spirit compare to VP playstyle-wise?
Yeah, it is interesting because you don't want to like lump them together just because they're from the same region, but I mean, they're both pretty young teams. They do tend to play like fairly similar. I guess in a lot of ways, Team Spirit is just lacking some experience in certain departments, like particularly, I guess, like the hero diversity. Like, I think that's something that VP has, and it's also something that IG has, and so that's a little bit worrisome, I would say, coming into this, that the draft is definitely going to be playing a major factor.
Are we expecting anything in terms of heroes today? We have got our fabulous draft panel coming up soon, but I'm just wondering if there are any kind of signature heroes on either side that each team is going to want to ban, or any kind of combinations that they might be looking to pull out?
It's a Mars fight, I think,
Yeah.
for the most part, right?
The two offlaners have a fairly similar hero pool, the Tide Mars being the two big ones, and those two heroes have both been really solid throughout the tournament, so either hotly contested or perhaps banned. I think the carry players both have this huge hero pool. They both play 12 different heroes, so we're much more looking at the small hero pool in the other roles.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo is a player. It's like typical Spirit heroes, aggressive, but he can also like sit back and do the tower pusher, DP type heroes. He's very high skill, had some excellent games, but probably Spirit heroes for him is the other thing that I expect to see.
Any particular Spirit hero you think is going to work well against the opposition?
You know, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, potentially Storm Spirit type of heroes are definitely the Toronto Tokyo specials.
And in terms of the game start, how we're going to see these guys go up against each other. We've already spoken, I guess, about IG wanted to finish fast. Do you think Spirit are going to be in the same boat today, Jen?
It is the best of threes, which is good because I think like the best of ones they tend to really stall out. Like we'll see later, like everyone's very like hesitant because you're kind of game plan. You're just going for that like one sort of game that you just need to win, right? But a best of three, you do have time to actually look at what's happening in your first game, try and react to it. I would imagine it to be a pretty chill game one, and we'll see where we go from there depending on how it feels.
So we're not going to see any showboating later on today when we get to those battles, but maybe we're going to see something flashy today.
Possible.
What are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to see a game where Emo just pops off, because he, to me, is like the player who could just take over this entire series. I think he matches up really well against a Spirit team that's more focused on team fighting, slowing down the game at times. Outside of maybe their aggressive support play, I could see Emo just completely going off in both two games.
Can you explain to me the question mark, please? Because there are a few people out there who might not understand what the question mark is, because there is a psychological game being played in Dota 2. I mean, you experience it in your pub games, you experience it on a stage as big as the TI one. OG are the masters of that, but at the Singapore Major, it was all about Emo.
I think the biggest, most important thing about trash talk in Dota, it's almost exclusively voice lines, and it has been for years. He
question
but in pro games, that was like, that's pretty disrespectful. That was over the perceived line of what's acceptable. Most times they don't want to spend time on it, but like watching that he's like still there casting spells. He's like casted Aether Remnant, time to shift enter question mark. It was powerful.
And it was this build up because IG had lost the previous two games, and throughout those two games, EG had been constantly taunting Emo.
Yes.
They were tipping him, they were throwing voice lines at him, and he was playing poorly those first two games. So to make this big comeback in game 3, and then he just lets all this anger out with that question mark, was like this huge turnaround moment for him.
Yeah, this is actually the opportunity for me to confess to Purge that the reason I have been playing so badly in pub games is because I want people's shards, and I really enjoy being tipped.
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah.
I actually have 5k MMR. I'm getting there.
5k, is that what you said?
Yes. It's more believable if I don't say 7.
Did you say 5k shards? Is that what you said?
No, I said MMR.
You must have played a lot between last time we played, because, yeah. Great, you got better a lot in a week.
Yeah, it's because Slax has been coaching me.
I don't...
We didn't like that.
I'm just going to let that awkward silence fall. It's absolutely fine. You know what? We've got about a minute before hopefully we can get into the draft, and I am going to do this thing. I am going to go for predictions, and I'm going to ask, is the winner of the International 10 on that stage right now?
Not according to my bracket, so I hope not.
Neither of these teams have red in their logo, so definitely not. LG is still looking very... IG's looking amazing by all means, but... Probably LGD, I would say.
I think IG's a contender. Absolutely, they're a tier 1 team. They're on that same kind of group of teams with LGD. I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 teams, LGD, IG,
top 4
I'd say even OG, potentially Secret, kind of who are the real top contenders right now.
PSG, LGD.
So maybe. I don't have IG in my bracket, but I wouldn't be a huge shock if they do win the International.
Who do you have in your bracket?
I
मेरा
have
ब्रैकेट
PSC
के अनुसार
LGD.
तो
Very original.
OG विनर
Very original. Up against who in the final?
I think I had EG because I'm an EG fan.
There he is. Let's go.
I'm surprised you admitted that on panel.
How dare you? We're
Really?
Quincy Crew fans here.
Didn't want to lie on air, you know, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EG.
So, do you think that EG can make it through that lower bracket?
Yes. I hope so.
There is a little bead of
Really
sweat
stupid.
on God's face right now. That's why we haven't gone back to the panel and we're still on the stage, because the man has gone puce. Okay, Trent, now tell me about your bracket, your
My
predictions.
bracket.
Yeah,
Oh, you
your
guys wanna
overall
know?
predictions.
And
yeah.
now that you guys can't copy it, that's really good. You'll benefit from this. I do have LGD in the final. I actually have them losing, though, I believe, to Vici Gaming.
Losing again?
Yep.
Really?
yeah.
I mean, Vici's really good too. It's a possibility. You never know.
PSG
Of course, you can't go with the obvious stuff. You want to win the bracket,
लोग के
guys.
साथ
Do you want?
पिछले
I mean, you want to win? Like, what are you going to compare it to everybody else? Like,
Dota,
guys, look,
yeah.
Listen, I need
got
that
it
free
slightly
tip,
better.
the free trip to TI if you have the full
Second,
correct
third,
bracket
yeah.
they did that one year. You know,
true.
it's my only hope of getting back here, guys.
There was like one guy that won.
I almost broke a mixer in group stage. Okay, they're not bringing me back. I gotta find a way.
You just used your side-eye tone of voice, as I call it, Purge.
Oh, yeah?
You're really down on Vici Gaming. Why?
No, I'm not like super down on them. It's just
You're down on them winning TI.
yeah, a little bit compared to IG and LGD. I mean, Vici Gaming looks excellent by all means, but they're still like a upper to mid tier. You know, like I would place them like 4th to 6th somewhere in there is like very likely for them. But winning the whole thing, maybe less likely than LGD or IGD.
I think you need an X factor to win TI, and I just don't see that with Vici Gaming. It's the kind of X factor that OG's always had. I would say teams like Secret have it, IG, PSG, LGD both have it. That to me is what it takes to like win a TI. That kind of wild card factor.
This is good motivation here. You see, they don't have an X factor, but now they're going to hear this. They're going to find out the English panel was trashing them. That's going to motivate Vici. I just secured this bracket.
So essentially, Vici, they're not a tingle team.
A tingle team.
Yeah, you don't get tingles when you think about Vici on that stage.
Okay, yeah, and that's basically what Gods was saying. Like, you have to have the X factor, that like that chaos, that like surprising. Because if you have this like battle plan that's like very consistent and readable, these other top teams that are excellent, smart people are going to be able to figure it out, and they're going to find a solution. They're going to find a hero that counters their plan, something like that. And that's what loses you some like super deep run.
Okay. I'm just going to sidestep over what you said then, which sounded like you said that Vici were not
जल्दी
insightful,
से
intelligent
शुरू
people.
हो जाओ
No, I just said if you play without Tingle, people are going to figure out what your moves are, and then they're just going to like eventually beat you.
Who tingles you from Team Spirit? I love this new term. This is great.
Who tingles me on Team Secret? Collapse. He uses my voice lines. That's why I'm primary
Oh,
reason I'm
that's
buying.
why you're shilling
I really would
Collapse.
love to see Team Spirit go all the way. Get about 2 or 3 per game typically. Really.
What is your voice line? Come
Honestly,
on.
I'm really impressed
Shill
with voice
yourself.
line usage so far this tournament. It's been really good.
It's quality.
What's your voice line?
I just said it.
Oh, it felt very insignificant. Say it again.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with it. That one. Yeah.
I've never heard that before. I've literally never heard you say that phrase. So it's fine. I don't think anyone's used my voice line.
I was impressed with your last day of streaming we did. You did a lot better. You're getting better.
Yeah, he
Maybe
said
not 5K, but big improvement.
After
That
a
was
year, he said, "You finally played a game of Dota 2."
good. Yeah.
Wow.
It's Dark Widow.
That's high praise, actually.
It is.
Yeah. That takes a while. That takes months.
Yeah, it took me about 12 of them, and it's absolutely fine. All right then. This is a best of 3 situation. It's our first best of 3, and it's obviously the first match of the main event. Is this going to go all the way?
Out of our matchups today in the upper bracket, of course, I would say it's the least likely to go to Game 3. It is expecting to be another perhaps IG 2-0, or as you said, Team Spirit also doing lots of 2-0ing, so who knows. But again, I would go back to just that first game in terms of like how we're going to set the momentum for this, because if they can keep the hot streak going, that's like the best possible sign for Team Spirit, right? They need that emotional sort of high that they have right now, whereas IG just has like so much background skill and background experience that they're not as dependent on that. So game 2, I could easily see IG still turning it around.
Gods?
I would predict
Very quickly?
IG 2-0. I think the preparation time gives them a bit of an edge as well.
But 2-1, 2-0?
2-0.
Okay, Purge.
I could see 2-1 IG. I think Spirit can win a game for sure.
You've become so much more diplomatic over the course of his last 10 minutes.
Have I?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
You said that in almost a positive voice.
Team
Oh, you said
spirit
quickly to him, so I was like, I gotta go fast.
No, I liked it. It was very decisive. And you know what? The team's
पहला अगर
still
IGC
in their
था,
pods
तो
right
maybe
now
2-0 हो
thinking. So
जाएगा.
we are going to get into the lobby very soon. And we are also going to get over to our draft panel. Because, let me tell you, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but they have really scrubbed up. Very nicely. Very nicely indeed. We have a bow tie, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bow tie in the building. Guys on main panel, where's yours? Where's yours?
I like ties. I've never explored the bow tie path, but it's fine. I don't hate it or anything. Just.
I mean, you obviously love an actual tie because we came in today and Purge's face fell because he saw that I had a laptop and there was another laptop on the desk, and he started to get very, very concerned and was going, guys, do we have to have the laptop here? I'm wearing a tie.
No, he said he's wearing a raspberry tie.
I'm sorry, he's wearing
Very
a raspberry tie. Did you tie it yourself?
Yeah, I did actually. I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to because I haven't worn a tie in legitimately 2 years. But the muscle memory came back. It felt good. I was like, oh, I still got it.
That's the happiest you've been all day. Oh, okay. You know what? Because we're still waiting to get into the lobby, let's have a chat about OG Secret. Because that is the other upper bracket match we've got coming up today. And this is incredible. These two teams haven't played each other at a TI before. What are the stakes in this match, Trent? 'Cause it feels personal.
It does. It definitely does. I don't think the social media servers can handle it. I'm pretty sure like Twitter's going to go down. Like I feel like they just need to get like the social media team from each of those squads in a room together, and they can just hash it out there and tell us the results later. Because my feed just becomes nothing but OG and Secret during these TI days, and now they're actually playing each other. I'm genuinely concerned for them.
Yeah. You thought Squid Game was violent. Wait till you see this.
They have to have a meeting and be like, all right, guys, no knives. We're just going to punch each other. Like
nothing to the face.
Yeah, no personal attacks. Don't slip into DMs. There's rules, man. Got to follow them.
And we know with OG, there's such a psychological warfare going on. I feel like they plan for that as much as they plan for the drafts. What do we think is loaded up on the no-tail?
भैया आज के दिन ड्राफ्ट शुरू हो जाएगा?
Wow. That's a good question. Probably, I mean, you got to go for your opponent's voice lines. Ideally, some ones that
इतना देर में तो मेरा Valorant का मैप, Valorant का मैच खत्म हो जाएगा. लो भाई, surrender कर दिया.
They know where the mute button is. They have found it. They've been here.
That's the issue, isn't it?
That's why you got to go to the sprays. Can't mute the sprays.
With that said, though, half of it is also riling your team up, and that's something that OG clearly uses to get excited. They use chat wheels to hype each other up, so you know they'll have half the battle at least. The other half is Dota.
I noticed that neither of you, or none of you, I should say, because there are three of you, none of you said that OG is going to be doing the three-peat this year. Gods, any reason why?
I just think winning TI is the hardest tournament to win. It's definitely possible with OG, but for me, they've still got that magic, but things are a little bit different, not quite the same roster. I just feel like this is a year where they're going to come up a bit short. I don't really have a good answer. It's just gut sometimes. And gut with OG, usually they end up finding a way to win anyway, so I'm sure. And everyone who doubts them, it seems to motivate them more.
So they're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel kind of similar that they still have the magic. They underperformed for the whole year a little bit under expectations, but they've got Sumail magic this year, and I think that's a really big difference. I think he's been playing fantastic. He was playing well in pubs that I was watching before he came to TI. He's been playing well in the group stage games, so I think that's absolutely there. But with that said, like repeating 3 times in a row seems very difficult. And I would also say that like there's a lot of insanely good teams this year. Like I feel like the previous TI years, you go into it, and you're like, yeah, OG's looking really good, but like there wasn't like extremely crisp competition like IG and LGD and maybe like 2 other teams. So I feel like it's just a little harder for them to get the W this year.
I may be thinking about a conversation that was had in the bar the other day as opposed to on air, but hopefully no one will mind. It turns out, guys, when we're not talking about Dota on air, we're talking about Dota elsewhere, which is the description of OG as 4 supports and a carry. Would you agree with that, Perch?
Back to Dota.
I would, yeah. That's like the top sin X factor that he's always had, that he plays aggressive and he's not afraid to die in the enemy side of the map because he knows he's going to draw 3 heroes. So it is a goal to facilitate their carry in the past with Ana. With Sumail, maybe they don't have to do that as hard as the past, so maybe that opens them up to more options. But yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Why don't they have to do that as much with Sumail?
The general perception was that Ana needed to have a good game.
भैया थक गया अभी से
maybe
1 घंटा देख के थक गया चालू ही नहीं कर रहे लोग
he's got an ego, that's been clear. It's been toned down a little bit, so he's got confidence. He's got really strong confidence. Sumail can play from behind, and maybe that wasn't something that they were as comfortable with in previous TIs.
I mean, the man won TI when he was a teenager while wearing an airline pillow around his neck. So obviously, all I want to know is he going to be wearing the airline pillow again this year? God.
He's got a bit more swagger these days.
Yeah, but that would be hype if he came out of the finals with it.
I mean, that's pretty swag, but you know what is hype right now? We are ready to kick off with our first match, IG versus Spirit.
वो हम करेक्ट टाइम पे है, एकदम करेक्ट टाइम पे।
क्या इन गेम?
एकदम करेक्ट टाइम, जैसे मैच खत्म हुआ हम आ गए, ड्राफ्टिंग शुरू हो गई।
And welcome to the draft panel. We're here with the first draft of the first game of the first series of the main event here at TI10. My name is Avo Plus, whatever people may call me, that's my name. And I am surrounded by two of the greatest minds in the Dota world. On my right, I have Insania, previous TI player, future TI player as well, current analyst. And on my left, Lacoste.
Seeker band, Tidehunter band, Tiny band. Oh.
Not a future TI player for sure.
Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
If we team up, if you see some good ideas coming out on this draft panel from me, or like, well, we blitz, see you around, or some of the players.
Any ban हो गया Elder Titan? उसको भी ban कर दो.
If anyone's looking for a coach, you know, if you're
सब strength hero ban कर दो.
Lacoste is ready for that. So, what can we expect from this draft, Lacoste?
I think Viver's going to be highly contested. Both of these teams really love to run it. And panel talked about collapse heroes. His hero pool has been not so wide. He's been, you know, playing only a couple of heroes: Mars, Tidehunter, Vengeful Spirit. So you need to either ban it out. Going back to Viver, I think that's Mira's really good hero. And Rubik's also going to be contested. If Weaver is picked, Rubik is definitely going to be picked as a counter because, you know, everyone wants to have a Shikuchi on the team. You can do so much as a position 4, buying time, especially if you're playing from behind, killing the couriers, de-warding. I think this is the hero that is flex, but in most of the cases is being played as a position 4.
Insania, what could we be expecting? What are the heroes we think we could be expecting? We talked, or the other panel talked about the off-lane matches particularly.
I mean, I think Tidehunter is going to be... So we saw Spirit, you know, they have an 8-game win streak, and a lot of that has been off the back of Tidehunter. So I think for them, they got to be thinking about Tidehunter. But I think at the same time, right now, when you were doing your prep yesterday, you're going to be like, okay, they also know that we've been winning with Tide a lot. And the difference between group stage and main stage is that every team has so much time to prep for you. Both Spirit has time to prep for IG, and IG has time to prep for Spirit. So while you might have gotten away with getting Tidehunter 6 games in a row in the group stage, you're not going to get it uncontested here on the main stage. So I think they got to be thinking about potential matchups there and what IG might have prepared.
What do you think we could be seeing here for the maybe new picks for the offlane matchup? I know you're a fan of Team Spirit particularly. Is there anything you think of he could be pulling out that we haven't seen a TI yet?
4 picks हो जाएगा तब पिता
There could be, you know, some flex picks.
मेरा में तो picks दिखा रहा है.
In-game the support position 4. I've seen someone played as a position 3. So
हम in-game में मतलब
to go for
2 picks हो गया है.
He's also the
आप उसमें रहिए, हम बता देंगे कब.
For Team Spirit, which is a bit unusual at this point. Also, I don't think we're going to see Lycan. Team Spirit did not play a single Lycan game in the group stage, and IG only played it once.
When Team Spirit plays the Tiny, because other teams have played the Tiny mid as well, and they just play carry from the mid lane, really. Is that the same style we see for Spirit?
You still want to go for the carry items. You want to be able to scale. We are not going to see that E-Blade type of a build Dagon. I still feel, especially with the offlaners providing some kind of buff for your carry / mid laner, press the attack from the Legion Commander, anything that builds into Solar Crest. I feel like we're in a meta where you need to find a way how to buff up your carry multiple times. We've even seen OG play offline IO.
Do you think that IG might be able to pull off those stops in the offlane?
Yeah, I think JT has a pretty big hero pool, actually. I think he might not have played that many heroes here so far, but I think it's because he just hasn't needed to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing a wide variety of heroes.
Are you a fan of the buffing offlaners more so than the fighting offlaners in the current meta?
I think you got to find a balance. It's kind of like depending on what your 5 plays and what your 3 plays. I think you got to fit team fight in between those 2 positions. So if you have a 5 that plays a lot of like this IOs like IG does, Ollie's like a really good IO player. I think it was one of his highest win rates in pubs when I was checking him out the weeks leading into TI. So I think for IG specifically, probably more team fight off lane, more buffing 5. But you never know like what they've prepared, and they surely are able to flex those heroes around.
We were discussing this previously, obviously off camera. You were talking about how the strength of the 5 in the current meta right now. And do you think that's led to the buffing offlaner as well, that the 5 is much more of a lane dominator these days?
I think so, but most of the 5s that are very strong in the lane tend to have some sort of buff mechanic. Like you have the Wisp with the overcharge, you have Ogre with the Frenzy, Bloodlust. So you get those tools naturally from like the stronger laners, and then the weaker laners like these Phoenixes and stuff, they tend to have more team fight.
The cost.
Yeah, position 4, like just want to compare it to position 5, where position 4 right now just feels very weird to play. You're kind of playing position 5, buying so many sentries and doing basically a position 5's job. So we're gonna see, some of the standard stuff. To go back a bit to Team Spirit offlaner, NS is one hero that they had a great success with, especially combined with the Snapfire. So potentially, because NS as a hero was not played as a damage dealer, but with the introduction of the new talents in the recent patch, he's one of the best, I'd say, damage dealing offlaners at the moment.
Yeah, and there's 2 pretty different offlane type players, right? You have Collapse, that's more of like the carry type. He's gonna look to deal damage. He's gonna look to be like the person that goes in a bit later in fights, or he's more of a core player for Spirit, whereas I feel like JT is more of the initiator type. He's more of the classic traditional offlane type player, and it's also reflected in the carry playstyles because you have, sorry, I'm blanking on his name, Yatoro, who's more active, versus Fly, who's like more of a traditional carry who just farms. So you have like kind of opposite positions and roles in that way. But yeah, draft started.
The draft, there we go. And here we have a pick that Perch actually pointed out in the draft. It was the Lion for Kaka, one of probably his best tier, honestly. And they combine with Io, 2 support start for them.
IG had a great success so far in the group stage with Lion. When you pair up anything with Io, you need to have some kind of a stun coming out from position 4, otherwise your lineup tends to be very weak against certain stuff.
Do you think that the Mars Elder Titan combo, like they let the Mars through, right? They didn't let the Titaner through. A lot of the people were talking about the strength of Mars for Collapse. Is that okay? Is it okay to let that through, or do you think that's been a bit of a overconfidence?
No, I think they must have planned this out. So they're running Titan turn tiny, and you can't really, like, when you come to this point in the tournament, you're gonna have to let some heroes through, and you gotta try to plan, like, what heroes do I wanna face? Because at this point, like at this high level of competition, you're gonna, with 80% security, know what heroes they're picking. So like in this position, IG probably said like, okay, so we're gonna open this way and we're gonna expect them to be picking either this or that. So you're ready for all of the scenarios that might come out. So based on the opener, I think both teams are pretty happy. I think Kaka on any hero that has a Blink Hex has been like working extremely well for IG.
Oh yeah, throughout the season 1 and 2, his Shadow Shaman was really on point and got them so many Ws. Lion is kind of the same thing, where he provides you with the stun control, the instant hex that you just mentioned. Legion Commander and Doom being banned out by Team Spirit. We talked about buffing up coming out from the off lane, and Legion Commander provides that. Also instant dispel against Lion, so no surprise there.
Also a big JT here. What do you think of the oh wow, they just picked up the Bane here. A hero that we actually didn't see very much in the group stages, but a hero that was very much loved, actually got a lot of bans. So it was quite contested, not very much picked. What do you think of this Elder Titan plus Bane combination?
I feel like it's like a very typical Eastern European style draft where they're very lane dominant. Like you have Bane that's very strong in lane. It's gonna lane well nicely into the Wisp if it's ran as a 5. Or the ET, because ET generally speaking struggles when you play against stuns. So Io is one of the heroes that doesn't have any sort of like disable. His slow mechanism on the tether doesn't really slow down ET when you're coming in with boots and bonus movement speed. So I think most likely you're gonna see this. What we've seen a lot of teams do, right, is draft a lot of flex. Right now Spirit it's pretty telegraphed where their heroes are going. It's most likely gonna be the Collapse Mars. I think they can flex at Toronto, Tokyo, but the hero hasn't really been popular as a mid hero in the past couple of like weeks or so. So I doubt it. I would assume IG are pretty aware that it's gonna be a Collapse Mars and the ET4, so Bane is also almost guaranteed a 5. So I think from IG side, they're pretty happy because I think between most of the teams in the upper bracket right now flex a lot more than they do.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I wanted to say. Like these two teams, you see the heroes, you pretty much know where the heroes are gonna go. Even though we are in the flex meta, where you see 5 heroes, you don't know which hero is gonna be playing which role.
Yeah.
Lashrak, that's gonna be a lot of damage. That's gonna be a bit of more tower damage that they needed with Lion, Monkey, and Io. I mean, Monkey becomes tower damage dealing hero, but a bit later on. I'm talking about sieging the high ground, which sometimes can be a bit difficult.
I think this is something AJ really likes, running the emo Lesh with a Wisp 5. So one of the big differences between running Wisp 5 is you tend to go for more of a healing style build. You're going to level up your overcharge much earlier into the game compared to if you play it as a 3 where you're skilling up the balls instead. So it really is nice to have a hero in the middle lane that's going to be over leveled and powerful for you to tether up with and make moves around the map. And this is a really classic counter. You pick the Quasvex Invoker to burn his mana.
And also a Toronto Tokyo hero through and through. Unfortunately, has been playing his Quasvex Sword Invoker, which was his signature style a while ago, but Quasvex for this draft. It's the standard Team Spirit draft, right? I've never seen them draft that's unsafe or that I feel like they made a mistake. It's just, you know what they're going to do, and it's a safe playstyle.
Team Spirit's draft is really good at disengaging. You have one of the better heroes in the game, that's ET, and also with EMP Tornado. So no surprise, there is a ban for Faceless Void coming out from IG. Morphling is still in a pool, so that's potentially something that they would want to grab up on Team IG.
You think it's going to be then? What do you think?
Because they could still flex things around. Like they don't know the matchup. I remember during the season 2, there were a couple of offlane Monkey Kings, so we yet have to see.
That was a Seb creation, actually. He loved to go for that Witchblade build. Flyfly is also a proficient Monkey King player. Very, very big fan of the hero. It fits his playstyle as similar to the Morphling as well, that he loves playing. And also, are you guys not surprised the Monkey King made it through the first phase of ban, or the first and second phase of bans?
So Team Spirit actually doesn't really play Monkey. It's a hero that they haven't really touched up.
So would you not ban it then?
I mean, they probably thought that the Emo Storm...
Team Spirit's turn to ban. Invictus Gaming's turn to pick.
Casters का sound नहीं आ रहा.
हाँ, casters भी like आज तो
10 seconds remaining.
ये गेम का है. पिक फेज में पता नहीं ये लोग का साउंड.
5 seconds remaining.
नहीं, पिक फेज में नहीं, पूरा मैच में नहीं आता.
हाँ, फिर मैच में भी नहीं.
Seus ataques básicos e Razor, o que o macaco faz sem dano na...
हाँ, português आ रहा है.
चाइनीज नहीं आ रहा. रशियन भी नहीं आ रहा. स्पेनिश भी नहीं आ रहा.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Vlada.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit
5 seconds remaining.
Picks थोड़ा better लगता है.
पिक्स बेटर लग रहा है, लेकिन मार्स एज अ हीरो पिक ही ना बहुत कम जीता है इस बार, पता है ना.
Choose your hero.
मार्स एज अ हीरो बहुत कम जीता है इस टीआई में. मतलब जो भी टीम उसको उठाता है लाइक 40% चांस वाला विन्स. हाँ, कोई शायद बोल रहा था कि मार्स के पास सिर्फ 2 आर्मर होता है स्टार्टिंग में गेम का लेवल 1 स्टेज पे, जबकि है वो फुल्ली आर्मर्ड किटेड वाला इंसान दिखता है. 2 आर्मर है उसपे, ठीक है. और उसको बिल्ड बनाना है सेमी टैंक, लेकिन अटैक आइटम के साथ, और एक डिफेंस आइटम, एक ब्लिंक, और क्या क्या सब बोला था. मतलब 6-7 चीज बनाना पड़ता है उसको अकेले को. ताकि वो मतलब मिक्स्ड रोल में खेलता है वो, पता है? टैंक भी है, फिर डैमेज भी है, फिर ब्लिंक भी करेगा ताकि एंगेज कर सके। उतना सारा रोल एक इंसान को दोगे हीरो नहीं बनता है वो, बट
टीम स्पिरिट तो मॉर्फलिंग उठा लिया है।
हाँ, लेट गेम हो जाएगा, दैट मींस
अगर अर्ली गेम ये लोग अग्रेसिव खेला इनविक्टस तो
हाँ, मैं तो जीजी है। और टीम स्पिरिट जानबूझ के ट्राई करेगा कि लेट गेम जाए। आपको कुछ समझ में आ रहा है
पोर्तुगीज हम नहीं सुन रहे हैं।
हम सुन रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। Not to be racist, but समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। I like the excitement of the cast. ये तो लोग excited है, लेकिन समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
By 25 minutes.
By 25 minutes मॉर्फलिंग नहीं होगा, उसको 40 मिनट लगता है। लेशरैक या स्लाडर, दो में से। अगर स्लाडर टैंक खेल रहा तो नहीं, वो भी नहीं।
With Cinderin, main event, Cinderin, stop smiling. There's nothing to be happy about. This is IG versus Team Spirit. We have cast a ton of IG in the group stage. They were completely dominant.
आप किसको दिए पहले वो बताइए ना। हाईएस्ट
kind of had this.
ठीक है। If player with total at game end तो मॉर्फलिंग होगा।
In many ways, it's fair to say for all the teams in this event, the team that's undergone growth from start to finish of the season. It's been really incredible to watch them. A lot of the times when these young teams come into TI, it can be very daunting.
क्योंकि aggressive खेलना है लोगों को starting.
The stakes are extremely high, but Spirit even started out with a bad beginning to the group stage, and they've just rallied behind. I'm not sure who they rallied behind, but whatever they did, it worked.
उतना ही हो रहा है।
To get to the upper bracket was something I think a lot of people are not even expecting this team to be capable of, and they did it in one of the hardest ways by starting out with 2 losses. So it's been very, very impressive to watch. I think they have a lot of their, trademark heroes in this game. Love playing aggressive style, having a lot of stuns in team fight. It's very classic for the Eastern European region to draft like this. And Team Spirit, I think, compared to other teams in that region, are just more stable. They make less mistakes. They make more smart and big plays around the map. And largely, a player I look to on this team is going to be Toronto Tokyo. And this game is playing Evoker, so we could definitely make it happen.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few beastly games from him in particular. So you heard what the draft panel had to say about the lineups. What are your thoughts going into this game number 1?
I think they pretty much hit the nail on the head. IG's early tricorp presence, if you want to call it that, with
What's up?
At least 2 of them, Slaughter Monkey King, can do a lot, and that is an item you would see a lot picked up against Lion and Lishrak, so you kind of covered your bases that you don't get completely shut out by one item. As far as Spirit's lineup goes, a little bit slower to build up. Invoker might need some time. He's obviously more than likely going to be played Quas Wex here. He already has Wex skilled. But Quas Wex Invoker kind of has I'm not sure how to explain this, but if you think about his power curves, like really strong at level, let's say 7 to 12, then he falls off a little bit. Later, he starts getting XR points and starts getting some bigger items, but very, very late, both Morphling and Invoker with Elder Titan Natural Order should be able to pull this off.
Yeah, your prediction is looking very, very true with Elder Titan being so hotly contested, yet not banned as often as you would think, considering his ridiculous win rate of, they were saying 65% so far in this tournament.
61.5, yep, you're right.
Close enough. We
Yes, actually. NA weren't listening earlier as usual, so that was...
That's your style, please now, Sinner. This is the TI main stage. You got to take it very seriously. Okay, so top lane we have Fly and Kaka going to be dual laning. So it's going to be the position 1 Monkey King Center, which, obviously we talked about how flexible this hero is. But having said that, it's been mostly position 4 in the group stage. So your thoughts going into this game with position 1 this time around?
I think the lane matchup here is pretty good. The one thing I'm a bit concerned for sometimes with Carry Monkey King is that some lane matchups are just rough. Like, you have a hero that's 100% based around getting multiple attacks in on the same target to really shine in lane. That's why some matchups that have attack slowing abilities like Jakiro or Venomancer with all the move speed slows, or these kind of heroes, can make Monkey King's life absolutely miserable in lane. This one, however, Mars is not the biggest problem for him, nor is ET. So I do think from a laning perspective, Flyfly should be coming up to a good start here.
And mid lane, you already mentioned Toronto Tokyo playing Invoker versus Emo's Leshrac. Thoughts on the matchup from a hero-to-hero perspective?
I think it's pretty even. Invoker will usually try to win lanes against other end heroes by burning their mana with Tornado. But Leshrac should still be somewhat able to last it even if he's low on the mana. Crosswax Invoker's base damage isn't the greatest. And of course, I would say that the whole dynamic around Crosswax mid Invoker has changed with the addition of water runes. I just think it's easier to get that little bit of mana back. Would usually lose in the past. If you didn't find a power rune, it would be very vital in lane, but nowadays most heroes against Crosswax Invoker will find decent farm here, and this is no exception. Emo currently dominated. He's 15-5 against Toronto Tokyo.
Gonna see a spear top, just in there, man. Flyfly's gonna try to turn around to collapse, but it looks like everybody's gonna part ways right now. I'm sure Salve is coming for Flyfly. There we go. Has a balanced strike still ready to go overall. But you're right, Emo 15-5, 13-3 for Toronto Tokyo. So actually relatively even considering it's the Crosswax, which is surprising actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the heroes damage...
Well, he's about to get a whole wave here, so maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not that close. Getting slightly more. I would say this is one of the better matchups for Invoker in lane, just because what you don't want to fit these heroes that either dominate you but aggressively or have way better last damage than you. Both of these heroes don't have best base damages, but Invoker is actually slightly ahead of Leshrac in the beginning, so should be able to find a decent amount here, and Leshrac usually just responds by, you know, sell farming. Lightning Storm very good against these ranged heroes to secure range creeps.
What's
and
all?
Start building up toward that early bottle that Emo has already got. Bottle Magic Wand, rocking that in the mid lane. Bottom lane, I think this largely, for me, is actually the most interesting lane to watch in this game, just because Morphling is a very snowball hero by nature in lane. If you get crushed in the early few levels, you can be slowed down a lot, but at the same time, against a lot of melee heroes, Morphling does very well. Getting on skill levels, you can just start trading with early Morbid Mask, you'll see here from Yotoro, against Io and Slaughter. So but there's relatively high potential down here from G onto the Bane, playing against heroes with high move speed, sprint plus tether. You can't necessarily reset and get away even with a Nightmare cast.
Yeah, we have yet to get a first blood, which actually for this very uncommon. Typically you'll see something even during Bounty Rune stage. Playing a little faster. I say that Yotaro could be back AT, but looks like he's going to be fine with, like you said, that Morbid Mask. Probably not a better hero. The only hero to get this early. First blood, Kaka's going to be taking out Mira in the top lane. So first blood goes away with IG.
This is such a great kicking to lane with both Earth Spike and Hex. The ult here for Kaka with 2-1-0 build. There's so much time like to get those Jingu Mastery attack and chop and kill. So I need to find the first blood there. I'm going to say this bottom lane, the Io Slaughter, I think this is a lane that has had its ups and downs. There was a phase for, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks, especially where this lane was played all the time. Definitely Insane on the draft panel. No strange as
Lion
was
stun or
that were playing together well.
Monkey King Team
Liquid.
Monkey King capacity के लिए
that's a lane to play. It's very synergistic. There's a lot of like random plays you make. The heroes just complement each other very well. Io's attack speed is harder, so you get the attacks in for best. I see Clutch actually in trouble. Probably gonna wake him up here is not gonna pursue.
Looks like perfectly fine as expected, Synderen. Very good. I mean, we don't see a lot of Bane these days, but actually, what is the reason for Bane this game in particular?
The draft order. So they picked Bane third, and the heroes that they saw were Io and Lion, I think. Probably just protection. You know, it's a decent... We're just going to reset out here. Mira needs to be a little bit careful here, perhaps. There's the Hex mana coming.
Elder Titan फिर से मारेगा.
And that's second kill again now for IG.
But yeah, to finish off on
The
the
rune be top rune be secure
Team
here.
Spirit's like team ideology or the way they play. Miposhka playing this hero is a very good way of ensuring Yatoro a good start. So I think it's making an opportunity to the speed strip against a lot of Bane's or IO's targets. Other targets can
JT and Ollie's beating the absolute crap against Yatoro and Miposhka. Yatoro, of course, extremely tanky. Miposhka has the Nightmare available. And as you can see, they're just going to trade sleeps here. But still, damage is done. Yatoro has to back off now and try to regain some HP.
They do have a salve. He's going to be healed up to full here, but
has a Falcon Blade now
Dire's
as well.
middle tower
Small camp is
is
going to
under
spawn
attack.
here. Yeah, more playing one of the better heroes against this lane because if IO Starter don't kill you off fully here, you can just regen up easily. But now Kaka will make his way over as well. They're really looking to shut down.
उसको पहले ही दो तीन बार गैंग या डेथ्स दे दोगे तो अर्ली गेम एकदम बेकार रहेगा तब ना जाके लेट गेम में वो कुछ नहीं पाएगा है ना अगर कैरी गया अर्ली गेम ही बहुत बेकार हुआ तो लेट गेम वो क्या करवाएगा इसका फायर भी नहीं होगा
all he can do is watch from above for now.
इसके लिए गैंग्स करना पड़ेगा
5, so there's no arena of blood here for potential team fight that could bring out here, but it looks like it's just going to be a tower straight IG rotating down Evo to bottom, and obviously Leshrac with the classic 2-2-2-1 build, which we see almost every game currently, is going to be maxing out Edict after this, but still makes very quick work of this tower when Edict comes up the second time, as Glyph was used on the first one. And maybe Spirit won't actually get this tower. They still have the Siege Creeper alive. They'll get it in time.
Yeah, that thing has been alive for eons at this point.
3-man है top और this is Monkey King का GG होता है
Trying to follow behind him. The tornado's going to be there. She just locks him in completely. Nicely done from Team Spirit. The spear actually finishes him off there, but will be
यहाँ पर स्लाडर देखा
is under attack.
नहीं
It's going to be return to their collapse and completely out of resources. It's going to be heading out. Yatoro is now just going to be sitting close to this 2-2 tower bot and farming. You would imagine that IG could be looking to make a potential smoke move down there with Lion plus Lesh. Have plenty of magic damage. Yatoro, if he's playing on that low stage, which is very common for Morphlings for the farming speed. And you see they snuck down a ward here earlier that just barely doesn't see Yatoro. But if he's trying to go right and look at that camp that JT just farmed, that could open up a move for them to cross down there. For now, Kaka will just be taking his level 6 in mid. Get Finger of Death, awesome ability against likes playing on low health. Very, very quickly.
Yep, if he can be sneaky enough. Because Emo and Ollie already got done taking out a couple stacks of creeps in their triangle. Fly, continuing.
What's all?
Mid lane. All right. Got the Hex to start things out. Emo with the splitter.
But IO है उसके साथ.
That is a very small percentage place in there, as we have discussed many a time, but it worked.
It's a good point.
Continuous heals. यहाँ स्लाडर push करने का सोच
Every game when there's a pick poll, you have to say, I don't know if you have some sort of a contractual obligation with who.
और एक team fight.
Got dead on his own cliff here. 3-2 advantage now for Team IG.
Mark's का trade Lion अच्छा नहीं है इसका
trade. In terms of the network here, top of the charts. And his counterpart in Toronto, Tokyo, about 600 off, which, if you were to ask me at the beginning of the game, I would say that's probably normal for the Colossus X versus Lesh anyway.
Yeah. Lesh just farmed in the jungle, right? Like, even if you equalize in lane, Leshrac can always go to the jungle and farm with Pulse Nova, and he's playing with IO, which just makes things a lot better. You get that extra mana regen, you get the extra move speed to go from camp to camp. Now they're even going to bottle refill, Kaka TPing in for that. They're trying to make sure that Emo stays happy in this game. Has a tendency to pop off when he's given a good game like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Very uncharacteristic for
we've seen him pop off, but we've also seen him get a little overconfident at times as well. But overall, compared to other bids, he's definitely one of the best in the world right now. That's to dive off. Actually surprising to see that very little damage has been done to this tier 1 mid. as a Lesh from Emo, but spending a lot of time in the jungle right now just that farm.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, they know how important this mid tower is, so they're going to be parking someone here. Elder Titan, one of the best heroes at doing this, actually. Just sitting in a lane, protecting the tower, you have so much range with Acid Spirit, and you just get the stomp off. You get very far back for safety. IG can't really catch this ulti if he stands in a good position, unless they wrap around with some sort of smoke and use Monkey King from the trees or something like that, but Fly uninterested. He's sitting top right now, farming up his Echo Saber. And that's become very, very popular on many melee carries lately. But Monkey King has always been one of the staples when this item wasn't even very good.
Yeah, he's not a hipster. He started the trend, if anything, right? Yeah. Monkey King has got it all under control.
And it just makes so much sense, right? It's a hero that is all about those right clicks for getting up the Jingu stacks and getting the powerful boundless strike. And Echo Saber, one of the fastest ways of getting attacks possibly get. Later on, they're also going to be
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, so 3 good friend for IO this game. I love to see that in IO drafts. I think it's very cool when IO doesn't just have one partner like Tiny, or the other heroes you can tether to, because it opens up different plays on the map that you can different players, while others might have other objectives in the game, whether it's pushing a tower or farming jungle. And if your primary is, you're not like lost in the fight. Tethered to Monkey, suddenly you can tether the Lesh, and it's also amazing, or the Slardart.
Oh, we're going to see a smoke here from Team Spirit. So Spirit Vessel, I believe, is complete. Obviously, really good against Collapse. Not quite done with the blink. I'll get to that in just a moment. Might be the one to tank the game here. And it goes wild. But Collapse, like I talked about, I want to say that this guy, during the anime, I consider him the MVP of Team Spirit. He was, especially on Mars, an absolute god. Now, Mars as a hero kind of dropped up a bit into the big break. But we're going to see him get the blink here as it's being delivered now, so expect some plays to come.
Yeah, I think just anecdotally, without knowing the exact stats for the tournament, for me it feels like the primary teams that have been playing Mars have been Team Spirit and Vici Gaming. And a little bit of IG as well, I do believe, on JT. So it's primarily been the Chinese teams of the Radiant team in this game. It makes a lot of sense that the hero was relatively highly in the draft for that reason, because it is a contested hero for the other team as well. IG looking to try to get the first 2 tower of the game while sparing our mid. Was that a cancelled TP? I think it was. Oh, Mira.
And that is going to be an easy kill onto Mira.
Dire's middle tower is falling.
Along with Emo, JT showing off that blink dagger, so he will be safe, but 2 big kills for Cinder. He's not safe, Cinderin. Why did you say it?
Stop lying to the audience. Oh, more thing.
Adaptive strike. I told you, Cinder. Why did you question me?
Oh, you're so good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So good. The crowd continues to go wild. So shout out to everybody that is cheering in game. We're still waiting on Twitch to approve the extension update that allows Twitch viewers to cheer on stream. You know, maybe if somebody's watching from Twitch, you can approve that at some point. It's not like this is the biggest event of all time or anything. So Emo and Ollie and Prodigal, see if they're gonna try for a smoke here. Was death quite possible because he was top net worth, but now you can see that it's not the case anymore.
Yeah, looking for a Tor now, finishing off the Ashiok building blade. They have an enormous amount of magic damage between their heroes. Natural order. Tsunami really screwed me over earlier when he said Astral Order. I believe that's me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, JT will run away.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
अरे यार प्लीज डॉज 4 सेकंड लाइन का
But if 14 it did look good. That's a highlight.
More important than winning.
If you have a highlight of that, don't show the end portion, and it looks really epic.
It's good.
Absolutely. And look at
finger stack. It could make a difference.
Stealing a bunch of creeps in the triangle. So this is a huge deal. All right, maybe not that big. It's still a second ancients available yet.
जंगल में फाइट कर रहा है मेरे साथ.
The top net worth in the game.
Yeah, ahead by a whopping 13 gold over Leshrac. We'll see if Emo can find literally any creep except the garbage kobold.
How dare you? I love the kobold. Best model of any neutral in the game.
The best model of any neutral in the game is the Black Dragon Goofy.
देख रहे हैं healing item, attack item,
But I'm sure they'll
defense item. सब बनाना पड़ता
So
है.
in terms of pace, obviously, if you just look at the net worth right now, 2K lead for IG. I mean, coming into this game, a lot of people are expecting IG to take this
top
series.
में ये लोग
Team Spirit still it feels like they're always the underdog, and even after like great performances where they upset, they're still continuing to be the underdog for whatever reason.
safe होने के लिए ये लोग मार दिए.
I'm assuming you're thinking IG will take this series in the end.
The Radiant side, top jungle में
I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of Team Spirit favored. Oh, Kaka.
चल लिया नहीं ये लोग पूरा. इसी एक हाँ ये क्रीप फार्म लिया था लोगों ने शायद.
Big rotation from Spirit to find alone some
Lion को मार
in the bottom lane, effectively just the rest of the map being farmed up very nicely.
को मार के फार्म जमा कर रहा अपना.
They're of course active around both bottom angle of their own side as well as Leshrac coming out pushed mid lanes. This could open up for potential for IG to into the enemy flag. Also looks like that's the next plan from Kaka here. He wants to maybe of course has the one key item that Lion wants in every game with that blink dagger, so
top में Slardar है.
As long as their vision.
BKB just picked up by Fly.
I think they saw him here. They see him.
और ये
Excellent ward though on the high ground.
Links to safety. Looks like he's fine.
Radiant are scanning.
As he actually has the Oblivion staff, so actually hasn't finished anything with that yet. Changed his mind considering how the game is going at the moment.
No, he disassembled it to make BKB something.
That's right. That's exactly what happened.
That is what happens when you look away for a moment.
That's right.
The game gets patched 7 times and you can do
आया
that.
नहीं
Yeah,
लेकिन
very true. Another important item, Cinder, Toronto, Tokyo picks up the Midas, which is the standard build from Invoker these days.
I like this.
Absolutely. This is against a Slaughter. So, power to you.
Double damage more with alacrity. What's not to love?
Well, they're going to get the first round. In fact, as bottom lane, IG doing considerable amount of damage this tier 2.
Is under attack.
I'd like to think that this here just lets it
Take the first tier 2 of this TI 10 main event.
Are we just going to say that for everything?
IG are
लोग ट्राई करेंगे tier 2 बचा है तो ये या फिर barracks direct.
Is under attack.
Bot barracks.
I thought you were going to keep going. Sorry. I just
Why would they
let it open up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yataro damaging the top tier 2 for the first time in this TI.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see if they actually give this one up. IG doesn't look like they're
Radiant's
looking to come
bottom
here.
tower
They do
is
find
under
the fort
attack.
though. And Spirit continuing to stay in the area. You can see most of IG in the bottom jungle right now. Is the game is extremely even.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here, go through that backdoor protection.
Starting to push out this top wave, and looks like IG are not interested in defending, which means in all likelihood
Wait out कर रही जी.
second tier 2 tower of the TI-10 main event. And it will be going to Yatoro or the creep wave. It is
Dire's
Yatoro.
top tower is under attack.
That's actually true. JT.
खुद डेसिमेट हो रही ना मैं.
Being shown from Yatoro. Black jumping on top of Toronto, Tokyo, but there.
4v4 है भैया. 4v3.
Next on the list. A 3-for-1. Still not enough
Tied?
to kill here for Yataro.
Elder.
Definitely has to be careful.
Elder.
Awesome synergy there between Slaughter and Monkey King. This is a nasty late game composition as well. We're not truly in the late game just yet. As I would rather call this the later portion of the mid game, but already you get corrosive haze on the target. Monkey King
Actually अच्छा trade लिया है लोग ने.
very quickly
लायन के लिए उन्होंने 3 किल किया है। हाँ।
वही बहुत सेफ फाइट
And while Kaka does die, it still means big cooldowns have been expended by the Radiant here. No Earth Splitter, no Grip.
नहीं एक्चुअली फाइट के पहले मैं मार्स ने लायन पे एंगेज किया था, लायन को स्टन किया, लायन मर गया उसी टाइम, और उसके बाद मार्स अरीना किया, अरीना में ही मर गया।
Much damage, basically killed off Invoker from 2/3 in seconds, and they're gonna for that. Toronto Tokyo's buying a BKB. You could imagine potentially a Lotus Orb would be somewhere in the future for the Radiant, but all of them are saying BKBs really, except Morph getting the Manta style. So Mars also giving up BKB. Potentially could have been a Hellbird game, but they value that magic community very, very high, and especially Lion and Leshrac.
Invoker dead. Invoker dead. बेन मार्स मरा, बेन भी मरा। बहुत अच्छा फाइट है। मॉर्फलिंग अभी भी फार्म करते हुए।
It is worrisome for Spirit how hard a time they have initiate.
700 गोल्ड और चाहिए, बट तब तक टावर टियर 2 टियर 3 भी गिर गए। नहीं स्लाइडर जाएगा, तो एक एचपी।
Signing autographs out front.
Radiant can regroup here, but it feels like just dominoes falling one by one in the last minute or so.
Fall back करके सब सब गोल्ड ले लेगा, सब क्रीप्स।
You have to be KBs. You literally have Fiend's Grip on your position for Bane. If he gets stopped by anything, anywhere between 6 and 9 seconds.
थोड़ा और 100-200 गोल्ड चाहिए उसको।
It's because of the amount of burst damage that they have, they're almost guaranteed to lose a key hero.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Those initial few seconds. Leshrac also with the BKB, of course, should mention that one. So it's problematic for Spirit. I think the saving grace for them later can be Invoker comes up, BKBs get low. So when all of them drop to 6,
नहीं हो सकता भैया।
just long enough to follow that control.
हो गया ऊपर बंदा है।
Tornado and Ice Wall.
ठीक है सर।
Awesome against both Monkey King and Soccer.
Yeah, and this, I mean, next rush is not spawning anytime soon, but this is the second rush is going to decide the game. I feel like if IG is secure, it's going to be super hard.
हो गया done
this game.
Oh no 24th minute है।
Not going into the triangle.
अरे भैया guys।
And in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo. This is something we saw him do a lot at the enemy.
गजब कास्ट।
Sidelines alone.
यहाँ पर बॉट लेन।
Side of the map. Even on heroes that aren't necessarily very good at
स्पॉट किया गया मार्स को पकड़ने की कोशिश। मार्स को पता है कि उनके पीछे है, ब्लिंक करके टीपी आउट, बट स्लाइडर नहीं पकड़ पाया। वेरी क्लोज। 30 seconds और नेवर माइंड। नेवर माइंड हो गया लेसरैक के साथ। गोल्ड में नीचे हो गया वो।
Getting on the other side of the map. You can see the heat map for Toronto Tokyo. Mostly the land stage, I would assume, but starting to spread the wealth to some degree. Yeah, we have 3 BKBs right now on IG and only 1 so far for Spirit.
यहाँ पर सेपरेट फाइट्स ले रहे हैं ये लोग।
Still working on his.
मॉर्फलिंग को देखा है वो लोग, पता है। नीचे में देखिए स्मोक गैंग वाला लोग देखा है मॉर्फलिंग को, लेकिन बेट आउट कर रहा है मॉर्फलिंग को। स्लीप हो गया, अरे आयो स्लीप।
Does IG.
You should be happy if your Spirit that was the worst. That could have gone so much worse. Toro got a clutch E-blade right before the 4th hit from Sora for that bash, and they do manage to get out.
अच्छा इंग्लिश कास्टर आ गया है,
Except
अभी देखो।
catching his 7th death As this main death as his team kills.
That's
swiftly out
not a good sign.
Absolutely not, but it's ET, right? But they're doing a really good job IG of in these fights. ET can often stand very, very far.
बेन मर गया नहीं कर पाएगा कुछ डेड मार्स भी डेड
Radiant's top tower is falling.
आई थिंक अब खत्म कर देना चाहिए गेम आईजी को जल्दी जल्दी करके क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम दे रहे हो इसको मार्शलिंग को इसका मॉर्बिड भी बन गया अब तो मॉर्बिड इथेरियल और फैल्कन मैंटा भी बन गया ओके
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I should say. And I think at this point they're probably waiting for
Look they're getting a bounty, right? Is this 9K?
A tithe to the
impurities. I'm sure we're going to see the replay here.
9K.
Good attempt from Toronto Tokyo to save his comrade there, but you can see the Kaka initiation with the nice stun from Kaka onto 2 there as well.
Speaking of 9K, a little bit of trivia. Do you know who was the first player in the world to get 9K MMR?
Miracle?
Yes.
Dyer's bottom
Against him in the game, he got 9K.
Dyer's bottom
Yes.
tower has fallen.
All right, that was pretty easy actually.
I know.
Thank you.
That's my main contribution to Pub Dota. Boosting the confidence of others. That's very good.
Appreciate that.
और 2 कैम स्टैक करो ना 6 to 10 हो जाएगा तो स्टैक नहीं कर रहे लोग
right now and transporting themselves to another dimension it seems. So 8K net worth lead for IG. They're just waiting for this second Roche, and if they're able to get it, you can see Toronto Tokyo trying to scout it out, but just spawned right afterwards. Oh man,
Dyer's
that's
bottom
really unlucky.
tower
But
is under
then
attack.
again, it was pretty late into the timer for Roche regardless. They just need JT in the vicinity, and they can take that
About
super
that
duper fast. This is going to be the
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Your favorite question.
It's gonna be Emo. We can be pretty sure of this. There we go.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Of the TI main stage goes
right.
to Emo.
And that is
Great call, Suns fan.
the split earth that just creates bigger split earths in a delay. Very nice. Usually really good for high ground defense, but something tells me ID's not going to need it specifically for that.
Card
continues to go on this trajectory.
It's really nice zone control, and you look at their lineup. They have so many stuns that they can like get off the double value on a single.
बड़ा हो जाता है
If you get, let's say, Lion Hex into
Radiant's top
then you can
tower
earn
is under
and
attack.
you can start off and then the second spell.
अटैकिंग में अच्छा
Bottom tower is under attack.
चेन स्टन कर रहा है
Shard onto Io. This is a really good game for them, considering what
या फिर मार्स शॉट करने के लिए
but they are opting to put it on the core first.
नहीं हमको क्या लगता है पता है मोस्टली मार्स करीना के लिए करेगा मार्स अरीना फ्लैश रैक पकड़ा गया मार्स अच्छा अरीना अच्छा बैक ऑफ यहाँ पर आईजी डेड
And Kaka, all right, Glimmer. I think spotted him though. Not able to finish.
Whoa.
Oh my God, Kaka! Are you serious?
एकदम clutch link and
After all
TPO.
that, either great defense from Team Spirit. Obviously, Aegis was put on Emo.
Yeah,
Questionable.
exactly. It's a bit questionable to maybe have him push that tower without the Aegis. You could have let Monkey
ये
do
बात
this with
तो
the
है।
big delay and the Aqua behind for protection, but they were just not expecting this play. Super well set up there. Collapse going for that high value spear, and the follow-up arena adjusted. Now it's about a 3K gold swing. They still don't think the Aegis though. He's asleep. Oh, he's awake. And really exciting. And now it's over.
वहाँ पे लेफ्ट
Can we get
तो नहीं आना
highlighted?
चाहिए या फिर अपना स्टन अगर वो टावर के नीचे में करता.
He is hitting critical mass here pretty soon, Sinner, and he is mega farmed overall. But I mean, on the other side, Yataro still top of the net worth. He has actually the Titan sliver drop is over the jungle.
सिर्फ योटारो लोगों ने अच्छा फार्म किया, बाकी सब नीचे है.
He has the Manta BKB and E-Blade going.
I think IG को 2-3 और फाइट जीतना होगा तो जाके पूरा खत्म गेम से.
6K network lead for.
नहीं तो नहीं होगा.
Right now, still with the Aegis in tow.
This is a big movement. They have the smoke coming out. Relocate is available.
इनवोकर पकड़ा गया अकेले. इनवोकर बच्चा भी लाइक मैं क्यों फंसता हूँ?
ये लोग का वही है. मॉर्टलिंग छोड़ के बाकी सब एक एक करके पकड़ा जाता है. और एल्डर टाइटन और उधर मार्क
from Fly, but he can be as
एल्डर टाइटन तो फीड कर रहा है भाई.
एल्डर टाइटन देखो यहाँ पे सेपरेट है.
देखो स्टन हो गया, मर गया. यहाँ पर बेन ऊपर में मस्त देख रहा है सिनसिनाटा.
was really thinking hard about what to call this invincibility ability of the courier, and after a lot of deliberation they ended up with shield. I think very good choice. It's out there together with Ash and amplify damage as very good disruptive names.
I think those actually.
I like amplify damage, honestly.
I agree.
I think
now it's corrosive haze.
Yeah,
sounds like a Viper skill, honestly.
It really does, actually.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Them does not sound super hype, I'm not gonna lie. But then again, amplified damage had that same issue, so whatever.
इथीरियल नहीं भैया, गोस्ट सेप्टर करके भाग रहा था बिल्डर.
हाँ वही इथीरियल फॉर्म.
हाँ
मॉर्टलिंग को आप चेंज कर सकते हैं.
गेम तो डेड है. नेवर माइंड. हाँ अब तो GG है आई गेस. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's not the important one. Keep in mind, Aegis is running out soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
7 सेकंड है. एजिस कहाँ बाकी? 5 4 3 2 1 खत्म. एजिस लो भाई, अब तो पीछे हो जाओ. एरिया डिनाइल. Monkey King dead. Leshrac TP out.
Gets out. So only finding one, but still an important kill.
That's a couple of really good defensive play calls here. Again, expired, but the problem is you.
आयो को पकड़ा था.
Like that could have even worked without the moment, but it's like an impossible judgment call to make in the moment, so you will generally see the core bite back. That win a lot more bittersweet because you have an opening now for IG to win the game flat out by just killing them more time. And you're not going to be able to get anything meaningful in this minute. The King is still dead. There's no Roche. All of your waves were pushed pretty far, so you need to just spend this time putting out fires across the map so you can start maybe finding a move when all the enemy team is alive again.
Radiant are scanning.
AD top, and there is a Morphling in the game. Yeah, quite possibly the best hero to have a double damage on. One of them at the very least. Has a Scotty, now does Yataro, so obviously not safe for buyback at this point since he does not possess one.
That's what buy all out. It's
a team, if they're not able to force any buybacks from Fly, that would have been pretty big, but pretty risky as well.
This is I'm not gonna call it a Hail Mary move. It's likely to disrupt the game here from Team Spirit. If move fails and Morph dies, things are looking very grim. They will. I like it from them though. You gotta take the kind of initiative if you want to make a comeback in this game eventually. You can't just sit back and play chicken for 8 minutes. Oh, they will see if they can find an invasive move into the enemy triangle.
Leshrac मरा. Leshrac बचा हुआ है. Leshrac और GG है. GG है. Mega kill.
Whoa.
GG है बोल रहा हूँ। Rampage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
The fortification. Remember, two of
Alacrity
these
के साथ
warriors
मौत
do not have a
अभी
region right now.
डबल
They use the last one remaining.
Dire's middle tower is under Dire's middle
ये लोग
tower
मैच
has
खत्म
fallen.
Back into the game. We'll be back
Mars buyback.
again onto the Morphling. Going
Dire's
for the tier
bottom
4 tower.
tower
This
is
would be an enormous
fallen.
turnaround for Team Spirit. Boundless strike from afar. They're just
Lion slept.
as long as possible.
Tier 3 tower dead.
Dire's bottom barracks are
अभी
under
फाइट
attack.
लेनी
Radiant's courier has been killed.
वो देखो लॉकडाउन करके अरे
GG's.
Literally can't believe that they just won.
I think the best pick was Morphling.
हाँ
तो गेम जीता है.
ही नहीं उसका परफॉर्मेंस भी अच्छा ही था
हाँ.
It's one thing that they pull off that confident move into the enemy triangle, but the fact that they get that result out of it was way more than they could have ever hoped for. Oh my god, they capitalized so hard on that. No buyback on the Lesh, no buyback on the Slardar. And you got a question, we talked about it earlier in the game. Emo can pop off, he can also be a little reckless. That blend in with BKB into 3 enemy heroes basically cost them the game.
I mean, he is playing with an IO, so I understand the thought process, but it just
for
didn't
sure.
have time to relocate or anything.
He underestimated the damage of the enemy team. I think he was fighting into a double damage Morphling, and if Elder Titan was next to him with that natural order, you died like 5 hits.
Right.
He just didn't. Just a wrong read on the situation there, and that gives Team Spirit a 1-0 lead. Crazy.
And we were we were basically about to put the nail in the coffin in there for Team Spirit. They were down 8K. They lost the second rush. We thought that would be it. But able to just come back with a vengeance. And my goodness, what a display from Team Spirit. Cannot believe it. But let's see what the panel has to say about this crazy, crazy turnaround. Sorry, it was to the panel we go.
Was he apologising then for Team Spirit finishing so suddenly before we didn't even expect it? We were running to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse are the perfect duo in Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately 2. Trent, what did you make of that epic turnaround right at the end?
Well, you know, in the Oxford English Dictionary, the last word is ziziva. But here at TI, the last word, it's BSJ, and he covered it. He talked about burst damage, and what just happened in that game? Burst damage. I know he was talking about IG, I think mostly, but turns out he actually knew all along that it was going to be the big plays in the end with the burst damage, and that's what happened. There was no time for the actual save with the relocate coming out from Ollie, and it cost him.
It's definitely a game where IG will be kicking themselves a bit because they were the ones who were dictating play the entire game, even till the very end in some sense, except for that one smoke move. They were trying to breach high ground multiple times, and Team Spirit just coordinated all their spells so well to burst these heroes.
Yeah, it was just a huge amount of single target damage. It was the double damage on Morphling that he got to use in that fight. Tons of right click, Collapse hit really nice initiations as well, so even after they won the initial fight and they go for the chase down, he catches the Monkey King behind the tier 2. The creep wave is in the right position, so all of a sudden it was like we got all these crucial kills and it's a tier 2 tower, and they weren't necessarily saving for a buyback because they were so far ahead. It just opened up the game in such a big way.
Well, should we go back to the very start now we've covered the end and talk about the draft? Because as the draft panel was saying, as BSJ was saying, the draft was very much looking like it was in IG's favor. It was very much a load of counter picks from Team Spirit. They were set up for the defense and they were able to capitalize. What did you think of the way that Spirit did draft against IG? Did you have your reservations, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. I think IG just strictly had an easier game because they get to, as Insania pointed several times, control the flow of the game. Because like basically Team Spirit had to wait until IG made a move and they had to respond. And the
first of all कि वो लोग खुद single picks कर रहा था, but
Aegis. That was nice. Kind of
वो लोग
played the game a little
टावर्स
bit.
जल्दी जल्दी नहीं ले रहा था,
You have to like wait on that high ground and make a
खुद
play.
सिंगल आउट कर करके फाइट्स जीत रहा है, लेकिन टावर्स क्यों नहीं ले रहा है जल्दी जल्दी
Oh, that was massive for them.
जल्दी जल्दी।
मॉर्फलिंग को बहुत टाइम दे दिया, फर्क करके
हाँ वही तो, तभी बोले थे कि बहुत टाइम दे रहा है।
I also think just not rushing high ground. They could have waited things out. One of the items that's really become
हाँ,
problematic on just like getting an A on
वो लोग
dispatch.
सिंगल सिंगल करके बस फाइट जीत रहा है और बैक ऑफ हो जा रहा है।
Team Spirit can't burst these heroes down, so I think they kind of made a few misplays.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest one. The losing the Lesh on that
नहीं,
like cliff, it
तो
could have been
पहले
a
ही
Rex
बोला,
there instead
बहुत
being
टाइम
slows
दे दिया
down.
लोग।
But it's so weird to think about that game because all I can think about is
मॉर्फलिंग 40 जैसे हिट करता है ना, उसका पावर बूस्ट होता है
jumped on
उसका
by
इंस्टेंट।
Slardar, gets jumped on by Monkey King. He's like running away at 350 movement speed. Good luck escaping the enemy
Hopefully,
squad, but
second match
they
is
just
tough.
lost so many team fights. But all they needed was that one good
हाँ,
fight
अभी ओवर नहीं हुआ।
position, and they just got IG on the back foot.
Insane how they turn the tide of the game. Let's take a look
I think
at some of the key
अभी
numbers
का ड्राफ्ट में
from
क्या
that
होगा
match.
पता
I
है,
mean,
मॉर्फलिंग बैन हो गया।
I'm still catching my breath back
मेरे को लग रहा है।
from that turnaround at the end there. You can see in our rather glorious, big, beautiful monitor there. Any numbers that are jumping out to you, Gods?
Probably Yaduro's Morphling. I mean, as far as actually like, you know, carrying the game, I think both, I mean, you look at the carriers on both sides, but he's the guy who really dished out some crazy damage in that last fight with the double damage. Played pretty clean throughout the game. Had a really tough time playing into Slardar with the single target burst damage, but he still made the pick work.
And his net worth was really high for the extent of the game as well. His lane was maybe a little rough, but he was on the top of the net worth charts even after he died top by the tier 2. And it was really nice for Morphling to be the frontliner in some cases because he was difficult to kill. Like right before that huge fight they had, he had 52 armor and he had the Titan Sliver. So he's actually very tanky against these minus armor solutions, even if some of those run at you problems existed in the early game.
Yeah, I just see Fly 10, 3, and 7, and I'm just like, you know, I feel like that's the guy who's typing in the post game, you know, about how didn't we win this game? Because I feel like we spent the entire time watching, basically talking about why IG was doing so well and why it looked like a sure victory for them moving forward, and then just got turned around.
With that said, though, for carry players, like you can have this great game, but all it takes is one mistake, and it's so crucial because you are so much net worth. You're so much of the map. It's like if he gets picked off and makes that one teamfight mistake, you realize as a carry player, you only get tops 2 of those a game before you lose. So.
And was it a case of it just being too fast from Team Spirit for IG to recover? Because that first Roche fight from Spirit, it looked like it could have been a mistake from IG. They were prioritizing the T2 tower, they took the outpost, and it was almost like they didn't even know the Roche fight was happening.
Yeah, no, that was, again, the DD rune definitely helps. Like, Morphling's one of the absolute best heroes in the entire game since it just doubles essentially all of your damage, the way you build Morphling. So it's super fast and they grab that. But I think for me, it was just like, there were risky plays from Team Spirit throughout that entire game, and a lot of the times they were not going well. But hey, the risk paid off in the end, and that's why you just got that snap victory.
It was just like such a small moment where like Bane shows in the tri-camp. They see him, they're like, oh, we've been winning the last 3 fights. Jump on it. They jump in, and all of a sudden he's committed. And then you don't have time to click on Morphling to see if he's a DD. And half the time you can't tell with the cosmetics anyways with everything flying around. So it's like you just don't. It just was such a split moment. It cost him everything.
And Fly in that situation, did he need to be set up towards the later game better by his teammates?
I think that was just maybe as a team they got kind of caught out by surprise there rather than Fly doing anything too wrong. By the time he got caught in the trees, you know, things had already fallen apart. Emu's the one who should not have jumped in. He didn't have any backup, or the backup he had, the IO, the relocate saves weren't coming in. But really for me, it's like, you got to give credit to Spirit for the fact they were willing to make those bold, risky plays, you call them, because so many teams, when they're down like that, they'll just keep waiting on the high ground. Because they had success there. They were defending their high ground. They managed to kill heroes twice in the top lane as well as in the mid lane. But they said, no, we're winning these fights, but now let's go make another risky move on their side of the map.
IG, getting too confident? A little bit cocky?
Not
Feeling
anymore.
their own tingles? Was that an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't brought tingles, and I don't know. This is all fresh for us here. I don't know.
Okay, I brought chaos to the desk. Absolutely, my apologies. Let's talk then about whether we think IG can recover, because they're definitely going to be feeling shaken after that finish, Gods.
Yeah, I feel like for me, IG's a team who's going to look at that game. They've, you know, got a very experienced coach in Super, and just be able to say, hey, look, we dictated play. We made one crucial game-deciding mistake. I think IG will be happy with their draft, will be happy with their play throughout 99% of that game. And it's the kind of game where, yeah, losing that is heartbreaking, but you're in the best of 3s now, and I think they can still get some confidence from it.
Are you also feeling positive about this purge? I mean,
Yeah,
we've
for
got to
sure.
think back to that reverse sweep at the Singapore Major, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure they have plenty of ability to take that one. The tough thing is it's going to hurt when they think about that game, certainly. All they got to do is close out the series, and they're going to be like, all right, we threw that one time, but it's okay. We came back. It's gonna build some confidence. But if they happen to lose this series, that's going to be like one of those Dota cringe moments for the rest of their life, for sure.
Dota cringe. That's what I was brought
We all
here
have
to do.
it. Who else has it? You guys all have it.
I feel it. That's my version of a tinker. It's the Dota cringe. Now, Spirit, they've got this little boost of confidence now, but could they get ahead of themselves? I know it's a cliche, but it's for a reason.
Most certainly, right? We're all guilty of that at times, but hopefully they can recognize that game was gifted a little bit near the end. Yes, they capitalized on the mistakes, but a mistake nonetheless was there. So you still have to tighten up. Much like I think IG can look at that game and be like, guys, in some ways that's an easy loss because we made one mistake, we lost, but it's okay. The rest of our game plan was very good. As Team Spirit, you need to recognize there were some issues, and we got a little bit lucky, got kind of bailed out. Awesome play, that was sick, but this wasn't actually the best situation that we were in at the end.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of just like embracing, like, let's just play this bold riskier because they're the underdogs. And I think the way you win in that situation is by just doing unexpected stuff, by, taking those perhaps at times, poor risky plays, but they catch teams by surprise.
And this is the thing, when you look back at that game, Spirit were the ones making most of the mistakes.
Yeah, and that's because they kind of wanted to take fights, but they didn't have a super easy way to do it compared to their opponents. Their opponents had Slaughter that could jump in and initiate with a stun to set up other stuns. They could have Monkey King do it as well. Whereas on the Spirit side, like half the time, their disables were like the Morphling turning into a Monkey King and throwing a stun. So it wasn't as straightforward for them to take fights unless for some reason they had perfect vision over their opponents. So as long as IG played well, which they did, they didn't get a lot of opportunities in a lot of those early fights as well. They tried to jump in with collapse, BKBs are ready, which basically countered all of the heroes on the Spirit side. So they just had to keep fishing, and eventually they found one.
Well, the teams are taking back to the stage, and if they're feeling anything like me right now, their hands are incredibly sweaty because it's all down to IG now. Can they make this a 1-1 situation, or are they going to be shockingly heading down into the lower bracket at the end of this one? We were saying on the panel earlier, we were feeling maybe it's going to be a 2-1 situation. We just maybe expected IG to have the upper hand as we go into this one. But you know what? We've spoken enough about IG. Let's take a look at how Spirit got to the international.
Something hit him, but honestly,
he's still going to be able to get the jump on Always Want to Fly. Oh, that BKB ain't going to save him.
Okay.
As he instantly goes down, collapse, he's going to be saved as well. The false promise comes out, the Lotus Storm as well allow them to turn things around. They're in on top of Vichun. General off from the side, they've put the BKB. They've got to respect the Enigma. They've got to watch out for this black hole as Yutoro's waiting out that BKB. He wants to be able to try and help Toronto. Tokyo's now going to jump in over towards Vichun. He's found the bash. Vichun getting over, he's trying to get the mana point now. Yutoro is able to find it. The black hole's down though, allowing Vichun to buy some time for himself, but the nuke damage there from Miposhka finishes Vichun. They get the kill on General. They're going to be able to clean up Iceberg as well as Team Spirit take down the entire squad of Na'Vi. Use the BKB for that attempt. Yutoro gonna have Pikachu jumping in. The Wraith King. Get him chain stunned. Can't stop him from taking the tower. Yutoro. First from once.
Whoa! Oh, the disrupt!
Oh, yeah,
the disrupt on the finger.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I saw him disappear. I was like, wait, he didn't die. He didn't lose the ult. He still got a good to go. Mirror with the perfect timing. All right, oh baby.
Luna has near 6k gold
here. He sees a multi-shot. He sees him on top of the creep wave. Miposhka is kind of waiting. He's going to intercept the Centaur. Meanwhile, he turns around, gusts up, and kills the Invoker. Now Yutoro's got to get out of here. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that the Drow has an opportunity to do so with the coil. They can actually turn things around here. On the high ground, Drow not sure if she wants to be able to stumble into that one. Miposhka playing into this street light. Meanwhile, the Oracle once again being harried constantly by the Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer caping up. Mickey's on in. Does manage to blow up one, but immediate buyback from Miposhka. Now he's stuck on this high ground with the Rams going in. Yutoro throwing damage from from the low ground. It doesn't matter with your elevation, you've got him dead. Toronto Tokyo helps out with a double kill, and they don't have the buyback on Team Liquid. Toronto Tokyo now chasing after Taiga as well. He is relentless. He will not stop. He is not content until he brings down every member of Team Liquid, and he'll manage to get a third.
Spirit. Empire, lay down a ward. It's in vision. Dude, they're so afraid. Vanscore gonna get caught. Tornado.
It's finally happening.
Has that BKB. Arena gets thrown to all of them. Where's the follow-up though? Yutaro jumps in, wants to blow him up. There's gonna be the Sunstrike afterwards. Toronto Tokyo landing all this damage on top of them. 3 are dead. Dude, what an arena from Collapse. In the moment they needed it, he gave it to them. Now, the Yule Scepter lift up, trying to interrupt this arrow coming through, but the stun is there. They find the kill. 4 go down, and there's the tip to him as Team Spirit found that opening.
All they wanted.
Arrow sentry combo on the low ground.
Forward, Alacrity on the Smiling Knight. They want to find that back line, but the Curse Crown is there. Oh, the stun, it catches afterwards, and there's the, oh, what a connection. Yutaro jumps in, never a chance. Team Spirit makes the play, finds the kill. They're going to TI, Trent.
So I guess Invictus Gaming, they're going to be banning Mars in the next draft?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You see all those highlights, like collapse on the Mars, collapse on the Mars. Oh, wait, look, it's collapse. He's Marsing, you know? And we talked about it. We knew it was happening. They obviously knew it was going to be there, and then he performs like that. So, yes, good one. This is good insight. You're learning fast.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but it did seem like the arena was the common theme in Yutoro's success on Morphling, especially our first rampage of the main event. Trent, you've got some stats.
Yes, our helpful stats department here, thank you very much, has provided us only the 5th rampage ever in the TI playoffs.
I thought there would have been double that at least.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Committed by an 18-year-old. Murder on the Romanian National Arena dance floor. Can we call it a dance?
And usually when those rampages come, it's like the game's over decidedly already.
Yeah,
this was like a comeback rampage into an insane finish. It was special. That's
You know, it was also special. Well, not special for a certain panelist over on the draft panel, seeing Liquid's demise at the hands of the teenagers of Team Spirit. It was getting slightly awkward in the studio, but it's okay because we felt sorry for him and we actually gave him a job. So you'll be meeting Aiden again in the draft panel very shortly once we are ready to get into things. There he is. Give him a wave. His first TI as well. It's all right. You're doing great. We are ready very soon to get into the lobby, but you know what? It's prediction time, boys. 10 seconds.
2-0.
IG bounce back.
2-1 Spirit.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the draft panel. Once again, we have the pro that Frankie was talking about, Insania, and of course, Lacoste. How did you see that, Lacoste? You said at the end of that last draft, I don't like this draft, but I like Team Spirit.
I did, because I saw the confidence, you know, them walking on the stage, there was a bit of a delay, they're really having fun, spirits are high. And I love the confidence in the end, you know, going for that tier 4 towers. This is the snap decision making that you need to, you know, say, we go right now. Someone needs to scream, someone needs to yell, and everyone followed. And I really like that.
Would you stand with your decision or your choice of words that the draft was still better for IG, but they just outplayed the other?
I do. There were a couple of mistakes from IG. IG had this big 3 BKB timing that they did not execute perfectly, going for the high ground. Maybe there was a bit of a mistake giving Aegis to the different hero. You usually want to, as you said in our green room, I'll quote you, you want to give Aegis to the hero that, you know, deals the tower damage. So that should have been Lesh instead of Monkey King.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, if you want to aim to go high ground within the Aegis timer, then you want to put the Aegis on the hero that's going to deal tower damage. And traditionally, that is your position 1 and your carry, which is why most of the time they end up taking the Aegises. But in this case, Leshrac is your source of tower damage, so I would have preferred to see the Aegis on the Lesh. I think another interesting thing in this series was, if you guys load back into the replay, those of you who care, you will notice that at one point, Team Spirit took over the triangle where they found their team fight that got them back into the game. So they probably had vision there that they were smoking towards in the end. So this vision set up by Miposhka at some point in the game really enabled the potential comeback there. And something that a lot of teams do poorly is they will sit in their base when they fall behind. But Team Spirit, they decided to move over to the enemy triangle and set up this ward that gave them the huge rampage comeback.
Is there a power to the fact that Team Spirit picks these comfort heroes? They always try similar strategies, things that are tried and true. Do you think this gives them the ability to have this confidence?
I think when like Akal said, right, the draft I don't think was very good.
Okay.
But it was comfort heroes, like you're saying. I think after a game like this, you feel relieved that you got the win, but you know in the back of your mind that we might need to still switch up the draft a bit to be in a better position in the next game.
Okay. Do you find that comfort is a good idea to go for the first game of the series to get that potential win and get it out of the way?
I understand that you would start there, but I think you're going to have to develop and adapt. And I don't expect them to give IG all the pacing again like they did in game 1.
All right. We're starting with the draft now again. We see Doom and Lion on the IG side, and Team Spirit picking a favorite here. It's going to be a really big change of pace. Weaver and Legion. We were actually talking about this, Lacoste, that we think of Collapse as this big teamfight hero, tanky teamfight, not so much the single target initiation. What can you tell me about this start for them?
This is something that's going to provide them, again, Legion Commander got banned out in the second phase after IG picked Lion in the first game, so it's a dispel mechanic, it's a free BKB once you get a shard, 1.75 seconds, and it's also a decent amount of heal against the Doom that could, make the difference, whether you die or not. Also, Weaver, we still don't know where it's going to go, judging by the Team Spirit, the way they played it. It's probably going to be that position 4, the classic standard build, Spirit Vessel into Aghanim Scepter, and then Aghanim Scepter, you just get huge value. I already said at the start of the previous game that I really liked Mira on that Weaver, where he makes so much space, he gets tons of levels. Like, one of the good things about position 4 Weaver is that you're really survivable, and sometimes when you do a trade, let's say your offlaner dies, enemy safe laner dies, you get the free levels, you get the gold, and one of the reasons why the hero is so popular.
If you have a Legion Weaver lane, let's say put them forward and say, what do you think of that lane? Is it a strong lane?
I think it's a good enough lane in most cases. Okay. You're going to get farm out of the lane. What I think is important to note here is if you think about how Doom functions, he will put Doom on someone, and then it will slowly take the hero to death, right? And when we talked about earlier, we talked a lot about timings, because timings are very integral in the way you draft. So when you have Weaver when Weaver reaches the Aghanim Scepter timing in the game, you'll be able to reset heroes back from getting doomed. So most likely, the heroes that get doomed won't tick out over time. And I think this puts Team Spirit in a position now that they have very good scaling as the game goes on. Their timings are very strong against IGs. The instant initiation from Lion can get dispelled by the Legion Commander, followed up with if he buys the shard, then there's no stun coming out, there's no follow-up on that, which will get a hero out of trouble very easily.
To go back to the Aghanim Scepter, I like that IG responded with Doom plus a Lion, so that's there's burst damage that they need, so maybe Weaver will not be able to get the Aghanim Scepter off. We've seen, Lion, you're charging that Finger of Death, and sometimes it's all it takes, that a bit of an extra burst damage. This time around, Tiny will get banned in the second phase by IG. Same goes for Wraith King. Of course, Wraith King is one of the better counters to Doom. You are not going to get doomed in the team fights most of the time. Tiny, it's a flex pick for Team Spirit. They played it quite a lot on the mid lane, and they also ran it on the safe lane when it's needed.
This time, Team Spirit also got rid of the Monkey King, which they saw as a threat last game, and also, once again, melee offlaner, making sure that you want to have an easier lane here. Insania, could you tell me the strengths a bit of this Doom Lion as a starting combo?
I think the nice thing about it is that it's fairly flexible. You can still run the Doom pretty much in any position. He's going to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. The Lion, they ran in the safe lane the last game. It's played by Kaka, I think, pretty much exclusively on their team. But they have the ability to flex it between the safe lane and the off lane. So IG's sticking a little bit more to this idea of, we want to have a more flexible draft. We want to be able to do what we want with our heroes here. I think the Lina ban from Team Spirit is something they should look out for. Chinese teams consider this hero to be very, very strong against Leshrac. And we noticed in the last game, the Lina got banned. IG instantly went for the Leshrac. So I think that might be something that's on their mind to potentially ban out here.
Lina in general just feels super strong. We're staying away from this Yule Scepter, Lina spellcaster type of a build. It's just Most of the time, Boots' travel into BKB, into Crystallis, which can be transitioned into either Daedalus, or we can see the Silver Edge when it's needed. A lot of the heroes that have break, that don't like to be broken in the game, are not as popular because the Silver Edge just feels like one of the best items right now.
Is there any hero that you think it should be being played that because he's broken, you wouldn't play him right now? Is there any hero that comes to mind that you think?
Yeah, Spectre. I definitely did expect much more Spectre to be picked, but Silver Edge, like you see Silver Edge being picked from the off lane, from the mid lane, even the safe laners get it.
Yeah, that's fair. What do you think the next pick should be here for IG? Or what are they trying to set up here with the third and fourth?
So right now, what IG has going for them, I think, is that they have slightly faster heroes, and they have like a clear-cut initiation.
Oh.
And now they have the control for the Legion, right? So if the Legion purges a Lion's initiation, then that means free grips for Bane. So you have a way to effectively force out the Legion purge, so that you have the ability to get the Fiend's grip off. Plus, it's a strong laner against Legion. You have the Nightmare mechanic to sleep against a duel, so it's hard to rack up duel damage as a Legion commander. For Team Spirit, this means that the Bane is now a hero that they need to figure out a way to solve.
Yeah,
because
they definitely need something that can, like any long disruptive stun or a silence, something that can cut into backline. Spirits come to mind. Like, you still are playing into Lion, so playing any of the Spirits is going to be a bit tricky. Storm Spirit was banned out by Team Spirit, but Void Spirit definitely comes to my mind, especially for once you get that Aghanim Scepter timing, jumping the backlines with into Lion and Bane could be a bit tricky for them.
That's a potential save to a degree, depending on what you're facing. If Bane is too close to the Fiend script, you also have the way to threaten the Bane to move by just throwing kisses at him. But the Snapfire also combines here nicely with the Legion Commander. Duel, very similar to the Skyreth Mage combo. Probably going to be able to kill most heroes.
Yeah.
Where else is the strength of the Snapfire? Why do they go for this 5 particularly?
So I think generally speaking, when you pick a 3-position hero that doesn't really provide teamfight for your draft, you're going to have to compensate for it with some other role.
Right.
So Snapfire brings this teamfight that they are lacking in their draft right now. It's a lot of very single target damage, and when you don't have any teamfight, it feels difficult to take these like slightly harder fights when you've got to go up a high ground or something like that. So Snapfire not only is a very powerful laner with a minus armor that has really nice synergy with the Chaos Knight, and especially going up against a hero like Doom, it's very effective because he doesn't have any armor at all, or very low armor rather.
And now we see a hero that's been picked in both carry and the offlane position, the CK. I think it was Beast Coast that was mainly providing the carry CK, but I don't know.
It's got more
using it.
IG more.
What is it about this game? Because it's not a very popular hero right now.
It's a super strong laner, especially when paired up with the strong position 5, which Snapfire is, and also you don't care too much about getting doomed in the fights, I would say. You can still be able to reset. I like the Snapfire in general. With the repositioning tool, once Lion jumps on you with just Cookie, could make the difference, especially since the cast range was nerfed on Lion's stun.
You have a good minus armor strat as well going on with the CK Weaver plus the Snapfire, as you mentioned. Is the Morphling an idea to that? Someone that can get really hard armor and is more scared of the magical burst?
I absolutely think it's good. I think it can go both ways though. When you have a lot of minus armor, it racks up pretty fast. And for the early portions of the game before Morphling has like that ridiculous 50 armor point, it is, you have the ability to burst them down, and they have a lot of lockdown and stuns. So the Morphling does hit at later timing against these heroes, but I do think one of the issues that Spirit ran into in the last game was they really lacked pace. They were at the mercy of IG running at them almost constantly. But now they've flipped it around. If you look at their heroes now, you can tell that they understood from the last game that, hey, we can't play this low of a game. We can't let them make all the moves. And now I think they've fixed that problem for their draft. They have pretty active heroes that can make things happen.
Would you say on the flip side that IG now might be more on the defensive?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks like IG... Personally, I really liked IG's draft in the last game, and I think they had the right idea in mind. I think this time around, their draft is a bit slower. It might be like, we lost the first game, so we want to make sure we have some sort of more late game, or we want to make sure that we can go late, but...
I want to see some kind of AoE against CK Illusions, because if CK does not get jumped first with the Lion Doom, they're going to have a huge problem to deal with.
Because, in case you're a viewer that hasn't watched in a while, you think, oh, Lion, you can just monitor them, hex them. No, not CK. They're considered strong illusions, and they can't just simply be dispelled just like that. Last game, Lacoste, you told us about how Team Spirit had good counter initiation, so even if they were defensive, they had good ways to respond. Do you feel similarly about IG's draft right now?
I don't think they have the best counter initiation. I think this game is pretty heavily like, if you can get the Doom off on Chaos Knight before he Phantasms, you're going to be very happy about that. Because IG don't really have that much, Team Spirit doesn't really have that much damage between the Weaver and the Legion and the Snapfire in the early game.
They also have no reliable stuns. Duel's going to be good, but there are no silences whatsoever, and there's always going to be this Nightmare save that could potentially make the difference. So Morphling should have a good time.
Okay. Do we have any? Is it the Weaver Vessel carrier this game?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
It just feels like the standard build.
Yeah, I know that people really harp on the Axe because it looks so good, but ever since the range nerfs, we have seen much more play with the traditional Weaver Spirit Vessel, even Gleipnir builds we've seen on Weaver.
Right. I think if you go for the Aghanims immediately, it takes you 4,000 gold before you really get any impact. But the Spirit Vessel, like the 800 gold that you spend on the urn, directly translates into impact. And even the Vitality Booster is not a bad item for Weaver, because if you survive the burst, you're able to get your ultimate off.
Yep.
So it's pretty high value to get that bonus HP.
Here we get the most Toronto Tokyo hero, which is the Shadow Fiend, I'd say. Literally, his playstyle would be very much like this man. Just go in, be able to draw some attention, initiate as well as a mid laner, deal high damage. Where does it fit into?
Invictus Gaming's turn to pick.
फाइनल पिक क्या होगा?
Ember Spirit. You may now select your heroes.
मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था एम्बर या वॉइड स्पिरिट ये मैच में. स्टॉर्म तो बैन कर दिया था. ईमो एम्बर स्पिरिट. स्पार्क्लाटोरो केओस नाइट लेके
यातुरो इज प्लेइंग क्या है वो केओस नाइट. ओह
那我走。
会不会玩呀？
也不是。那我走。
Что вы от меня хотите?
Парни, що ми на драфті? Парни, що ми на драфті?
मॉर्फलिंग होगा या फिर एम्बर होगा. एम्बर को दे दे रहा है. फर्स्ट प्लेयर टू गेट 15 डिनाइज. Shadow
with one of the worst segues of all time, BSJ does it again, ladies and gentlemen. Suns fan here with Cinderin. I mean, Gabe himself, Cinderin, would be really proud of BSJ in this case, and Team Spirit for coming back in a god tier game number 1.
Lion or Bane? Bane भी हो सकता है.
Honestly, we can talk as much about the draft as we want and everything, but you gotta talk about the mental game in a game like this. You were up really far. You were looking great. One moment, one key decision from Emo, and one great play from Team Spirit at the exact same time with a double damage rune, and the game just ended out of nowhere. You need to be able to cope with games like that. It will happen, and just reset mentally, get into the next game, and keep trusting your teammates, keep playing your best, and identify what the problem was so you don't make the mistake again. Because honestly, for the first 30 minutes of that game, IG were just better. And then they lost in 2, and that's very frustrating, but most teams at TI have been in a situation like that before. And it's a best of 3. Imagine if that was a best of one for IG. That
Hello.
would have been absolutely soul crushing. That
Hello.
could later today to any of the teams. You never know.
Hello.
It could be ones later down the line.
Scary.
I do want to highlight Emo a little bit here, just because. So in that last game, like we talked about, this player is very, very aggressive in nature. He makes some insane flashy plays, but he also has some maybe a little bit too crazy.
हम सब emo डालते हैं सब emo डालते हैं
लास्ट वाला डिवाइड लाइन
अच्छा ठीक ठीक ठीक
Let's see in the rune fight here. Not too much going to go down here.
Weaver
2
भी
for
हो
2
सकता है।
runes it looks to be. Oh, 3 for 1 actually for Team Spirit. So a little bit of a head start there.
दो गेम चलाने से लैग होता है
Shadow Field is an issue all the time when you go for creeps. Flame Guard isn't strong enough to sustain, again, multi-raise combos. So Emo should be... It's fair to say he's going to lose this lane unless he plays absolutely out of his mind. And again, that mental game, you know, let's say you're playing from behind as Ember in this game. Make sure you don't try to overcompensate by trying to get too crazy because you lost your lane.
Right.
And rather stay here and...
Well, having said that, Emo, of course, this was discussed earlier, pre-game 1, the fact that at the Singapore Major they were down 0-2 against EG, and Emo came back with a vengeance in game 3, and, well, they did a reverse sweep. So, like you said, the mental fortitude of this IG team is not... Like, if this was maybe a younger team, then I could see that being more of a case. Like, if this was split maybe, or, sorry, if it was reversed for Toronto Tokyo, or somebody on Team Spirit, I could see that perhaps having more of an effect. But IG, they had a lot of experience this year, especially, for sure. Well, top lane, we have Fly on the Morphling with Ollie's Bane. So Bane is going to be on the opposing team this time around against Mira's Snapfire and Collapse on the Legion Commander. Legion Commander, one of those heroes where doesn't feel like it feels like a the attack hero lately. Getting more so by the year, Cinderin. Are we expecting the duel to be the actual initiator, or are they looking for
to become the ult and duel a regular spell?
I mean, as much as I love the theory craft, that is, I mean, it is his ult. It is her ult for the most part, let's be real. But yeah, initiation-wise, what is Team Spirit looking for? Like when you get to the mid to late game?
First of all, this game itself, the Legion Snapfire.
ये फीवर अब डिवॉर्ड क्यों कर रहे हैं सपोर्ट फीवर हुआ
Should be having a good time to begin. So Collapse will probably be able to find a decent timing on Blink. I do think.
Overwhelming odds and scatter. Are you kidding me?
They were not ready for that. Ollie with the Nightmare was not enough, just too late.
Absolutely. So first blood, the way of Team Spirit. They obviously have the momentum after that last game. I mean, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. And we'll see if Toronto Tokyo can get that good start that you were discussing. He should be. Right now, 13-4 to the Emo's 10-2. Kaka looks like he's going to get taken out by Yatara. JT looks like he'll limp away. Has that swarm applied right now, so lots of minus armor.
Yeah. Team Spirit's lanes are really good this game. Shadowfield against Emperor, I would say they're favored. Chaos Knight does very well against Doom in lane. It's even less so than it used to be because Doom got some armor. He used to be a 0 armor hero, but then he got some base armor and Devour stuff healing you. But still, this the heavy physical damage lane can be very good against Doom. And like we already covered the top lane, so I foresee a situation here where Team Spirit just end up winning all 3 lanes hands down. And then it's about whether IG, similar to last game, just make the better moves in that. But it's a very good look currently for Team Spirit.
Yeah, and we talk about Roche a lot, probably because I have some obsession with him that we won't speak at TI10 main stage, of course, but Spirit have a lot of minus armor to be able to take out Roche.
Yeah.
I would say they definitely have the advantage, and they don't really have, like for IG, as we can see, the Cookie Connect and Ollie is going to collapse into the right click. Not even needing the overwhelming odds, so a little bit of waste of mana, but Spirit, again, 3rd kill on the board.
Yeah. And Emo struggling, right? You're seeing here, at the very least, not just going to get a water. Oh, and Coach really wanted to steal it.
It's called skills, my brother.
Crucial for IG that Kaka is there. If that rune gets stolen by Weaver, Emo is actually just flat out of the
lane. Op तुम
going to struggle here. He took some damage with the kill on Weaver.
Game Valorant खेल रहे हो
come back He's a full level behind though, minute 4, and that is without a kill. Shadowfiend 23 and 11 to the 10 and 0 of the Ember. And you knew what you were getting yourself into with this pick. You can't be surprised.
Yeah. So what's the plan for Emo after, or I guess the extended laning stage into the mid game? How do you get back into the game? Is it just kills? You go try to get some stacks? Flame Guard?
I think there's some key items. I think Doom's BKB is important in this game. Probably the Lion Dagger. Until you have these key items, it feels a little bit tricky for your lineup to find openings, especially if Ember is having a particularly good game.
Oh, Fly, so close. Has to waveform away. Woo. Living on the edge again. I mean, that is kind of the Morphling's job, right? To min-max. That's position 1's favorite thing to do in general. And
yeah, I guess he's keeping all these pulse at a constant 120 here at least. So that's great.
At bot lane, we're going to see the Earth Spike connect. But there's a swarm on top of JP, so he has to be careful. Actually, he already killed it, looks like. And I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Weaver support. We've seen a couple. I want to say we cast one game where it's position 1, but for the most part, it's
Kakabata. He's just
all right.
Oh,
great stop from JP. Save his teammate. Never mind.
Nah, what's all? Nah, what's all?
So maybe miscalculating the amount of damage that it actually does, but
I think he might not have thought Reality Rift. But yeah, looking great again here for Team Spirit. And I say again, the last game did not look great for them, but they won. So they are looking good. Off the back of a win. Paposhka going to steal that bounty rune away as well. Now, will be spotted up by
better be careful. Earth's there, JP in the vicinity. That's going to be an easy cleanup.
हमको ना ओजी का मैच देखने का बहुत मन हो रहा है आईजी बाढ़ में
ओजी का मैच शुरू हो गया
नहीं नहीं होगा ना शुरू अभी 3:30 बजे है ना वो
I actually think that attack needed to be a critical strike, so only 1 in 3 times will you target that kill.
That's good math, Cinder.
I did Sesame Street counting class.
The upgrade was statistics.
Wow. Yes.
Interesting. What was
we started
character?
Early in Denmark.
What was the character that did statistics?
Show the crowd that I don't know anything about Sesame Street.
Okay, so you lied to the crowd. I see. Fly. You can take some harassment here in the top lane. It's a 1v2 right now. There's no teammates nearby, but he seems to think he's going to be just fine. Collapse is continuing. Actually gets a couple procs in his passive as well. Overwhelming odds. The cookie as well. And Scatter Blast just finishes up Fly.
Normally.
Reality Rip. JT taking heavy damage will be fine. But
take it
Cinder,
away.
if I didn't know any better, I would say IG is
what's all?
somewhat tilted from game 1.
Radiant's
They're
bottom
playing
tower
very,
is under attack.
Very un-IG-like right now.
I don't know if tilted is the right way of looking at it. They're just playing against a team that's on fire, have better lanes, and Team Spirit are just not making mistakes in these lanes.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
finding
is
aggressive
under
moves.
attack.
They're playing. What I really like about this top lane from them is how constantly they are putting kill pressure on Fly. The reason they find the kills to begin with is that he's half health, right, or third health, from just Mira laying into him over and over and over in the laning stage, and it's been paying big dividends here. Top 3 net worth is theirs.
Dire's
Keep in
middle
mind, one of the
tower
heroes
is
in the
under
game is an
attack.
offlane Doom, who is in 4th.
Rune of double
with
damage.
Devour level 3. So that is a very, very good sign here.
I think वो लोग का motivation गया
I'm always a little bit concerned about Shadowfiend strategies because I feel like this hero is one of the ones that suffers the absolute.
खेलने का हार गया ना इतना गंदा तरह से
Also is incredible when you're in like this.
That's one way to catch him.
The Bane Elemental with massive damage now. 2 dead. IG get the amazing
Dire's
trade
middle
there.
I think with this plus 10 damage on Bane, now Ollie can start. Now he has wave clear.
Position 1 Bane. Let's go.
That was what he was missing. Now with. Okay, let me give you a question here. Can you think of a worse hero to win a duel on?
Ooh. Lion?
Definitely better. He will attack in between his stuns.
Bane
right?
attacks during Nightmare, Cinderin.
Does he? In mid-game?
I mean, Bane almost doesn't exist at that time in the game. A lot of games that we've cast, at least, as we see. Actually, a Midas picked up here
Dire's
by
middle
Yatoro.
tower is under attack.
So, going for the, I guess you can call it a bit greedy, but they are off to an amazing start, so this is going to amplify their farm. What are your thoughts on that item pickup?
I think CK really wants it in general. It's just one of CK's downfalls is that he doesn't have very good farming potential compared to a lot of other carries, right? Like the meta carries now have some sort of wave clear or illusions, whatever it is. Chaos Knight, sure, you can use Phantasm to farm as well. It's not terrible, but it's not good. The way this hero works, having a Midas really helps.
That's true. There was a short period of time where Battle Fury was a thing, but Battle Fury doesn't seem to be picked up by anybody unless it's the one game that we actually cast.
Now check out this Chaos Knight set. His face looks like Axe.
Okay.
So there's Axe's cousin. Do we have lore on this?
Wow, you're right, actually. I thought you were kidding. That
Jeremy Kahn.
Jeremy Kahn.
There it is.
At it again. What a
Radiant's
god.
bottom
Fly is going to
tower is
TP
under
out, so this
attack.
looks to be a free tower. We'll see if it ends up being a trade of tier 1s
Dire's
overall.
top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I wonder if there's lore binding Doom and Axe in some regard. I guess we can ask Slacks on our time off here.
Dire's top tower
The
has
tower
fallen.
for
Radiant's
Spirit.
bottom tower
Koshka
is under
in the
attack.
vicinity, gets off the swarm. We'll see if they want to TP to actually try to defend. It looks like Collapses TP mid instead. Check it out. Is in the area as well.
Radiant's
Cookie.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, nice.
Dire's structures
enough to
are
defend the tower.
fortified.
But yeah, the difference here from is really important. You don't want to give this up at all. And your trade-off.
Radiant's
Actually,
bottom tower
JT,
has
his timing
fallen.
blasted there. It goes to the creep, but most importantly for IG, a little bit of breathing room. Right? Like the kills they just found make a very big difference. And you're getting Emo a little bit to the game as well, closing in on Maelstrom. I imagine he's going to go for a 1-4-4 build here. Felt forced to max Flame Guard, which Ember players actually don't like to do unless they have to.
Yeah.
A lot of the times nowadays, Embers want to max Sleight of Fist. It's just way more team fight damage to have that low cooldown, especially when you get that Maelstrom. But the lineup, it's going to time pretty well with the Maelstrom when you get level 4 Sleight. So it's probably
Dire's courier has been
He's
killed.
gonna smoke. This is a very unpredictable smoke, might I add. He was literally just pushing out the top wave, TP'd mid, and instantly smoked with Kaka into the triangle.
Oh, double
Dire's
kill?
courier
Oh,
has been killed.
Geminate attack for the win.
There's one more.
Mid lane.
It's from far away, but he's waiting.
We find that very
Dire's courier has been killed.
Like, he needs it so badly, too.
Everybody needs this so badly. So it's a 1-for-1.
Trickster's rule of illusion.
Position for support. IG will take that trade. As I hear a pick pull being.
Who has the pick pull?
I hear it's
Dire's
a global
top tower
down.
is under attack.
As we've discussed many a time, very important to know that it's being cast. Into jungle. I mean, we talked about this in our group stage matches, but Doom kind of like a mini alchemist where you're devouring creeps, your goal is a little bit inflated versus what the actual reality is a lot of the time. So this 2K Network League for Spirit is probably like free, I want to say.
Yeah, something like that.
There, but he is starting to ramp it up, second in net worth on that Doombringer, so we'll see what kind of itemization he chooses to go this time around.
It is a really good Shiva's game, isn't it? You really want that Chaos Knight, and you want it against just the overall armor that the Radiant has. Like the
End of Midas phone,
so I feel like Dagger BKB Shiva is a go-to anywhere for Doom, but it's this game to have a Shiva's guard. Definitely going to be seeing that coming out later. Evo currently rocking a DD rune in the bottle and has those 4 points in slides. This is actually a very strong time for IG to look for potential fight, and they will smoke out. They have Doom, no Fiend script for this play.
Dire are scanning.
But Doom and Fanger are online.
You go on there, David.
That is damage going the way of Collapse. And
अच्छा हम लेट चल रहा थोड़ा.
They get the kill, but
अरे.
it negates all of IG's plans there.
Dire's middle
It
tower
happens
is under
5 seconds
attack.
later on Jir in position and they get the save, but instead Evo dies,
Dire's
Spirit
middle tower
mid
has
power,
fallen.
and IG waste a smoke, so absolutely huge timing there. Team Spirit to make that move at the exact same time IG were doing it. Just really good stuff.
Money changes hands.
now has the casual Sage. We'll be finishing the S and Y, it looks like, into April. So this could be one of those Octarine games, potentially. Cinderin?
Wait, which hero?
Chaos. Nice. He's going for the crazy magic. Well, not all of it's magic, but Aether lands with Shard into Octarine.
Do you go Octarine after Sanji and Yasha only? I'm not sure.
The Sage and Yasha in combination is a little odd, and the fact that position 1 makes it a little bit odd as well, in my opinion, but we'll see.
It's not... The CK isn't just played here at this tournament, so it's kind of hard to decide what, right? When there's so few games. It is a feel-good item to at least get the lens, just because there's just so much connecting.
Oh, the big pull saved him! Did you see that? Sinfrin, admit it. Admit to me right now on stream. Keep in mind, Legion has the talent, the extended range. He would have gotten the duel off. And actually, it's souls from Toronto, Tokyo, but Fly is perfectly fine. TP's coming in mass, and TP's canceled in mass.
That goes wrong.
I don't know.
Never refuse gold.
He was not really close to killing
Dire's top
Fly, I
tower
think.
is under attack.
JT. Away he goes. That'll save them, and Collapse ends up being the casualty for Team Spirit. Very nice save.
Big for Kaka to get that finger kill. He's close to dagger now.
Yeah, and that's when he starts to really show his impact in the game. Some more item updates. Obviously, Yataro's still sitting on the same items that we discussed because we talked about it literally 30 seconds ago. Toronto Tokyo has the Dragon Lance and about 1,000 away from finishing the BKB, as it looks like. And it feels like the KBs are kind of the go time. King Spirit. It's going to be easy victory for Collapse.
Silverlight knows if all you can bring that death is probably JT. So, but Team Spirit are going to be able to lose. They only have to one. But they have a lot of the Dark Lord, the Swarm, and Lightstone. And they will not forget the Aegis.
That's good.
Very good.
That happens occasionally if you're just joining us. May seem impossible.
That is a play that is reserved for TI winners.
That's true.
Team Spirit do need the Aegis.
Right. So Aegis on Toronto, Tokyo, as kind of the panel talked about his build. It's going to be more right-clicky. We're not really seeing the magic damage as much anymore with the old arcane blink and Yules and all that good stuff.
Radiant's
Which means
bottom
he's the one that
tower
has to
is
be
under
set up, which obviously Duel is kind of a nice one for him to run.
Push. Scorpion's left here.
Gets his Duel off this time. Pops the BKB. It'll be a trade of sorts.
He might get denied.
Area, Firefly. Looks like he'll finish it with you. Look at this damage coming out the Mortimer's kisses. JT, better be careful. He ping-pongs himself. It's going to be close. MVP again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sindarin, admit it. That's 2 times in one game. I've never seen it before.
This is actually the best game for Big Bully I've ever seen. We have not even seen one time that it mattered. Now it's been twice in a row.
Holy gee. And that extra armor that was given to him not too long ago, really showing its worth there, I have to say. He's living on the edge yet again. All right, so IG have kind of come back with a bit of a vengeance here. Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, though. And
the big thing in that fight, though, Yatoro died on Chaos Knight. He's dying with Midas ready, so there's like a bit of extra value lost. And just because he's such a high-level hero, when you go for this build, it does give IG a lot their way. So you're going to see the start here. They will commit it. Yeah, they do kill the Bane, but at what cost?
At what cost? That is true. This was a close deny onto the neutrals here, but Fly able to turn into Weaver temporarily. And you can see the instant rape. This is the important part. The pig pull right there. Look at that. Very nice.
It's about as close as it gets.
Indeed. I actually can't believe he didn't die to the wreck. I mean, this is a support Weaver, so no real damage to come. So it makes sense.
Radiant's bottom
so
tower
this
is under attack.
Pretty even game. With the Doom, it makes it a little bit harder to distinguish the network discrepancies, but again,
Radiant's
Aegis
bottom tower
still there.
is under attack.
So look for Team Spirit to try to put something together.
And the thing that's worth keeping in mind here is remember that Team Spirit were 3 or 4k gold ahead, right? So you've clawed yourself back into a position where... Oh, Miposhka. No sentry down. It's going to be fine. Just looking at the overall strengths of the lineups right now, Chaos Knight does
Radiant's
not have
bottom
that
tower
much
is
going
under
his
attack.
way. With like the overall value, let's look at, if you look at his net worth, right? He has 10k net worth.
Radiant's bottom
What's the
tower
effective
is
net worth of his items in the inventory? Midas, very bad on this for what it costs. And Energy Booster does nothing for what it costs
Dire's
except
top
give you a bit of
tower
mana
is
pool.
under
So
attack.
you could say, yeah, he has 10k net worth, but compared to the Morph and the Doom, their items just do more.
Yeah.
This energy booster needs to be turned into something. The Midas needs more time to really pay off. So I think it's fair to say that IG are actually kind of far ahead right now in the game, in this current point in time. And the only advantage Team Spirit really have is the Aegis of the Immortal that it looks like they won't find a use for unless they find a fight in the next minute.
Yeah, it's looking likely now as they're just content to farming away here. Looks like Shadow is on the menu for and Collapse as his armlet mail.
Built by the shard.
Oh boy, we'll have to discuss that in just a minute. Collapse gonna get roasted. Takes the field strip and the finger.
Oh, that'll kill you.
And that means Aegis will not use any effective mana.
And this is gonna fall.
Radiant's middle
like last
tower
game,
has
except
fallen.
the late stage was way better this time for Spirit, but after this 10 to 15 minute mark, it's just IG finding the correct moves. Emo now completing that link here, gonna make it way easier for him to navigate them as well. What do they have that removes the Lincoln so they can duel? Reality Rift? That's it. Like, there's actually nothing else that they could do it with. So this item is insane this game.
Needs to itemize or something like that. Even then, makes it a little bit hard.
All right.
Miposhka?
Kaka opting not to dust there. Interesting. I think he thought Miposhka had time-lapse to somewhere else, but he was right on top of him. Could have dusted and probably Earthspike there. But
Well, Spirit Vessel is officially completed now. Miposhka against the hero. Like, more playing pretty high value overall. But we've talked about it before. The reason you pick Weaver, other than the laning fit for this, is really the Aghanim Scepter, which is obviously very far away at this stage.
Yep.
But
Vessel against Morph, which makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I literally just said
I know,
that. Thanks
but
for joining us on this patch of the TI main stage. My co-caster literally doesn't listen to me at any point.
It's kind of crazy that we've casted for so long and it still surprises you that I don't care.
No, I just want the pub to know. I already know you're not a good friend.
Yeah, that's good.
Really appreciate you.
If you're tuning in for the first time, then
Radiant are scanning.
Yes. Well said, Cinder. Thanks. Very eloquent.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm very interested to see though. Okay, he did get Aetherland, but is now going for Silver Edge and has the shard on the CK. Okay, create the illusion. So you can see extended range for obviously Chaos Bolt and Reality Rift.
Radiant's middle
That worked out
tower
in their
is under
fight, but
attack.
it feels like kind of not super effective yet.
Yeah. So looking over items, what has just happened? So Morphus got an Eagle Song. Oh, interesting shard on the Chaos Knight. That will make his Chaos. I'm kidding.
No,
of course I'm
that was
listening.
a little obvious.
Of course.
Good effort overall.
Of course I listen to what you say.
Oh, have a smoke from Team Spirit. See what they're able to do with this. Looks like IG. Immediately after, so 2 good kills for Team Spirit.
Nice for Team Spirit there. Might get this move. I think some of them is pretty here. Of course, Season being expended there as well might stop them from pushing. It's running out in 3 seconds. And Chaos Knight without Phantasm, I'm gonna say, not really a very good hero. It's important for Chaos Knight over the years that the cooldown on this ultimate has dropped so much. What do you think the cooldown is off the top of your head of
Dire's
Phantasm right
middle
now?
tower
What would
is
you
under
guess?
attack.
It's 75. I think it used to be 2 minutes. So it's a lot shorter than it used to be.
Array.
Perhaps is in place. The work
Very
out.
nice sidestep there by Miposhka in the trees to avoid the earth spike from
Radiant's
Kaka.
bottom tower is under
Double
attack.
damage.
By the way, Flyfly is also working on a Lincoln Sphere, so they're going to have 2 Lincolns against this duel.
Yeah, it is really good.
I
this game.
mean, you have to see a Halberder if you want to buy. You have to itemize for it, like a 4-step, just something.
Yeah, not sure. And I also don't know who would be buying it, right? The problem is who can expend gold for it that will also be in a position to use it. Legion needs a BKB. Shadow Fiend needs more damage. And Chaos Knight already bought the lens. He wants to go the route of another utility item.
Are scanning.
I honestly don't know who I would put the item on against those things, and that just makes it feel so powerful.
Yeah.
If we can look from an observing standpoint and feel like all of the choices are weak, then it just makes the purchase incredible.
Very true. Lincoln's up by JT, who's frontlining in this 5-man smoke IG. And they're not going to find anybody initially, but will likely get, would assume, played position. And what I assume is incorrect, apparently. Not going to happen. We have a counter smoke now.
Pretty common.
Spirit. So, he didn't listen to me. You can't correct me if you don't listen to me either.
What?
Doesn't make sense. Exactly. Okay, so smoke from Team Spirit. Able to find anything. So Roach, up for a bit. But like we said, Team Spirit definitely have the advantage in terms of killing it fast. And we have both teams posturing on both sides of this cliff.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep, we have a scan come out, so Spirit are aware of IG's presence close to their triangle.
It's a pretty telegraphed move because of the vision that Spirit have themselves, that they're able to make this call. But obviously, you just chill here. Both teams think distortion is super important. The early spawn has already passed, I believe, right?
Dire's
Yeah, it
middle
has
tower
by
is under
far
attack.
passed. It could spawn any second now. Both teams will be aware of that. So
Mitaro continuing. Am one of the best
Dire's
taunts in the
middle tower
today.
is under attack.
I made taunt. This was top 10, I believe. It's quite good. The more it annoys you, the better it is, I think.
your favorite top 5 taunts probably all have.
Of course, yeah, they have to.
Dire's
That's a
middle
requirement.
tower
Oh, they
is
have
under
to.
attack.
Yeah, like Leshrac and Tidehunter and Undying are the top 3 for sure. Syndra. No question.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That is not a subjective
Radiant's
opinion.
top
It's
tower is under
objective.
attack.
He told me himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Talking about lyrical, not Gabe Newell, so maybe that's not the same.
Okay.
Not the same weight to it as this tier 1 tower taking some massive damage here. But another smoke from Team Spirit.
Radiant's top
and another
tower
taunt
is under
from
attack.
Mitaro. Just pumping himself.
Ollie covering this observer.
This will do
These 2 supports are probably going to die here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is taken out there again on top of Kaka. We see in the meantime, Toronto, Tokyo destroyed. Even close. When it comes to position 1 and 2 for
Shadow
Spirit, we
Fiend
just
Romara.
haven't seen anything really come to fruition. Shadow Fiend hasn't had like a really good ult, and CK, I mean, we talk about the itemization to be a little odd, but we haven't seen them do anything yet.
That was just exceptionally dangerous movement from Toronto Tokyo, right? His Shadow Blade was out, he walked in, you gotta assume that you weren't there when you know the Weaver got stunned. You don't have Lincoln, you gotta get Link doomed there 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and knowing
that's an easy punish for IG.
This is going to be Aegis Shard. They know that obviously Shadow Fiend is dead as well as the Snapfire ult being down is a pretty big deal in the pit.
Kill Roche faster.
Kaka gets up the top of that BKB by Yataro. But that means a BKB down for this potential Roche. But
And Phantasm is gone now too.
The SF to be back.
तो BKB खत्म.
He spawned with less souls, so it's going to be a little bit lower. Yataro potentially looking to try to take this Roche. Aegis and Cheese, or Aegis and Shard, I should say, available for the taking. And IG's just playing it safe here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit quits आया है रोसान. ये रोसान फाइट होगी. इसको मिलेगा.
We're just going to get the Aegis Shard for free. Very surprising.
Thank you, IG.
I guess so.
They did all the hard work.
I'm actually really surprised. I mean, more
See.
their main defense for the Roche pit.
Invictus का पैसिव हो गया, aggressively contest कर रहा था.
Well, who took the shot?
Fight भी जीतता है.
Here we go again.
It was Shadow Queen. Are you serious? I've actually never seen this before. All right.
You're audibly triggered.
No, it's not trigger. It's actually excitement. He gains 2 souls per kill with the shard.
Radiant
and additionally, Shadow Queen can consume 1 soul per attack to deal 190% crit. This one sounds very bad, but I am willing to be convinced otherwise, Syndra. I love shards, as you know.
Wonder how it works when you use the Necromastery attack out of Silver Edge.
That's, yeah, I thought like the same thing.
Got hexed. Very dead.
Blown out from afar. Kaka gets another
Real
one
adapter
stacked.
strike और Weaver को one shot कर सकता है.
That's a pretty big kill.
Weaver इतना scout कर सकते हैं.
And when I say pretty big, I mean very big.
As we have an Aghanim Scepter now online for Emo. So he's going to be super speedy.
इधर जो मतलब scouter job.
I feel like Ember just gets really, especially against his team that he worked that's getting really hard to kill.
And he is so good against Chaos right now. All these remnants, he's putting up the shard, right? If he kills in these fights, can just keep snowballing, has remnants, just a passive damage, TK, all of it. This is going to add up, compound over the fight. We're looking at for Doom. Right,
A bland link or duel.
So that is dual Victor. It's 50 damage right now, so you do the math. Fantastic. It's like Emo's a little late to the party, but that is a really good kill for Spirit.
I'm actually surprised that Torvald can kill him like that with this itemization right here. The Shadow Blades and Nasha, those are his damage items, and the Doom does have a play. But now at full Shivas, I don't think he had that when he got jumped. But he can still kill him. That's a good sign for Team Spirit. And probably gives Yatoro some confidence that if he finds any target, he can kill them. Obviously, he has to play around those Lincolns. It's a bit tricky. Reality Rift maybe, and then hopefully we can get a Chaos Bolt in before they react.
I mean, Team Spirit, in terms of their 1s and 2s, are the top 2 net worths right now is insane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
Maybe it's
has
starting
fallen.
to pay off. Take out the tier 1 tower bot. As the game in terms of net worth is relatively even right now, as the age is still 2 minutes to go. And this is their go time.
Dire's
So
bottom
smoke
tower
before
is under
Yatoro
attack.
has the silver edge, so it can catch up here pretty shortly. DD spawned bottom.
Oh boy, get it out.
You can see it though.
Right from
double
he
damage.
didn't, wait, what? Okay, I don't know who to trust right now. The game says he denied it, but he has the double damage in the bottle.
What?
So who's lying right now?
That's Engines don't take priority over humans, just like you as a robot don't as well, Syndra.
Wait.
Something for you to learn. That bot.
Did they do it the same server tick?
Mangalona.
I'm gonna go ahead and trust the bottle right now.
Yeah, I would think so.
भैया माफ करो हम वैलोरेंट खेल रहे
He just pops in and it's just like a puff of smoke, nothing happens.
हमको ओजी का मैच देखना है हमको इस आईजी का फर्क नहीं पड़ता
Denied symbol above his head. I love that. All right, well, the Aegis is going to expire pretty soon. I'm not sure if they're going to try to come there or if it's a bit too risky for them. They will take the outpost regardless, and I mean, this is really scary. That's about like 30 seconds left when you're starting the poke because IG obviously know the timing on
Radiant's
that as well.
middle tower
and they
is
can
under
truly
attack.
take advantage, but we'll see.
DD hits stupidly hard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay,
that's the
Dire's
part.
structures are fortified.
Just to go.
Dire's top tower is
So literally just talked about this. Very risky move that not paid off for Spirit.
Honestly, love that call from IG to keep the shadow for twice. That's not easy to do, right? A lot of teams there are like, okay, 20-second guys, just wait it out. They had to get through twice there, but they know if they don't do it, they lose the lane of barracks. It's just too scary with the double damage and all the attack speed he has. So they commit to kill him twice. Ollie has great positioning on the Fiend Script. Still didn't have
Radiant's middle
the lens
tower is under attack.
to make it even easier. Yeah. And knew that Grip was gonna go Ollie because Weaver doesn't have the axe yet, and press the attack was already used on the slow wave burst here. You're gonna see here he uses press.
Radiant's
knows
middle
that all
tower
he has to
has
do
fallen.
in life is to ult, and it will be very
Dire's
safe
top
if he
barracks
keeps
are under
positioning.
attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Eventually,
Structures
they
are
end up taking a
fortified.
lot of space. That's why Nova was able to help the SF in the end.
That's Miposhka.
Dire's top barracks
Looks
are
like
under
he is.
attack.
Oh my God! Searing Chains global.
Oh,
global!
Wow, you're getting double damage while it got denied. Chained and
we're finding out new mechanics every day. That's the Dota. Today I learned.
We need 240 tick server now.
I think we need to talk to the CSGO team about that one, Cinder. Network lead for IG.
246 server.
And things are looking in their favor. But again, this
scanning.
feels a little like last game where one mistake from Emo literally cost them the game, at least from our perspective.
It's looking like another very solid foundation for IG. So I think what they might do this time compared to the last game is not take massive risks.
टीम फाइट होगा क्या? Smoke gang, smoke. अच्छा हम लेट चल रहे.
Every game we've catched in the tournament with the spot he's won.
और जितना बार देखते हम लेट चलते.
35. Doom starts getting these items. The hero is just insane. And Team Spirit have to find a way to handle either getting doomed or jump him. I don't think that's what makes him crazy late game into position 3 is when he has the he just demands attention that your other cores will get to because you can't pretend he's not there. He's just as of a carry as the Morphix right now. Yeah, so pretty scary stuff for Team Spirit.
JT on the Doom has a shard as well, by the way.
Dire's current has been
we'll have the
killed.
extra damage and stun from Infernal Blade. If people are joining us that haven't watched in a long time, like a really long time, level down
Dire's
the old
bottom
ability.
tower is under
Now
attack.
built into the shard, essentially.
Every hero has a new item slot called neutral item. These drop from jungle creeps and have different tiers based on what the game time is.
That's right.
Also, every hero has a town portal scroll slot, a backpack if you can play for
and
6
in the next
years.
patch, a ward slot.
Yep, probably. Or
oh, JT is gonna not quite range here. Firefly gets off his Manta and is going to be pushing here. So Yataro did finish the offering core, by the way. Oh,
do you like this build this game?
I'm
not. I have to say, I'm not complete with what
I don't love it.
I completely understand the reasoning and the logic behind it because you get, I think you primarily get it not necessarily only for the ulti cooldown, but really getting lower cooldown when you have the shard is really nice, right? But, I just, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this was what they needed. Maybe they could have had a stronger power spike. He had an AC or maybe finished Silver Edge. This is, of course, yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
unusual
attack.
build, but that's good every game, right?
Yeah. But they are 1,000 away from Ag, so that could be a turning point.
Yeah, that's big.
Of course, IG is working with a decent amount of burst damage between the E-Blade and Vader. Might not even have time to use it, honestly. That's the scary part.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Number 3, the refresher shard this time.
What'd you give it to here? Do give it to him.
Radiant's top tower is fallen.
Yeah, Embers is crazy. That's true.
You get 5 extra charges from that by having the refresher.
Especially when you already have Axe. It's insane.
It would have been crazy either of these two, but do value the Doom higher.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense in a way, right? You're probably working on the assumption that this Weaver Axe is coming soon. You've seen his inventory for quite a while with that point booster. And having the second Doom will just give you that much freedom to isolate and kill targets. Even if they do get saved, you can do them again.
Mapochka running into JT.
JT has the gem.
He sure does.
That was close.
So he's 800 away from that time lapse being able to be used on teammates. And
actually run into him in the bottom wave if Miposhka tries to go for farm here. He doesn't know.
yeah, this is a really scary point for Team Spirit. If they lose the next fight and just is still online, they could potentially go for some sets of racks here.
JT was looking for him there with the Trickster Cloak and Shiva's Guard up on the side, but Miposhka very wisely standing far back to the bottom left.
And JT is almost done with his refresher as well, his action refresher.
Oh, he could be in trouble.
I think they try to jump in. And it looks like Yatara will take a tumble, but it costs Doom his buyback.
Great fight from Spirit. It's basically, if they lost CK there, that would have been wonderful, but even losing him, they do get... They found the buy-in call. We were time-lapse on like 10% health. They got the duel on the absolute edge. I think he actually only reached it because of Psychic Headband. Like, no joke, he needed that too. The cast range there was really, really long.
Psychic Headband plus his talent.
Yeah. He needed
that look.
an
8th lens.
Yeah, he reached that one, but it was the headband. Now they're going high ground. Chaos Knight has popped back.
Radiant structures
And there is an
are
Aegis here on the
fortified.
right
Flyfly damage, but like you said, still has the Aegis Oracle. Fly. Or he expended the Aegis. So he clapped to the ground. 70 seconds on the deck, no buyback to work. So 5 versus 4 on CK's back online.
And this entire engage, CK not using the buyback, holding on to it. They could be there with that good time lapse and press the attack, but got overwhelmed. And no, actually don't remember.
Trying to take off the Lincoln. There's the CK Chaos Bolt. The illusion comes to fruition as well. Flyfly just cleans it easily. More KX bolts to come. It's pretty annoying to deal with, but it's not doing that much damage right now. And this is looking like a set of racks. I don't think Spirit can cover that Legion. But just trying to delay. And IG will be happy with the melee racks. Yeah, it's so you were fighting it safe. Losing the lane in one fight, it could have probably been worse. Your CK was dead from the fight you would get. Almost. That's 90 seconds. No buyback. 14 network lead for IG.
Do IG know doesn't have buyback though? That's the question. Because now it's because of gold. He finished the silver edge up there.
I mean, Flyfly has to Scott if he wants to fly. I mean, he is virtually unkillable now. Like, he's delivered. So I feel like they'll be pretty confident to go forward. Ember did actually go for a refresher himself, and JT changed it up after the buyback. Went for the Eon Disc instead of refresher himself. So just wants to make sure he lives for the first time.
Safety against duel.
They're going to continue up here. For Remnant to safety.
Radiant's middle tower is under Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Team or the other.
Dire's top barracks are under Radiant's middle
I don't think you feel, but they're playing it safe. So buyback ends up great for IG. Very costly. All they get is in fact, lose one in turn.
Oh, it's this the repeat of the last game now. They have one win condition here, one last move.
Yeah.
Almost feels like you're 17k down, but there's that one opening if you kill the enemy core. actually, Evo doesn't have buyback either yet. He's 200 gold short. His inventory is really valuable, so his buyback is expensive. And Spirit are trying to find, but this time around, IG. The call is, all right, guys.
Playing it safe for sure.
Don't make the mistake you did last game. They're all missing.
Yeah. And Fly obviously doesn't have his buyback, so he wasted his money on the BKB. So, oh, did he? Okay, he didn't actually finish the 70. Right. Okay, so it was never actually delivered. I was
bottom barracks are under attack.
He had the Satanic already. So he's bought BKB just now. Because you weren't listening,
BKB buyback.
If you like to
That's 7.5k gold. That's got to be more than BKB buyback. Did he buy extra than?
I'm sure he bought all boards for his team that are free.
His buyback was not 500. Why are you lying to the viewer? You have nothing to gain.
I didn't lie. I said he bought it for free.
Just trust me.
Okay.
Source, trust me.
Trust hard to trust somebody like you to tell you what.
Oh, nice. I used to have credibility.
That's true. And then you started. Alright, turned into CK. It'd be interesting for him to get shard on normal so he can get the CK shard.
Alright,
if he wants.
I have your answer.
Okay.
With help of 250,000 people watching on Twitch chat, I isolated it. It was Boots of Travel.
And BK.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there you go. So I wasn't lying.
Thank you, Cinder.
Thank you, chat.
It's TI main stage and you're reading Twitch chat.
What can I say?
Pay attention.
That's why I hear you half the time.
Too busy looking at the kappas and whatnot in chat to hear what your co-caster has to say. It disgusts me on a level I can't even begin to explain.
Think about wisdom of the crowd, right?
Yeah.
250,000
and that's no problem. I just did so not too long ago from a push. And Roche,
if it was discovered that I don't know anything about Dota, but I just take the smartest idea from chat all the time.
Wow.
What do you think? Does that sound believable to you?
If it's a lot of people, then you'll usually get the right answer. If it's like
I guess you need to have a
100.
filter. There's a lot of garbage there too.
Yeah.
There's a lot more
Garbage, of course.
That's true.
Collapse. Yeah, looking for. I mean, what does he have? Any Lincoln breakers for him right now? And still nothing. Looks like he's going. Oh, really? He's queuing up an Octarine core, so going truly ham this time around. I'm actually really surprised he's launching these blockers.
20k lead. Roche is now.
It's really about the buybacks. If they can just find the kill on the right hero.
And that's why Aegis is so important, right? When you approach this stage of the game and you know buybacks aren't cooldown.
All right, Cinderin, it's going to be Aegis, She's, Refresher Shard, and Achamim Scepter. Who gets it? Let's see. So Ember already had he actually ate his Ags already. Doom Ags is for a break mostly, and in duration, I guess it's kind of met here. Lion, you have 8 charges of Finger of Death.
Wait, what's am I stupid? What's happening with Roche? Oh, there we are.
Yeah, it's up.
The clock just didn't update. It just kept saying 0 for like 20 seconds.
Is there a hero that someone wants to turn into on the other team, or on his team?
Turn into that's kind of decent. Double slide chains, right?
Yeah.
It's good. It's not Dark Willow, but it's good.
Okay.
This is the moment, though. We can it doesn't matter if this fight breaks out in IG wins. But what if Spirit do?
Has to time-lapse himself. Remember, he has Active Scepter, so 20-second cooldown on that ult. So he'll be having it for this engagement regardless at some point. And it's all about second Roche. Can Team Spirit hold on? Will IG extend this to game number 3? It's looking likely, but after last game, I'm not ready to call it one way or the other.
This is essentially non-commitment, right? Fly can hit this without taking damage because he has 50 armor and lifesteal. So the rest of his team can just wait outside the pit, keep scouting the area, keep poking and prodding. You see Emo just non-stop sliding.
Now they see it with Swarm. And here comes
Radiant's bottom
Mira's
barracks are under
ultimate.
attack.
That means Team Spirit needs to GGs are called. So this time for IG, it goes according to plan, Cinderin.
Invictus Game victory.
Set themselves up for a really hard winning stage. They did, and they recovered from it, and they got into a nice, strong mid-game here, and ultimately just overpower Team Spirit, outplay them on some of the moves. Long mid-game here, and ultimately just overpower Team Spirit, outplay them on some of the moves. I think key in this game, especially I want to say the Empress recovery is really what decided so much here, right? Emo was off to a rough start in that mid lane, but comes back, gets the Maelstrom. It helps them so much to have that extra damage and wave clear in the game, and ultimately they do solve this puzzle that was starting to have a lot of pieces after 5 minutes. But
I looked to that fight top where Team Spirit tried to push with the Aegis, and IG masterfully kind of just split the fight into two. They ended up taking out Toronto Tokyo in their base, essentially. And
yeah, that was a key moment for sure.
That was the big turnaround for me, because that felt like Team Spirit's biggest window for opportunity to actually take the victory themselves. But yeah, this was game number 2, Cinderin, and it's obviously going to go to game 3. That's how a best of 3 works. If you're just joining us, if you've never watched a tournament before, that is how it works indeed.
If they've watched the groups, they might think it was over.
That's true. Those were 2 games. All right, back
But
home you go. 1-1. Thanks. Very nicely done. So we'll be back with game 3 shortly, but first let's see what the panel has to say about this last game.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinderin. All right then. IG leveling things out. So where would you guys like to start? Do you want to start with the draft? Do you want to start with all the Roche fights? I'm giving you an option here. This is the most democratic it's going to get on this desk.
I like what happened in the game itself. I think,
In the game itself, brilliant.
Yeah,
So we're going completely wide.
Yeah, do I get to start, or do you want to ask a question about, is this like a multi-choice?
Well, I just like the fact that you said we'll start with the game. That
I mean,
not
like,
very specific. All right.
We can talk about the draft in the context of what happened in the game. How about that? I think Team Spirit obviously had a great laning stage. They had really nice momentum in the mid game, but like as it got later, the duel seemed like that was their way to start fights, and it just became harder and harder for them to do that against IG. They had Lincoln Spheres, they had saves with Bane. Doom started to land some really nice Dooms. He got 2 Dooms. It just like made it a lot harder as the game continued.
I like that IG drafted for the game rather than the lanes. I think often we've seen teams prioritize the lanes too heavily, but they recognize this Ember is going to give them this big playmaker. Yeah, it has a rough lane mid against SF, but it's the right hero for how they win the game. Same with the Bane pick. It is a good laner, but it was the perfect hero against that Legion commander.
Do you agree, Trent?
Yeah.
The draft from Spirit was too focused on laning?
I mean, it was a little bit out there in a couple directions, right? I mean, the Chaos Knight coming out was a little bit of a surprise, but it almost felt like the more kills they got in the lane, the more I just got worried that it wasn't going to come home for them. I felt like, I don't know, it felt like they were getting like too eager, too excited. I kept seeing like this bloodthirsty, like kill, 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 and then like what's the grand picture? And filling out those final little blocks and their plan obviously became a problem.
Can we talk about this Chaos Knight pick? Because it seems like there's a little bit of snobbery out there towards dear old CK. And I really want you guys to talk me through why, because, you know, there are people watching TI who probably haven't played Chaos Knight and definitely haven't seen him being played in a pro match. So Gods, we'll start with you.
To me, the biggest issue with the hero is the fact it's an illusion hero. Your illusions when they're getting controlled or cleared by AoE damage, you're not doing damage. That's where you're, like as a CK in a team fight, you need to jump that hero with your Alad Rift, burst them down. And against a hero like Lion, that can get hard even though you're not instantly killing the illusions. You've got the AoE control. So it just felt like he couldn't carry the same way or do the same damage like a Sven could, for example.
Yeah, he's hard to initiate with because you have to ulti first, then you have to get in reality rift range. Usually you have to buy a blink for that. So it's like you have to plan ahead for the fight to start for like 2 seconds. Yeah. And that's a giant window for pro players. Like you do not, like they're going to see you coming doing this. I would criticize his item build personally. I think Midas is a bit of a trap on the hero. It gives you a lot of attack speed, doesn't give you much damage. And yeah, like you might have some net worth farming issues on the hero, but it's like the goal on CK where you're most effective is where you win the lane, which he's good at. He's good at winning the lane. Then you like use that big net worth advantage to like be oppressive on the map. And they didn't really do that too well. He got picked off a couple times. Then he started buying Aether Lens and Octarine. It's like it kind of helps the poke easier, but I almost wonder if he just bought like raw damage items, if he would have been stronger in the mid game, and that might have washed them over into late game better.
How did you feel about the combination with Toronto, Tokyo, Shadow Fiend, Trent?
Sort of similar, I guess, in terms of like maybe not the most popular hero we've seen, but also requires a lot of setup, I would guess, because like you can break up a fight as Shadow Fiend. That's great. You can get this like big fear off. Maybe you can chase down everything, but much like CK, you prefer for things to be a bit set up for you as you're coming into the engagement. And they only really had the duel, and we already know that IG had great ways to sort of like peel off or just like disengage from you. So this problem started occurring where like Team Spirit wanted to fight, and IG were just like, let's pull this back a little bit, and we'll fight on our own terms a little bit better.
Gods, do you like numbers?
Absolutely.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. You're prepared to be satisfied because we're going to take a look at the key stats from that match. And as you can see, with the Toro definitely not having the impact that we would expect from him. How did Morphling's Fly-Fi compare to Yatoro's take on Morphling? Gods.
I think overall it was kind of similar. I think he took less risk, but that's also a team thing when it comes to IG. Whereas I think Yatoro was, going for that, playing from behind, felt like he had to go for that big game-winning play. I think IG were letting Emo be the one going first, and I think for Fly, he had a much easier game because he had a lot of heroes to initiate for him. It's very hard to play Morphling when you have to start the fight going first or second, but this game, JT, Emo, both his two other core heroes can go in. Even Kaka, to a certain extent on the line's able to set things up for Fly to have an easy time.
And he got to go E-Blade as well, which made it easier to do these like poke fights where he could just blast somebody for a bunch of damage, and all of a sudden Team Spirit had to react. Like that's how Team Spirit lost their top racks advantage, because it was easy to kill Shadow Fiend the first time. So that item pivot was well identified by Fly.
Yeah, and then you have like JT able to do such a good job this game because he's playing the Doom. So you get tons of gold on this hero as an offlaner. He almost doubled up on Collapse by the end of that game. Just gives you more options, more choices, and also he just played like an absolute beast on those initiations.
Literally every single person in the studio watching that game was so into JT's Doom. What is it about Doom that makes him such a special pick and such a deadly one?
It's very satisfying. You have so much control in the game, really. One of the most controlling heroes is an offlaner in the simple sense that your team can identify, particularly in Pro Dota, right? Pubs are a little more chaotic, maybe. But Pro Dota, it's like, okay, we have a condition. We need to kill this guy. All right, how do we kill this guy? Well, he's got a Linken's. All right, well, someone deal with that. I will blink in. I will doom him. Fight's just one. Then, you just charge after them in the chase down.
Yeah. I would also add, I feel like this patch right now, timings are so important, and Doom, you hit this timing really early on with Blink BKB, and nobody has any answer to that. The enemy carry, you beat BKBs with physical damage, and you get it so early that those carries don't normally have the items to actually burst through a BKB. So BKB Blink Doom in the mid game is just like the king of any team fight.
Well, talking of team fights, should we talk about Roshan? And Spirit's approach to Roshan, because the second Roche fight that we saw, it looked like it was IG's to win. And then the disrespect from Spirit, it seems like to me, the signature move of Spirit is exemplified by that second Roche fight. There is absolutely no respect being shown to the opponents of Team Spirit, is there?
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job in that sense. Like they were willing to go on Roche, and that's the reason they won the first game as well. They were willing to go do something, force a fight, basically. I think some of that is also partially IG's heroes. If their support duos like Line and Bane, they have to kind of sit back. They didn't have like big overwhelming team fight like you maybe like Spectre Ravage or like a Mars ulti. So it's like pretty easy for them to just put all their minus armor heroes in the pit and just like hit it really fast. And like if they grab the Aegis in that last fight, maybe it's a different outcome, but they didn't get it in that last fight. But it did work earlier, so it's good to see them taking those risks.
I think it was smart of IG to back off there. As much as it looked like they gave them a free Roche, they don't have any vision scouting heroes, and there was this getting ready to kind of and if they get caught in the pit, that's how they lose the game. So while it was bad they gave Spirit for Roche, it was the safe play.
And then in the final Roche fight, it was Spirit getting caught in the pit when they tried to engage. Do you think the reason they engaged was because they have a choice, Trent?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, they're gambling, right? They've been gambling, they've been winning.
Last fight
too. Finally they lost, but it's, again, it's like...
Fight ये पूरा stream देख सकते हैं.
So now it's level. How are we feeling about
Manager.
the third and final game? Do we think IG are now firmly feeling comfortable? They put
Online दिखा
from Eastern Europe in
live
their
दिखा रहा है
place,
लेकिन offline वाला
and now they're ready to dominate?
हाँ वो मेरे को भी हो रहा है.
This is like one of those series where you can look at multiple games and you're like, IG played better in all three. Like with the exception of the laning stage in the previous match, IG consistently seemed like the better team. So I think they should feel confident going into game 3. Maybe Team Spirit just has to
उनको क्या लग रहा पता है?
they win their match, but
I think pitch पे वो लोग वो भी कर रहा होगा. Dota लोग बोल रहा होगा ना कि सिर्फ
सिर्फ डोटा को ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट में शायद कर देगा ट्विच वाला लोग ऐसा बोल रहा है आई डोंट नो हो सकता है समझ रहे हैं सभी पहले हुआ बोली तो वैलोरेंट लोग ही वही करता था लाइक जो लोग अनऑफिशियल है पार्टनर नहीं है उन लोगों को स्ट्रीम नहीं करना देता ट्विच पे
लेकिन going deep with the gem and stuff, but I feel like he's got to kind of bring them
हाँ स्पेक्टेट कर रहे लेकिन स्ट्रीम कर रहे
They can definitely do this. They've bounced back, right? They have experience doing that in the group stage, which is a huge thing to
यहाँ
have.
जीजी क्यों कर दिया अच्छा है
Straight up looking better.
The Weaver pick.
हमको समझ में नहीं है लास्ट फाइट में
We're seeing Weaver being played everywhere, but currently at TI, at least in the group stage, it seemed like he was
तो जीजी कर
playing
दिया
position 1. So I'm curious, do you think that actually the intent was always to play position 5 in that match?
Definitely not. No, but, I mean,
push कर दे
that's the whole point, right? We want that flexibility to be there. So 5 is probably the least likely one that you're going to get, but when you get the
gold lead बाप रे बाप
All right then, here we go. The teams coming out. This is it. Whoever wins this remains in the upper bracket. The other team will be sent down to the lower bracket and will be fighting for their survival. But what are we going to see from these teams? Are we going to see Spirit being a little bit more careful, bringing back some of that control they have been said to have in the past? And are IG just going to maybe even take a leaf out of Spirit's book and go flashy and firm and say, no, we're still the top seed in this tournament?
I expect IG to do the same thing. I think what I'd like to see Spirit pivot with is put Collapse on like a more traditional teamfight hero. Legion has this like initiator or defensive playstyle. You either save one of your allies that gets gone on, or you have to like blink duel a guy. And that is part of the reason that he got doubled up on net worth by JT, because Doom continues hitting
instantly एक जन को sleep में डाल
it's not really the same. If you show anywhere hitting on creep wave, then they know you're not about to duel you on the map. So I think a more traditional hero would allow him to play his
right click damage बहुत ज़्यादा है fly का
Consider some of these hard lockdown heroes. Yeah, they had the jewel.
emo का triple kill
Like hard lockdown, which is what Kaka. Every single game you're going to see Kaka online. I think they either need to ban the line or take it for themselves, or take something similar with like an instant stun, because when they don't have that instant hard disable, Emo has such an easy game. He's playing an Ember Spirit. He died once the entire game, and it's because of
आपका 4 में से 1 करेक्ट हुआ भैया
Who are you banning if you're Team Spirit?
prediction
I mean, I say Lion. I
4 में से 1 करेक्ट हुआ
I feel like other teams went to that in their first phase, and I
पहला वाला में
way too comfortable, and it gives them so many options as fights start.
You know what?
8 में से 2 करेक्ट हुआ
Just tuned in, we do want to remind you of something that happened in the first
8 में से 1 2 करेक्ट
and
हुआ
it involved Yatoro, a Morphling, and a Rampage. So to make things official, obviously, we need a little flashing graphic. So switching from Yatoro's pink hair to a reminder of who else has achieved this feat. I imagine you remember every single one of these Rampages, Gods. Not because you're old, just because you've done a lot of TIs, okay?
I want match IDs, Gods. Game time.
Honestly, no. Sorry.
Okay. Does anyone remember these?
Yes.
Watch.
Also, just looking, we 3 of these players obviously are here at TI 10, right? We've obviously got Topson, memorably, versus Liquid. Arme is now, well, still playing for PSG LGG. It's the poster boy for that team. It will be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket. Do you think we're going to see even more Rampages purged?
I mean, the fact that this is the only 5 at TI is like mind-blowing to me. When somebody said that stat earlier, oh, that was the 5th Rampage ever on main stage TI, I could not believe it. But maybe some of it is that like teams are like ready to GG. They don't, I don't know, it's like maybe the games are like cleaner. There's like less messing around or something, but I'm surprised. Will we see another one? Yeah, probably. Maybe one more.
Yeah.
Another one from Topson maybe later on today?
Less likely than Sumail. I think Sumail's a better chance, like 2-to-1 chance that he gets it over Topson.
So he has more
Team Spirit लगा मुंह उतर गया
That's
true.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, for Yatoro's in good company. 3 of those players are TI winners, so, you know, not saying he's going to win TI, but at least you're in a group of 5 players who are some of the best who's played at TI.
Who would you like to see
पहला
Yatoro
मैच
play in
ठीक
this
ठाक खेला
final game?
सेकंड मैच कुछ ज़्यादा ही जोर से आईजी मार रहा था
Yeah, I think it's very draft
ना ना 20 के गोल लीड बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होता
He's played 12 heroes in the group stage, so he is very flexible, and I think the pick and carry role, you have to be able to react and wait till you see what
Gold
comes in the
lead तो
draft to
बहुत
see
ज़्यादा है
what
लेकिन
fits the game. So I don't think there's like a you want to see him on this hero kind of factor for
उन लोगों
Spirit.
को तो उतना पता
And
नहीं
what
है
about
कि
collapse? Because
कितना
it does seem like the
कितना है
synergy between their position 1 and position 3. It's crucial. I mean,
अभी
that's the
भी
same
जीत
for all of
सकते हैं
Dota. It's a team game, isn't it? But given that we're probably not going to get to see him play Mars,
लास्ट मैच पे डिपेंड है सब
Tide is easily his number 2. He played very well in the group stage on it. Teamfight ulti can farm aggressively. Maybe something a little bit out of left field. Your Timbersaw type of heroes, I could see him doing well in that. May not fit the draft or the meta, but something like that. Something that can be high action. He can push his limits. He's a very talented player. I think he can fight against the best, and so give him something like that.
Yeah, I think even though they lost game 2, I don't want them to abandon this idea of just like aggression. And I feel like Tide, obviously Tide is very good, and they had a massive success streak at the end of the group stage using the Tide Hunter. But I kind of want them to like hold on to this idea of just like the confidence they seem to have in this game.
Team Secret OG में कौन
I feel like that could really
जीतेगा?
suit how well they're playing right now. Kind of make up for some of the issues they're having in terms of like the vision game.
वो लोग अभी
and
तो
really give you like, full
मैच
playmaking opportunities throughout the entire match.
3 बजे लिखा है
why does it suit the playstyle that you want to see them play?
Because
4 बज रहा है
you gotta throw off these better teams a little bit. You gotta be willing to push things when perhaps they're not expecting it. I think that's why they're finding some success, why this isn't just a 2-0 wash right now. And Tide Hunter, it's much easier to punish because you have this massive long cooldown to deal with. Night Stalker has its own issues because of like the day and the night cycle, but it is still a little bit easier to work with, I would say.
Do you agree, God?
Yeah, and I would add on to that, like the majority of the time I feel like when underdog teams cause upsets, it's because they play super aggressive. Very rarely do you see an underdog team win a series against, you know, a more experienced or a stronger team on paper by playing passive, by playing safe and trying to play late game Dota.
Yeah.
All right. Purge.
Yeah,
Just
that's
totally
exactly
agree.
true. Like, because if you play like passively, they're going to get in their comfort zones, going to do the things they're used to. If you put them on the back foot, you get aggressive. Even if some of your goes are kind of weak, I really agree with what you said about vision. You need vision to make some of those aggressive dives, because some of the times those plays you're doing that are aggressive all the time, you're not going to see the hero sitting behind them. So some of the times they will be sitting with 4-man. They're going to turn on you when you do go on them. So having extra vision from a Night Stalker would be a great way to give them the ability to make better decisions.
And given that Spirit were able to dominate the laning phase in that last game, but still lose the game itself, do you think that we're going to see them maybe have a slightly different focus in their draft that's shortly coming up?
Is IG's focus going to be different as a result of the last one?
I think Spirits.
Spirits? I just think the offlane is the thing they might want to swap. I love that they went for the Legion.
अच्छा रात में किसे किसे मैच देखते हैं
Maybe do it again if there's not a Bane in the game. But other than that, I like to see them pivot back to more typical initiating team fight sort of hero.
जी का कब है 9 बजे बोल रहा 9 बजे तो होगा नहीं तो रात में होगा एकदम 10 बजे शायद
अभी नेक्स्ट ओजी का देख के छोड़ देंगे
Jump in and disrupt enemy
अभी ओजी तक ही बैठे हैं
but he doesn't really like set up your team. It's more like lock out the supports from the fight while your team gets the rest of them, and that maybe isn't quite.
IG team spirit हमको एकदम इंटरेस्ट नहीं लग रहा है
Is it bad for me to say that I want to see Underlord and I know we're not going to? But I'm holding out for
Not
some point in the
necessarily
main
true.
stage. Really?
Got some tools.
You're
Yes,
so
इन
right.
दोनों बहुत अच्छा टीम है
broken in some way, even the ones that we haven't picked yet. All right.
That I am.
लेकिन हमको लग रहा है टीम स्पिरिट
always
हारेगा
attracted to the broken ones. That's what it
Gut
is.
feeling, you know,
Do
gut
know
feeling.
what? We're just about ready to get into the draft. Who is going to take this series? Let's
मोरल
soon
थोड़ा
find
डाउन हुआ होगा फर्स्ट मैच कितना अच्छा गया था वो लोग का सेकंड में ठीक उसका ऑपोजिट
versus Invictus.
भैया देखो
आईजी थोड़ा
टीम
कॉन्फिडेंस
स्पिरिट टीम स्पिरिट
And
क्या बोला था टीम स्पिरिट जीतता ही नहीं अगर आईजी गलती नहीं
this
करता
third draft, I'm going to ask my wonderful
आईजी
co-panelists
गलती क्यों
what
हुई
we should be looking out for.
जीता है ना तो नहीं जीतता
I think an interesting thing about the last game, and our panel touched on it earlier, is that Tidehunter, right?
Yeah.
This is a hero I think they want to get their hands on, and they banned it in the first game, and they banned it in the second game, but I think in the third game, you're kind of in a position where you're willing to switch up your initial bans, because now you've read both teams. Game 3 has like its own meta now, and now you know you're no longer playing the meta game of the tournament, you're playing IG versus Team Spirit. They both had a chance to feel each other out, so it might be open here. I think it could be an interesting hero.
Morphling will definitely be contested in this one, and there's a reason why this hero is the 5th most banned hero. We see, now Tidehunter, he's just gone. Like, no one wants to play against him, especially if the enemy has the first pick, so no surprise there.
शाइड शार्ड के बाद ज़्यादा पावरफुल हो जाता है शार्ड ये सेप्टर इससे डबल अल्टी होता है
Spirit was not that strong. It wasn't like the best hero.
डबल अल्टी में शायद रेंज बढ़ जाता है, I don't
And
know.
first picked a lot, and I think they're willing to give it away in this position. That's why it's not banned in this game, and they think they can beat it. So, if for whatever reason Team Spirit also feels the same way, they might leave the ET for.
Yeah, I want to see if this is a core Tiny. I think Timbersaw is probably the best counter as the laning stage goes, because you're setting yourself up for a really good game. Tiny does not have enough burst damage, no matter what you pair him up with. He just cannot kill Timbersaw, and then you're forcing Team Spirit to possibly play him as a position 4 role, which they don't, but they play it on the mid.
Yeah, and you were pointing this out, that they actually play much more on the mid than the carry position. Would you still like the Timbersaw as the offlaner?
Now that they have Mars, I don't. Yeah, it's not an option anymore. Even though I believe there was Thunder Predator who ran a position 5 Mars.
They did. There's the Mars Phoenix combo, which is interesting because actually that's one of the favorite combos of the Eastern European region. But it's going to be IG running it. We haven't seen much success with this combo in this tournament yet.
Okay, I would imagine it's a fairly good opener against Tiny, because the reduced attack speed is one of Tiny's biggest issues, right? This hero hits super slowly.
Yes.
Anyone that has played Tiny knows what it feels like. So you're not touching the egg, and you're getting Fire Spirit on top of that. And then as a third added bonus, Tiny's very tanky, and he has a lot of armor. Phoenix is dealing Sunray damage, which is percentage-based. So Phoenix is one of the heroes that probably hurts Tiny the most. And Snapfire is a good response from Team Spirit. This basically increases the execution for IG. This Mars is going to have to really be on top of his arenas to protect the egg, or that egg isn't going off. Another thing that's important to note is Ollie is a very, very good Phoenix player, so I think that they also got that going for themselves.
Even Kaka plays it actually. Previous teams used to play it a lot as well, so they can actually flex that from 5 to 4. What do you think of this Snapfire Tiny combination to start off with? Especially with the Tiny mid, I guess you have some nice burst, right?
We still don't know where the Tiny is going to go, but it seems like a very strong opener. You have a lot of boxes checked with just these 2 heroes. You always have like a repositioning tool on your allies, on the opponents as well. And Snapfire Will Shredder kills Egg level 1, so you got to be really careful until you hit that level 12.
There's the Morphling ban that we have been speaking about, just a highly contested hero. And actually, interestingly enough, IG gets rid of that Legion Commander. Do you think the performance last game was enough to justify it, or is it just because of the Phoenix this time? And the Mars, actually.
It's a pretty good, we call them steroids, like basically spells that amp up your cores to deal more damage.
Yeah, buffers.
Buffers, exactly. A pretty good buffer for the Tiny. And the Purge and the added save and stuff like that's always very nice. So I think it's just an overall, it's mostly about the Purge ability against the Phoenix and the BKB ability to tank the Sunray.
Yeah, and the attack speed, of course, against Egg is going to be great. Monkey King, I definitely didn't think coming into this series that Monkey will be either picked or survive through the first big phase.
I think Spirit's just afraid of it to disrupt their laning phase. I think after game 1, they realized that they can't just let IG dominate the pace of the game. Even though they won that game, I think they felt it too. Like we saw it was a very clutch win, and you don't want to be in that position where you got to clutch it out like that every single game.
So what is it in game 2? So in game 2, they did fix that pace, right?
Right.
What was it about the draft you thought was lacking maybe in game 2?
I think they had the idea of that we need to have more pace, but I feel like the heroes that they picked were a little bit outdated, or like they don't really make sense to me. Like the Chaos Knight, I think in concept is a good idea. It does very well in its lane, and then you have these illusions that are going to fight for you. You don't really have to commit into the Doom. But I just feel like the hero's power level is too weak.
Yeah, they overdid it. Having both Shadow Fiend and CK in that game was a bit too much. Shadow Fiend was static in the mid game. You can't really make that many moves, especially with the build. There was no Shadow Blade early on, and that one dodge from Morphling with the waveform, that was top notch, or top luck skill, whatever you want to call it, because there was no sentry wards.
Yeah. So Team Spirit once again banned out the Lina. That makes me just immediately think of Leshrac. I think if you want to pick Lesh though, you're most likely going to play with some sort of save, some sort of support that can keep your Leshrac alive.
So you were talking about how this is the Chinese mentality, that like you ban Lina, you pick Lesh. You think Spirit has adapted to that mentality now?
I think it's more, IG are definitely considering Leshrac as an option now that Lina's out of the pool. So this is something that you can do sometimes where the opponents ban certain heroes for you, and that basically gives you another ban. So let's say I'm in IG's position, I see them banning Lina, I'm like, Leshrac has 2 counters. Lina and whatever other hero they consider to be good against it. Like Invoker, for example, that was played against Lesh in the first game. Now you've opened up the door to potentially drafting Leshrac here. Whereas when both Lina and Invoker are open, that's not really a hero that you're considering.
Okay, and do you see this draft initial as a pretty decent Leshrac draft to play in?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Lesh game.
Okay.
You have
there are
the
no
backup of
counters.
Phoenix
You're a
and Mars.
natural BKB buyer. I mean, you can go it as your second item, and then you don't care too much about Phoenix nor the Mars spells. Something that they played against Fnatic was ET and Tiny. ET is still available for Team Spirit if they want to go that combo, removing the basic magic resistance. As you said, the ET didn't look that great in the first game when they played it, but still feels really good to have another way of stopping a team fight.
So the benefits is like, I think Mira played the ET, and he traditionally plays more of those range type of position 4 heroes, and I would expect him to be on the Snapfire here. So Miposhka is more of that laning dominating type player. That's the type of hero he likes. So seeing him on the ET wouldn't be too surprising, though I do think the Phoenix is one of the better heroes at dealing with it, because you just slow down the attack speed so much, and he can't really fight.
I like your point, because Miposhka back in the day was the biggest enchanter spammer I've ever seen. He used to just run that hero every single time.
Yeah.
What other heroes could we see that are lane dominators that you'd think would fit into his hero pool? Come to mind.
I mean, Bane was one of the ones I was thinking about, but
Sure.
many of the traditional like position 5s for CIS,
like
or
Disruptor,
sorry, the Eastern European, yeah, Disruptor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't really fit the game here, I would say.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure. I think it might just be the Snapfire 5 to match it up into the Phoenix.
Or they could just swap the lanes and play Snapfire position 5 from the safe lane
Right.
to match it up against Phoenix potentially.
We've seen Bane now multiple times actually by IGF. I feel like it's been picked every game. What do you see the strength of this pick here?
I feel the hero is just not picked enough. I expected this hero to be like super highly contested in the group stage, picked or banned every single time he is the lane dominator. You have this small budget save built in, and also BKB piercing ability. You don't necessarily need to get a 5-second duration grip, sometimes a second or a 2 during the BKB. As we've seen in the game number 1, was pretty clutch. So yeah, the positioning is key. I think he's very similar to Oracle in terms of positioning, where you make like 200 range ahead and then you straight up die.
Oh, interesting. There's a lane dominator that we haven't seen in a long time, which is the CM, and a classic combo with the Juggernaut. Is this what we might be seeing here?
I think it's a response to the Phoenix Mars. I was thinking personally, PL I know is one of Yatoro's better heroes. So I was considering the PL when I saw the Bane. But they go with the Juggernaut. It's great against the Mars and Phoenix and lane. Now they have kill potential during the level 1. I think especially level 1 Phoenix now needs to be extremely careful, because you have the Nova into the spin and you can zone them out. And Crystal Maiden overall fits pretty well with the other heroes. And I know AUI, this hero is very, very strong right now, so he was surprised.
Crystal Maiden Juggernaut.
Are you afraid at all of the Fiend scrapping the Juggernaut while he's spinning and stopping him completely?
It's one of the threats that they need to consider, but I think with how Juggernaut usually plays nowadays, you have both the Ags and you have the Omni Slash to get around, and you have the Healing Ward, right? So if the Healing Ward's alive and you get Fiend Script, you're most likely going to be able to tank through it.
Here we see Storm. That was a pick they've actually banned as respect banned multiple times for Emo. You tell me a bit of the strength about Emo and this hero.
Yeah, Emo's Storm Spirit is legendary pretty much. You know, comparing him to some other Storm Spirit players, I think the farming patterns in general for Storm Spirit are better. We see this like newer type of a build with the Soul Ring as well, where you like
Spirit जो attacking करता है बहुत
it's very
अच्छा है.
important to try to block it, and then you pick up the 3-minute rune, come back, kill the small camp again, come to your lane. Storm Spirit comes online very quickly. There are not too many counters in this game. There is a bite coming out from the Crystal Maiden. For the rest, he should be okay if he has enough mana to try to dodge the other spells, and Juggernaut doesn't feel comfortable playing into Storm Spirit.
Are you still seeing this as a tiny mid right now, or do you think it's still an open flux?
I think there's potential to run the Snapfire 3 and Tiny 4.
Oh.
It doesn't really strike me as something that I would imagine Team Spirit does very often, but it could be a good way to answer like the problems of laning against Bane, because you get a much stronger hero in the lane there.
Could you Tiny 3 here, potentially?
Yeah, you could.
I think you could Tiny
Would it be
3,
good?
but I think against Bane a lot of the time, like, I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, you could. I don't dislike it. The more I think about it, it just feels a bit weird in the current meta of like how Tiny's build with the item build that Tiny likes to go for.
Just Collapse has done it in the past, the Tiny 3.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And you have mana, that's what's important. Tiny consumes a lot of mana when he's played either as a position 4 or a position 3, and this time around you have Crystal Maiden, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Banned out. That's a Night Stalker, right?
Yeah,
एक late game चाहिए.
thinks that it's going to be position 4 Tiny, banning out Night Stalker and
IG को
Lycan.
एक
Tiny, right?
initiator चाहिए.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could be either.
Exactly. What heroes would you were talking about the bans that they got to
Mars
last
initiate
round,
कर
but
सकता है,
also
ये
Storm
बात
in the
नहीं।
same way. Is there any other hero you're thinking about right now?
Carry
Okay, let's get
carry
rid of
बाकी
it
तो
in case they
Storm Spirit क्या
I
करेगा?
think would be really good against the Storm.
A lot of like Virtus Pro when they play Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain is the one band
Like
that they
this,
get rid of. Puck is the other one, and
Tiny
Lina.
offlane
Like
Jaya.
these are the bands that they protect the Storm Spirit pick with. So yeah, Team Spirit, the leash mechanic. I
That's
don't
mid.
think I've seen a single game
Puck
from the games
mid
that have been
में
casted throughout the group
Storm
stage. Puck was
Spirit
not picked at all. It was banned out, always against the Storm Spirit, but never picked.
I actually saw this matchup quite a few times, and I think while the puck is good with the
I think
Dream
it is,
Coil, now with how Storms can buy Kaya Sanj and Bloodstone,
हमको
they have a way to really
बहुत
survive
अच्छा सा
through
लग
it.
रहा
They
है।
can tank through it, and I
Team
think between the
Spirit
Nightmare
जीत
Sleep and the
सकता है।
Phoenix heals, it might be enough to keep
शायद।
Storm alive. But other than that, there's no stunts on Spirit. It's very hard for Spirit to kill the puck. They did buff the Bane Fiend script cast time.
IG का last pick
For
पे
IG,
depend
sorry,
करता
yeah.
है।
Killing the puck for IG is going to be difficult in this game.
कौन होगा
And I
offlane
think
carry?
like now, it's really up to the Bane, right? You gotta grip either the puck or
Ooh,
the Juggernaut.
Spectre.
So I think that might be something that's
अच्छा
tricky
है।
for them. Spectre Storm is
अच्छा है
a
ना?
very, very
हाँ।
strong combo. So Storm Spirit, generally speaking, wants to find the right
Then
target and
do
jump
it
them.
again,
So
man.
one of the hardest things of your game is you need to have vision of the backlines. But with Spectre, it's very easy. You press one button
बहुत
and your
अच्छा
Storm
है।
sees everything.
Storm का
And he
early
can
game भी
jump
अच्छा है।
safely knowing that there's no heroes close by, or he can choose the target that he wants to.
Early to mid game बहुत अच्छा है Storm का।
That's the strength of
जितना
IG's
हम
draft.
देखें।
To summarize that draft.
I think their team fight is going to be very, very strong. And look for Emo to make
बस
some
ये कि
aggressive
मार्स
jumps
को
off
बहुत
of
tanky
Usually
खेलना
expect
पड़ेगा।
them
What
to
about
sub
IG for Team Spirit?
Void expect
Team
किया
Spirit, this is going to be a position 3 Tiny, which
Sven
can
बोलने
scale.
वाला था,
As you mentioned, there are
Sven
no real stun silences for Puck, so that's going to be a bit problematic for Invictus Gaming. And Toronto, Tokyo, especially with the help from Crystal Maiden, could completely pop off on this Puck.
All right. Well, before we get into
Warsling
the game, we got
दोनों टीम बैन करेगा अब तो Warsling
word from BSJ, so he can guide us as to what we should be looking for in this game number 3 between Team Spirit.
चलो इन गेम चलो
prediction time
prediction time क्या हो ठीक हो जटारो है याटोरो है जगरनाथ emo storm spirits lifeline spectre स्पेक्टर वाला टीम जीत जाएगा लेट गेम अगर चल गया तो कप्तान स्पेक्टर
last match at Spectre 11 1
हाँ
那我走，
longest kill streak
那我走。
स्पेक्टर
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Prepare for battle.
Spectre हो सकता है लेकिन इसको ऑनलाइन आने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा
हाँ तो longest बोला ना longest kill streak कितना टाइम में नहीं टीम विच फर्स्ट रोशान
टीम स्पिरिट क्योंकि वो लोग का टीम
ओके अर्ली गेम बेस्ड है
बहुत जल्दी
हाँ हाँ प्लेयर विथ मोस्ट किल्स एट 10 मिनट्स स्पेक्टर नहीं होगा टाइनी अच्छा अभी कौन टीम जीत रहा है टीम फाइट पे डिपेंड करता है
टाइनी स्टॉर्म स्पिरिट
रुको
किसको किल मिलेगा
टीम फाइट हो रहा है हाँ किसको किल मिलेगा टोरंटो पक को मिला रे बाबा नहीं दे सकते
नंबर ऑफ टावर किल्स बिफोर 6 to 10
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
0 to 5
नहीं 6 to 10 6 to 10
0 to 5 कर दिया
The battle.
अरे टावर कील्ड है भैया टावर कील्ड मतलब दोनों साइड को मिला के 6 to 10 ही होगा ना बोलेगा नहीं देखो पहला एक टावर दूसरा एक टावर तीसरा एक टावर ओपोजिट में भी सेम हुआ 6 टावर हुआ ना अरे टीयर 2 टावर नहीं गिरा ओपोनेंट का भी और अपना टीम का भी, तो 6 टावर पता नहीं है।
0 to 5 कर दिया है। उनको लग रहा है कि ये लोग बहुत स्लो खेलेगा तो ये स्पेक्टर है, उसको स्पेस दिलाएगा।
Denied!
I saw that.
那我走，那我走。
I mean,
Juggernaut, let
this
them
is
feel
kind
the
of been
cool
the
of your
Wombo combo,
blade.
if you want to call it that, for this last year. The Mars Arena giving, you know, especially without the BKBs coming online, enough space for that egg to actually go off, and then eventually you probably will see Storm Ags in combination with that. They just have a lot of spells that work in tandem together, and then obviously Bane has been picked literally every game this series, and I was not expecting that. Not gonna lie.
And it won every game so far. So according to statistics, it's in the bag for IG.
Bane actually अच्छा है। कोई एक प्लेयर को स्लीप में डाल दो।
Literally every hero has a voice line.
और एक और है ना, उसका अल्टीमेट बीकेबी के थ्रू जाता है।
Forgot to actually split up into separate ones, and it's now just.
अच्छा हाँ, प्योर डैमेज है। हाँ।
How is Emo destroying mid this hard?
उधर देखो, उधर बॉट लेन देखो।
Kaka gets slowly chased down by Maposhka. This is one of the longest chases of all time. He has 5 mango.
मर गया।
There we go. Another
You
kill
move
going
like
away
a
of Team
blue
Spirit.
heart glacier.
So mid-lane at 17-1 to 10-0.
This is not that Storm favorite. Emo's just here. Toronto, Tokyo.
हाँ, कंटिन्यू करो भैया, क्या बोले थे बेन के बारे?
If you're an IG fan, it's a good start. We've covered this in the last couple of games.
बीकेबी कर
He
लेने
is
से
exceptionally good on Storm, but like we talked again previously, he has also had a couple of like slightly, I don't know if you want to call them face palm moments during.
कोई एक BC एग्जांपल।
Where Emo just went way too crazy on Storm. I think they. But he is prone to a little bit of over-aggression at times. Bottom lane, decent damage onto JT. We'll reset away.
Just gonna get salved. We'll be good to go. Yeah, I mean, we talked about just kind of overconfidence from Emo at times, but I mean, talking about
जिसका वो लिंक ना तो नहीं कर सकते।
really freaking good. We've cast a lot of his games, and
जब BKB on रहता है।
he's been nerfed since then, so a lot of games we've been seeing, you know, some mid laners partake in some puck and they haven't looked so good. So interested to see if Toronto Tokyo does it. But we saw it game 1 where he was split pushing with Invoker. Does a lot of that with puck, especially if he's behind. So we'll see.
Kind of a dangerous split push game though against Spectre Storm Bane. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. That's true. This time around to do that. One of the big upsides to Bane that I think is underappreciated maybe sometimes. Everyone is very much focused around the laning out.
Down goes Ollie.
Ironically, one of the things people consider so strong about Bane is the laning, as he just got crushed from full HP there. He's facing a really, really powerful lane here, with Snapfire being one of the worst matchups the hero has, in my opinion, in lane. But yeah, what Bane usually brings to the table is the suit, but also just the ability to, because you don't have the ability to wave clear, you never really need to show mid-late game at all. Like, you can sit in a tree line and wait for someone to go for the play we just talked about, where Puck starts cutting waves, and then find a good pick that way.
And looking at Fly,
What lane भी हरास हो रहा है इसलिए
sitting on 18.
What lane में Phoenix का
The 21-6 Juggernaut.
situation खराब
Even across the position ones at least. Mid lane still being dominated right now by Emo. A 10 CS lead at 4.5 minutes is
that's substantial.
Toronto Tokyo is still getting pretty good farm. Like, this is probably normal farm. It's just Emo getting literally every last hit.
Middle में ये कि Storm Spirit
net worth, but that's because he got first blood.
अच्छा काम कर ले रहा Puck के against
he was still I don't know if I want to call it losing to Emo here, but Emo is definitely still having a great time. So very well done by him.
Bane फिर से बच गया
गलत हो गया उसका
Solly takes a little residual damage from collapse in the meantime, but they'll have to just cut their losses.
किसको उछाला? कुकी से बेन को उछाल दिया।
Bot lane now is JT.
टाइनी टॉस किया बेन
Had
को,
himself a pretty good series so far.
स्नैपफायर को पकड़ा।
और कुकी खाई किसके तरफ?
और वो कुकी खुद पे यूज किया।
हाँ।
वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रही थी कि टाइम अपने ऊपर ही टॉस
Looks like he's actually going to live. Spectre, one of the tankier position ones in the game.
Definitely major upside against a lane like this that is so burst oriented.
As an offlane Tiny, do you think
थोड़ा वोम्बो हो गया हल्का सा। मिस्टेक हो गया वोम्बो।
I think it depends on the value the most of the Tiny because he could also
lane में पास हरास हो गया।
finishes him off. 4-1 advantage for Team Spirit. So game 2 started off kind of similarly in terms of the kills, but it's really the mid lane that's the story right now. But we can just call it a wash just because of that first blood.
pretty much.
10 minutes तक और
And again, I think the two heroes on IG that you could be concerned about because they are very much dependent on that good start. I think both Storm and Spectre are feeling pretty good about this, right? Flight has a kill and 30 CS, and Emo must be, you know, you have like a mental checklist for
और
what's good
3 मिनट भैया, कोई kill नहीं करना।
Storm. You're pretty happy with that.
सब फार्म करो चुपचाप से जाके।
How can you get more than this
और
theoretically?
हमको क्यों लग रहा है टाइनी जाके मारने चल जाएगा वो?
He's basically got
Spectre
everything
को।
he can. So
that's very true. Looks like
Same
Collapse.
हाँ।
We're going to see the coil in the mid lane.
नहीं, नहीं sleep हो जाएगा।
Okay.
Oh, 2 kills, nice.
Takes out Emo. Mira gets slept, but there's not going to be a whole lot of damage between this
Ben
Phoenix and
मरा।
Jane and Ollie. He's completely surrounded here.
Oh, चलो, एक prediction सही हुआ।
I saw that.
Doing very well.
Normally. The way that Toronto Tokyo used the sounds there, he was very patient. He saw
इधर
the
देखो,
BT coming.
टॉप लेन देखो।
और ये ट्रिपल
बच गया। ट्रिपल किल हो गया भैया, 4th किल था ये।
नहीं अभी का कंटिन्यूअस 3 kills था।
अच्छा। He did. Digital Maiden। आप लेट देख रहे हैं?
नहीं।
बच गया वही वो। लेकिन यहाँ फ्लाई मर जाएगा। बच गया। TP आउट कर। सब TP आउट कर लिया। कोई नहीं मरा।
अल्ट्रा किल रैम्पेज ये सब पे टाइम ड्यूरेशन होता है, उतने ड्यूरेशन में किल्स होगा तो
JT gets
फक्त 4 किल था।
nice rotations as
वो टाइम फ्रेम में उसका 3
minutes we've had a trade of tier 1 top and bottom in both games, and that's not even remotely the case this time around.
Well, Spirit have done more structural damage for sure. Like wait, have IG? Okay,
दो
IG
अलग-अलग
have hit a
चीजें,
tower.
तो
They've
वो
hit a little bit on
टाइम
the
में
top,
ही
but yeah, the top tower.
किल्स हुआ तो अल्ट्रा
Spirit looking a lot healthier.
ट्रिपल अल्ट्रा रैम्पेज
So
और
almost
अगर बिना मरे हुए
very
कंटिन्यूअस
close
पूरा
early
गेम
on.
के
You
थ्रू
just
बिना कोई
gotta
टाइम
wonder
लिमिट
what's
का
going to
किल्स
happen
कर
as
रहे हो
soon
तो
as
वो स्ट्रीक
the first round of items comes in, right? So Storm is queuing up the Orchid. Puck is going Roots of Travel, it looks like, here at Toronto Tokyo. Not too uncommon, but also a little bit risky sometimes, especially playing against this hero like Storm who wants to go Orchid. You're not going to be like that step ahead where you already have the Euls when the Orchid comes out, so you are a little bit exposed that way.
यहाँ पर लेन एक्सचेंज हुआ है।
I mean, he's definitely made it work in many games that we've casted him in the past, so see if that comes to be again. Of course, it is against Emo, like you said, an absolute beast. Toronto Tokyo about to hit level 9 here. Has his coil available. Opening his collapse. Trying to bait a bit. Coil from afar into the ult from Snapfire. Avalanche to follow. Ollie's in the vicinity. Gets off the nightmare, but he's going to barely tick out there. Spend a lot. TP support from IG. And Team Spirit get the kill. Tier 1 top as well.
तो करेक्ट है, मतलब करेक्ट है।
Toronto Tokyo picks up a double damage.
लेट गेम तो एनएच के हो जाएगा अलग से, लेकिन
Yataro.
चाहे जितना भी bully कर लो अभी.
सही आइटमाइजेशन करने
Yeah,
पे
that was
Such
pretty
a
unfortunate.
small window.
Juggernaut भी
Well, I
बहुत
think one
strong
tree
हो
was
सकता
missing
है.
at that time as well.
Juggernaut must farm
Between
कर.
them at the back, but still, even then, it's
Second में पक तो kill की वजह से वो ऊपर
Looks like they're going to defend here. They will be successful. But yeah, Yataro is farming.
अच्छा Spectre 4 था Gold के मामले में.
Farms a little bit slower, at least the beginning stages, than Juggernaut, but they're basically on the same footing right now. But yeah, it will be Aghanim Scepter for Fly eventually after the Falcon Blade, so he will not be.
Phoenix मर गया. Phoenix dead. मर गया.
वो आया है
Double killing.
Just two supports. Double kill for Fly. Now Taratha Tokyo's here with the double damage. Of course, no coil. 60 seconds on the deck here.
double damage.
Gets the waning rift. Not sure if he's going to finish this off. Top.
अरे भैंस क्या उछालना बंद करेगी ये मैडम.
Juggernaut
Dyer's middle tower is
strong spirit
Won't end up resulting in any kind of stun. So a little bit too aggressive perhaps. They're staying too long for Team Spirit.
What is it with TI tossing people from your own team into trouble, huh? That's a pretty
It's so tempting.
memorable moment from a different year. I don't think that one was on purpose, though. This one was. But that toss did not work out the way they wanted it to. And they even got a really good Avalanche because Juggernaut Fiend script and immediately Avalanche cancelled the Fiend script and he still couldn't get the Omnislash
इतना
off.
कुकी खाना बांध करेगी.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
कुकी का duration बहुत low है ना. मतलब duration है cooldown.
How long it went here. A very extended fight overall.
I think this is what IG's lineup can do. The moment you start committing, this global presence of Storm Spec can
19 है.
cooldowns are out.
Max में 15.
And it's very understandable that Spirit wants to chase here, right? You have a DD puck, you know the enemy team is somewhat out of resources. Sidestep from Toronto Tokyo to not get featured. Here is the problem. So instant cancel on that grip.
Yeah, and he never omni slashes either. So he's taking too much time. He would have been ranked. I'm not mistaken. I mean, it could have been a lot worse, honestly. Collapse did live at the very least. But
and now Collapse will take
13
the
minutes
tower, obviously, with those cooldowns not ready for IG. They're not interested in trying to defend without Supernova or Haunt. So
Bot में भी एक tower गिरी है.
there at least that they grab the first tower of the game. But the question is if they're going to be able to defend their own bottom.
पता नहीं. हाँ, bot में भी एक tower गिरी है.
Kaga's eyeing up a Yules. I think it's probably a pretty good choice here. Maybe he's worried about the puck silence, and he wants to make sure that he can get his Supernova off.
Radiant
yeah, it's going to be a tower
structures
trade.
are fortified.
They're making very
Radiant's
sure.
bottom tower
Keeping
is
Phoenix
under
bottom
attack.
here is
Mid
basically
में
saying, all right,
tower
no
जाएगा.
risk here, just in
Dyer's
case
middle
they
tower
want to
is under
defend. Since they
attack.
have Omni, we're going to have as many heroes as possible in the neighborhood, and now they realize, okay, defense is not coming, so they're going to rotate. And
Radiant's
Kaka will
bottom
maybe
tower
stack a
is
little bit of ancients here.
Pain
I don't
CC
know
कर रहा है.
if they want to do that. Seems like that's a yes.
Obviously mid tower बचाएगा.
Looks like
Dyer's
IG want
middle
to
tower
defend this
is under
mid
attack.
tower
Definitely should
potentially.
defend this.
Dyer's
But Team Spirit
structures
is
are
completely set up here.
45
Yataro is at half HP though, does not
हाँ,
have the to use.
वही तो बात है. मार्स को घुसना है इसमें team
Fight हो
fight.
सकता है.
Initiate here is
मार्स घुसा.
भी ready है. मार्स का arena
मार्स stunned है. मार्स stunned है. अब arena बनाया.
protect किया है. ये fight IG
दे दिया. क्या melt हो रहा है? लेजर बीम.
बहुत परफेक्ट. बैकग्राउंड में फीनिक्स अपना अल्टीमेट किया था और अल्टीमेट
हाँ देखते. मार्स arena बनाया था. हाँ.
Sure that the one hero that can be caught is JT on the Mars. He instantly uses the hood, and then they get in and get the counterplay with a great Supernova arena combo, and they instantly Fiend script the Snapfire as well. It was part of coming in close for the extra burst, but that obviously means that there's no more kisses.
किसको मिला हम ध्यान नहीं दिए.
The problems with this hero in some situations is that you always need to gauge what distance you want to play at, right? It's rare that you find a fight where all of your spells get used well. It's generally either the up close ones or the long range one. In that situation for Mira, it would probably be better to stand further back and get that hold off.
Tiny
For a massive amount of damage in the arena.
सब assist में चला गया.
He got taken out, so made that an easy hold for IG.
को.
yeah, now Fly top of the network. I believe Aghanim Scepter is being delivered as we speak. So essentially he gets, I guess you can call it a mini haunt. He has that vision of the target, a single haunt. A single...
Mid में अभी ये टावर छोड़ दे
Shadow Step. How about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a good name?
अभी वो लोग बड़ा-बड़ा दो अल्टीमेट यूज किया.
You definitely decide.
Dyer's middle spectral dagger, so I assume he's going to go for all the talents that line up with that.
Just already taken the dagger talent on level 10, which is very common.
Single target, that's what I was trying to say.
Single target haunt.
Single target haunt.
That's pretty much the worst name you could give a spell that I can imagine.
Well, amplify damage.
मिड में फिर से गेम ना मर गए मार्स यहाँ पर रूटेड है
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mind you, that's only level 2
सिर्फ एक
sunray,
kill.
actually. That wasn't even a maxed out one, but just the hood facing the right way and getting sunrayed really can keep JT alive for a long time. They do get the pick on Bane.
And this is going to be the crucial part of the game for IG, or if I guess you can look at Team Spirit's perspective as well, but Orchid on Emo. And right now, Toronto, Tokyo
Orchid है
haven't even had anything queued up that will dispel that. Going for the Kaya, we'll be going for Blink next.
It's dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
It's so dangerous when you're not playing with a save, right? It maybe sometimes you can justify this a little bit easier if there's someone who can, yeah. Very good.
Fuck, what the fuck?
Well, you get some HP, it's something.
When Snap is level 15.
And eventually they'll get there. The Orchid...
level 15, the 200 heal from Cookie.
The Orchid should have done its work by then, I'm sure, but...
Yeah.
यहाँ tier 2 push हो रहा है बाट लेन में टॉप लेन में भी हो रहा है टॉप लेन में मार सकेले सोच रहा है नहीं एक्चुअली देख
And they are relying on having superior vision or getting the initiation with Tiny, which he can for the most part trust.
पक्कू पकड़ा
साइलेंस और पक
स्नैपफायर भी डेड अरे मार्स बाप रे बाप अब तो कैपिटलाइज करो इस पे मिड का दोनों टावर जाना चाहिए
With two different heroes just being fragmented.
Roshan? Question?
The kill on the puck had nothing to do with his item.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Killed within the
Radiant structures are
7 minutes बाकी
है. Yeah, it's the problem. The Spectre is so farmed that I don't know.
याद मत दिला भैया याद दिला रहा
It has to win early. You're going to see here.
हम 0 to 5 दिए हैं. 4 हो गए. मैक्सिमम एक और टावर गिरा है.
Dyer's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Thank you. This was a disastrous from Team Spirit.
I was talking to production. You're really smart. And I was like, you're right.
Spectre इतना जल्दी farm
That makes sense now. IG with a 4-5.
कहाँ है स्पेक्टर हाँ बोलते दी
Falcon Blade तो obvious है.
हाँ
And the fact that you have the Spectre, you have the Storm, that feels...
यहाँ सब बन गया
पक फिर से पकड़ा गया.
Toronto, Tokyo...
Fuck me like what the fuck? यहाँ पर क्रिस्टल मेडन भी
Storm Spirit भी
dash in dash out
पूरा snowball कर रहा है.
dash in dash out अब कैपिटलाइज करना है यही मिस्टेक तो पहले किया था वो लोग
बस देख रहा है जगरनॉट तो फार्म करते हुए
मरता रहा है वो अरे टावर लो भाई टियर 2 टावर लो मेरा टास्क हो जाएगा या रोशानी कर लो अरे लग गया लग गया रे बाबा अरे यार टावर लेना चाहिए था ना नहीं अरे भैया लोड लगाओ ना
Team Spirit, honestly, I kind of like from them that
अरे बॉटम टावर पुश करो ना
mentality in this game. Okay, we see their heroes. We're going to pick something that's good.
अरे वो बंदर
In terms of execution requirement, they have so little margin for error.
Top tower में
They have to be ahead of kills. They have to be better in lanes than they did.
Double damage.
Now that we're not at that
भैया टावर ट्रेड हो रहा है देखो
टॉप का लेगा और
every time you have
टावर ट्रेड
target haunt ready, then you use that to kill a hero.
Oh,
correct.
गैंग हो रहा है टावर से
Every target haunt.
नहीं छोड़ दिया
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
टावर ट्रेड
Just every time those things are ready, you try to find picks with Storm.
Easier to understand as well.
भैया बोलेगा हम क्यों दे रहे
Smoke right now.
Dire's bottom
And
tower
Spirit just
is
has
under
to play in
attack.
this type of way.
Radiant's top tower.
अरे मत कर रहे बाबा टावर लो तो चुपचाप
Save them potentially, or at least create some havoc. But it's going to be an uphill battle
Radiant
overall.
are scanning.
He has died in the other two lanes. in the
tower down. Bottom में fight.
हो गया
इस बार Storm Spirit silence नहीं कर पाया. तो silence हो गया. Pop हुआ है. Crystal Maiden एक shot की खत्म. बैकग्राउंड में
जी प्लीज मिड टावर
I can't get over that there has not been an Omni Slash this game.
Tower.
That is kind of crazy. Yeah.
मिड टावर
Difference in these fights because it's one-sided now.
कोई जिंदा है?
ये मरा
Radiant's tower is under attack.
Oh,
लगे
सही स्कोप आउट.
मिड टावर
This is without even
मिड ये लोग डिफेंड करेगा.
Middle tower.
नहीं करेगा कर दूं मेरा नहीं करेगा
now online for Emo.
क्या टॉप टावर
Looking to add insult to
मिड
injury.
में टेलीपोर्ट कर रहा
Of course, they don't have
है.
ages to work with, so we're looking at the replay here.
ये टावर ले लो भगवान भरोसे
Phase shift at the
Radiant's top
initiation, and he
tower
gets a
is under
2-hero
attack.
silence
Only
when he
tower
wins the
thing.
storm, and then he
God, tower God.
He could not possibly have done more in that fight on the puck, but again,
Okay.
अब अगर
0 to 5
हुआ,
correct.
कोई मारा
as soon
तो
as all the spells are cast,
GG.
and
Tower
accounted
ले लेगा.
for, that's when this hero
अच्छा,
really shines.
tower ले लेगा.
लग रहा
Takes out the
है
carry from the fight entirely. JT's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But IG sometimes
मिड में पांचों आ गया है और
a little bit too confident
IG
sometimes.
के
You know,
पास
it
vision
happens to
भी
the
है.
best of us.
स्मोक
I think they've learned
स्मोक
their
किया.
lesson, and
विजन
I'd
में
be
ही स्मोक
surprised
किया.
if
यहाँ पे बेन
they'll
अकेला.
just continue to grow this lead. Ollie gets off
Dire's
the
middle
nightmare.
tower is under attack.
Is he actually going to
TP out.
Looks like that's the
बच गया.
case. Basically nullifies a
Radiant's
smoke
bottom tower
from
is
Team
under
Spirit.
attack.
Now IG are aware. As Kaka's working for a refresher already on the Phoenix. My goodness.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Well, actually, does he even have the mana to
अरे
support
एक टावर तो लेना है
He barely does.
हमें दिक्कत किस चीज का है
The math.
90
Do they allow
seconds और
calculators in the booths?
1.5 मिनट नहीं बोलना है 90 सेकंड
Oh, the aggressive point. Okay, back out करिए. Crystal Metal
Out most of Team Spirit, including the freezing field.
And that's another thing about Spectre when it has this
Dire
item is if
are
you want to
scanning.
gank Spec, you kind of need to either have full chain stun and silence until it dies, or you need to be all 5 heroes there. You can't just press a button and escape globally. It's very, very annoying.
I've been wanting this.
And IG are immediately going to make their own move. I love this. You know, you used Shadow Step to go once again. Immediately smoked up the other 4 heroes. And
मर गया क्रिस्टल मेडल
Sapphire CM Dunzo.
Invisibility.
अरे टावर
This Shadow Step is only a
Dire's
kind
middle
of
tower
crazy.
is under attack.
इधर देखो टाइनी को देखो टाइनी का रेप हो गया
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All 3 top 3
टावर ले लो ना कोई एक
their team. Probably just waiting for the next Roche just to make sure
Kal, tower
they
ka.
have things in hand. They don't want to get overconfident again.
भैया बोलेगा हाँ बच गए
And
they see Toronto. They don't have vision of him right now. He's standing there in the tree line. If Bane were to randomly walk in there, Toronto Toki actually dies.
Radiant's middle
Because Storm
tower
has
is
the
under
orchid, but he
attack.
obviously does have the vision advantage himself from that high ground ward. So he does have
ये लोग फिर वही नाटक कर रहा है, पता है? टाइम दे रहा है वो लोग को फार्म करके। अरे खत्म करो ना लड़ मर के। तो मिड में एक बार धराया होगा और पूरा खत्म हो जाएगा।
Helps you back in the game necessarily. Kind of got to go all in here.
The question is if you could have got the
वो नहीं पक धराया होगा हमको
if you
क्यों
wanted
लग
to
रहा
play
है?
hyper aggressive with your team, was travels the choice that enabled that the most?
Fuck, you like what the fuck?
For that, but I do feel like usually the travels Kaya-Sanj build is more of a greedier approach to puck.
Longest kill streak भी नहीं।
Being greedy in this game, I mean, it's
किसका है पता है? Town Spirit। हाँ। अभी गेम खत्म नहीं हुआ है लेकिन।
Won't find
गेम खत्म होने का दे।
JC jumps in as well.
Radiant structures are
Lead
fortified.
continues to grow here.
बोला ना fuck गिरा what the fuck?
They try to get as much map control as
Radiant's
possible.
top
The star
tower
of
is under
out
attack.
Team Spirit, and obviously still waiting for.
अरे भाई।
In which case we can have a very long discussion about shards, as is the tradition.
Ready sir.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And I mean, you just look at the farm.
हमको ये बात बताइए आपने फर्स्ट मैच में क्या डाला था? मर गया। नहीं मतलब फर्स्ट मैच में आपने क्या डाला था? आईजी जीतेगा, टीम स्पिरिट जीतेगा?
The rest of his team dies. That's like the unfortunate. Oh boy, he might actually get caught here as well.
तब करेक्ट है।
Okay, it's fine. But he has Manta.
क्योंकि आईजी जीतेगा, इसको देखो। नेफर फिर मरेगा। ये स्ट्रॉन्ग हो गया है वो। मार्स भी फीड हो गया है, देखो ना। 4-3-10
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
मार्स अब एक्चुअली टैंकी हो गया, पता है? मार्स को टैंकी होना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन टैंकी हो गया। क्या स्पेक्टर क्या?
स्पेक्टर को दिए किल
पता है तो 10-8 चल रहा है। अरे अभी रुको ना, अभी जीजी नहीं हुआ है, अभी मारना तो ना टीम फाइट में दूसरे की यही तो अपना मस्त फार्म कर मेंटल क्या बन रहा है भैया? अल्टीमेट ऑफ वाला पॉइंट बूस्टर स्पेक्टर को।
ओके ये आई ऑफ स्टडी।
आई ऑफ स्टडी।
No wonder, I know, yeah.
देखो इतना हम नहीं खेल रहे हैं कि रेसिपी याद हो जाए। इतना खेलना होगा तो रेसिपी याद करने के लिए।
Gracious Gabe, that's always stays positive. Yeah. We've had games that were over. That's at 5%,
literally over.
Dire's bottom tower.
Actually,
is
there
under
was a
attack.
game that was 100% win rate.
It does happen in this group. The game is never truly over until it's over. Things can happen. But for Team Spirit, I don't know. I feel like you should have done that for the last 15 minutes. And they've kind of tried, you know? It's not like they've just been sitting around getting done.
Okay. इस बार मार दिया।
आपका भी हल्का लैग हो रहा है क्या?
It's like every time you blink, somebody just gets jumped somewhere by Storm or Spectre, right? So you only really find opportunities by going together and looking for a team fight, but the problem is in order to set up a team fight with the nature of how the Dire are playing here, IG make sure to push in all the lanes. So if you want to find that move, generally what sets you up to make aggressive
पुश करो ना टावर। अभी तक tier 2 में गिरा है अच्छा ये गिरा ठीक गिरा
Immortality is mine.
Thank you.
किसको शार्ड मिला? आई एजिस किसको मिला?
That allows him to use on his teammates. Now has a haste rune to boot.
I didn't know that had a mana cost, actually.
What is the mana cost?
150.
Oh, it's actually, it's quite a bit actually. It's very good though. So
it is very good.
3 procs on everybody.
जो धराया होगा मरेगा.
JT is ready to go in. He has BKB.
Smoke
What
from
the heck?
Team Spirit as well.
मरा.
Takes the gank.
अकेले ही मार दिया.
Charms were wasted on me.
Yeah, it's also
बोला नहीं धराया होगा. लोग स्मोक किया है मुंह के सामने स्मोक किया.
There isn't really much need to sugarcoat it. You know, they're just getting owned. Like they got ran over in the stage of the game.
Middle tower is under attack.
किल स्टीलर है साला.
वो लगा
He's working his way toward a silver edge. Maybe that's
कौन है रे? काटा है रे.
Kills the ward, gets some free gold. Emo basically out of mana.
Oh, Mira is in trouble.
Okay, he actually has shard on Mira.
लेने देना किल उसको.
Shard blast. IG just getting whatever they want.
किल स्टीलर है साला.
And still 3 minutes to go in the Aegis, so expect. I would still try to go high ground here.
भैया बोलेगा.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lead.
ऐसे किल स्टील होना नहीं चाहिए actually.
Gaben has called it.
भैया बोलेगा नहीं.
What is it?
ना हाई लेवल.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I give you 0% in this game. But remember, it is rounded up. So this could be anywhere between 9.5
मैं दोनों जो करेक्ट करना मेरे को. तीन गलत नहीं अच्छा लगेगा.
Then I don't know if that's
जगन्नाथ की क्लियर हो गया. पता.
Dire's top tower is under
से लेन कुछ कर रहा है वो.
Nah, what's up?
Hey, if they really cared about this, they would get a basher on the Spectre, but him spend TPing, it just forces him out and he can't farm anymore, so they don't really care that much. It's not like they need these extra kills as much at this point of the game. But this Linken's will be great. Alright, patient.
किसको लोड़ा लग गया.
And Team Spirit crumbling here. Mira. And Yataro looks to be the last remaining member of Spirit, but not for long. Just trying to
इसका माना खत्म हो गया भगवान. स्टॉर्म स्पीड का माना खत्म हो गया. ये स्पेक्टर का माना खत्म हो गया. स्पेक्टर का इसका माना खत्म हो गया. बस स्टॉर्म स्पिरिट का माना खत्म हो गया. इंटेलिजेंस हीरो का माना खत्म हो गया. ये कैसा चॉइस कर रहा है? नहीं होता है. खाता है लेकिन ब्लडस्टोन है उसको. ब्लडस्टोन है उसको. माना रीजन है.
We see a replay here. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did a good job of staying alive here, baiting out a bunch of spells. I thought they looked like the opportunity, potentially. Yataro's ult just bounces off visibility for the most part. Very
ultimately does get the Mars, but if it can connect on multiple heroes, you just don't have enough in the tank for the rest, right?
I mean, having to use it on Mars to begin with, or to use the spell. In good spirits, though, so...
Stupendous.
Of course, this is not
GG कर देना चाहिए.
goes to the lower bracket, and winner continues on. But it is a big deal. Like top 12 is guaranteed right now. If you win this series, your top 6 guaranteed.
कुछ नहीं करने का जो गलती कर रहा है लोग हर बार.
And prestige.
हर बार.
And potential, because
इसीलिए UG से हारे गए.
grind in the lower bracket is something that has been achieved.
नहीं.
But a team
इसीलिए
going all the way from round to a lower bracket is rare. You need to get through. work, but it's not really a fair fight when you're moving at normal move speed and the other team has hero.
Oh my god, JT.
Never mind, मर गया ये, मर गया, मर गया. He did, he did, he did. 17-16. 16-15.
Oh, back.
Now for Fly, so that is a canceled TP. Emo, basically no mana to speak of. Collapse or to use his teleport.
Ignore. नहीं, please, emo नहीं. Bach गया.
Fly is 16-0, Emo is 16-1.
Yeah.
इसको दो. ये.
It's looking rough. IG.
Dieback.
Dieback.
I have a plan for Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
देख रहा है इसको. क्या करेगा बताओ? जिंदगी वैसी है. सपोर्ट लेकर. अरीना. मर गया. ओह. अंडा. फूटो अंडा. फूट गया.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
हाँ, ये तो हम पहले देखे थे. 30 में देखे.
So many things right. Especially something that's always enjoyable to watch at the top level is how players play around each other.
32 के गोल लीड है. इसलिए तो बोल रहे जीजी कर देना चाहिए. जीजी कर दो भाई, जीजी कर दो ना. क्या मजाक है?
The fact that that's the first setter actually feels weird.
कौन बचा है इसको धरने जा रहा है?
They have 101% chance of winning now. Actually,
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Maybe the next patch will add that.
But it is rounded up, so it's probably about 100%.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
The craziest building takers.
Collapse. Gonna get single target haunted. No, that was actually the multi-target haunt. And reach the abyssal here in time.
That's a big cooldown. All right, so they can only get the melee racks top, but that's good enough. And obviously they weren't able to push more than that. The tier 2 still survives for Team Spirit. They got one more fight in them.
Invisibility.
Your final fight.
Company look to be next up. Making a statement again, Cinderin.
Slight wish to retract your last move.
Extending for some reason. Toronto Tokyo, okay, we have the pressure onto the Phoenix, into the egg. Toronto Tokyo is dead. 14-9 to 15.
Oh, here comes Collapse.
I mean, Collapse does do a significant amount of damage if he's able to just walk up with the...
He got some levels from killing the enemies.
He's going to get sheep for his troubles. The Spectral Dagger. And another...
अरे एंड करो ना गेम.
So the game shall go on, it seems.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That we cast earlier. That was a 65k network lead, so maybe not quite
the end it was, yeah. But the thing about this though is that IG are making moves non-stop. They're not just sitting back farming, right?
Yeah.
They're actually just killing the enemy team over and over and over and over again. They're just not worth very much.
So blade initiation, Mira gets a
वो क्या लग रहा है बचेगा वो कल.
If the farm was a little bit more max, that could have made all the difference. They
Carl.
So far behind right now.
I feel like I've seen the same play literally.
ये तो पता था कि स्पेक्टर अगर फार्म कर लिया तो बहुत मारेगा, कितना मारेगा, कितना बना देगा.
20 times in a row is just 10 minutes if he uses it every time it's ready, so kind of checks out.
When it first came out, it was
either mark on it.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Spirit still holding on. Mapochka is going to ult in his fountain for
Radiant's middle tower has
Let's
fallen.
quickly talk predictions. So
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
It's GG, it's ended. Oh, okay.
Radiant's middle barracks.
भैया आप अपना रैकेट प्रेडिक्शन देख लो. करेक्ट दिए है ना. टीम स्पिरिट तो नहीं डाल देना ऊपर. ठीक है.
आईजी दिया है.
रैकेट वो में थे क्या मतलब?
Game 1 loss is going to feel pretty
like
terrible.
If anything, the game 1 loss probably helps them going forward.
Probably.
Out of the way, right? All right, I screwed up. Now I won't screw up next
अरे
time.
उजी का मैं देखना है.
Avoid making a similar mistake when you get in a similar situation somewhere later down the tournament. You pay a little bit more attention. You already saw that adjustment in Game 2 when they started hiding in their base when things could have gone awry. So,
फिर नाम वाम भी चेंज करेगा ना. वहाँ तो इन्विक्टस गेमिंग लिखा हुआ है. अच्छा वो स्क्रीन है.
That's something I call a bladder.
High budget.
It's a game that you know is ready to be finished. So you're like, I don't want to miss the end, so I'm just gonna hold on. Even though I've had 5 cups of tea and I really need the loot, I'm just gonna hold in there. And then the game keeps going. And it keeps going.
आने वाला मैच में प्लेयर आएगा awkwardly वो लोग ऊपर नीचे आएगा. नहीं awkwardly नहीं है वो. जी तो 2 बार जीता है ना. awkwardly.
Before you know it, you're on Amazon or other sites and you're just looking up adult diapers because you didn't want to leave that. You didn't want to leave that, and yet by the end of it, you could even hear it in Suntan's and Cinderbin's voices. Yes, you're playing carefully. Yes, this is TI. We understand you want top 6 IG, but please, for the love of God, you won this at the end of the laning phase. Purge, do you agree? Was there ever a chance of a comeback for Spirit?
Yeah, there was a part where they took a team fight and Haunt was used, and then after it, Tiny's sitting on the back, full HP, full mana. He got his blink interrupted, and I was like, this is gonna happen all game. It's gonna be really hard for Collapse to get into the fight with Tiny because he is like a guy that has to jump on the right guy and be in melee range. So it's a little finicky, but if you go first, it's great. So at that moment, I kind of realized like this was not the hero I had in mind for Collapse, and it really cost him a lot.
We have to look back to the draft because I don't know if any of you guys can remember or noticed, but it feels like the bans from IG's side were all focused on the off-lane, Trent.
Yeah, Collapse had a rough go there. They took the Mars early, and then after that, we lost the Tide. We eventually lost the Legion, the Night Stalker. They would kind of went down those. They wouldn't give them the combination with like the Wolf Bite with the Juggernaut and the Lycan. So yeah, Collapse had to be given that first pick overall. Shifted over to the off lane, and
status
probably my least favorite of the 3 core roles for the Tiny. I'm much more into the mid.
Did you get quite excited though, Gods, when you saw that combo of Phoenix?
WhatsApp, Instagram में नहीं.
Yeah, seen it a lot. I definitely something where against the Tiny, it's really good. It almost made them not want to play the Tiny in that 1 or 2 position role because the Fire Spirits and the Sun Ray is so bad for Tiny's game. And I think IG just drafted so well. The Phoenix Mars combo and then this Spectre Storm synergy was just so powerful this game.
I think you just need to look at your Toro's numbers to really know how hard a game Team Spirit had. Jug, he was picked as the counter to that Mars and Phoenix combo, Trent. And yet he still wasn't able to get into the game and do what he needed to do.
It would be very embarrassing if you put him on your fantasy roster today, hoping for a big upset to also save your bracket at the same time. That definitely would not be what I did.
Definitely not.
That would be a problem. I would probably.
You were smart.
Be in trouble.
You
I was
Fly
smart.
Fly.
I took
Fly
Emo
Fly,
and Fly
yeah,
Fly. You know,
exactly.
22, 0, and 27. That's like all the wise people. That's what a TI panelist would probably do.
Would you like some more numbers that we've been given by stats specialist Leo?
Not if they hurt my fantasy even further.
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record for Spectre. The record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game, and especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also a pretty new build. Ag Spectre, I don't even remember what it did. Like, I feel like it's been changed a lot in the last 2 years, but I don't remember what it used to do. But yeah, it's an item you rush right away because you just get on the map so oppressively. Like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on it. And when you're ahead, it's like the best thing. When you buy a lot, you want to just be able to catch people and they did that.
Fastest Spectre. The fastest player to get
and vice versa. So I think
Aghanim.
2 heroes that had
15 seconds. 15 minutes, 15 seconds.
Right now, facing the lower bracket.
Jeez.
And potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI.
I think ये depend hugely करता है कि draft कैसा होता है, team कैसा मिला है. Team कैसा है मिला नहीं, मतलब team कैसा है.
Got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, you know, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games. But it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick Collapses here in the first phase. Like, I think he's so key for their game. Tide Mars being the big two, but, you know, even the Night Stalker, because it's going to get banned. And if you end up in this situation where his 3 best heroes are banned out and he's on a tiny, Team Spirit just don't look as strong.
I think the other issue as well is that, like, on the other side, JT just buys a really fast hood, and his entire enemy lineup is all, like, magic damage.
So good.
So it was like, he just stands in the front, and every time they went on him, they used, like, Dream Coil and Snapfire ulti and everything, and he almost lived. So it just created this, like, giant buffer. Jug isn't very easy to get into those fights either, so maybe a carry that could get in easier, or just go on the backline somehow. It's hard. It's hard against good teams. They won't give you that opportunity. They'll just keep JT in the front.
Well, we've given Sir Action Slacks an opportunity.
इसमें बोल रहा है Mars actually बहुत crucial role play किया है. जो देखो वो लोग को ऐसे भी strength hero एक ही था, और उसको भी tank भी बनाना है और उसको मारना भी है. बहुत मुश्किल चीज है वो करना successfully. कौन है? JTR यही तो Mars player है.
This is my first time TI, so
इसी का interview दिखा रहा.
enjoy the tournament. Just gonna enjoy.
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied. You won. I'm imagining.
वैसे JT तो मेरा ही नाम है.
अच्छा, तुम्हारे
group stage is still different from the elimination.
मतलब देखो ना JT
you feel quite pressure when you're
Chinese नहीं है ना.
When you lose one game, you're gonna like it's so important like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You know, you go in game 1, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. You get hit. Morph gets a DD, slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistake, and then that's why I think we still gotta improve more. You know, we did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in game 2 and game 3. So, you know, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph, you snagged the Morph. Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also, so we're just gonna pick them against them.
All right. Yeah. Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The team spirit guy quite good. Like to be honest, yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right, so very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feeling 100%?
Not 100%, but like almost fully recovered though. So I'm feel okay now.
All right, good. So
thanks for caring.
What was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can. And then, yeah, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret. Ooh. I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we Secret may got like more comfortable like against them.
ये कब बताया टीम
Not a lot of
मास्टर
people want to play against OG in general with the chat lines.
Yeah, OG two-time champion, so too scary.
All right, well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview, and yeah, that Team Spirit Mars guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree. But there you go, JT, you're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after the opening series? Not much has changed, but Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at Team Spirit. They're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So let's move over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to the next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thought.
Strut?
Okay. सिर्फ विनर्स में टिक होता है, लूजर्स में करेक्ट नहीं देता. ओके फाइन.
क्या बोल रहा है? अरे बहुत जोर आवाज है.
Spirit pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EGL effect.
Loser में?
Every team wins that's best of one. That's a tough. So you know, Spirit do find themselves.
Loser हुआ ना तो Team Spirit bottom में गया.
Badger Green, do you think you're going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I mean, I think Fnatic is likely.
अच्छा.
एक ही मतलब पर मैच एक ही प्रेडिक्शन को करेक्ट मानता है, तो विनर्स वाला मेरा करेक्ट है. एक ही बात है.
Slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undyne is really.
एक ही तो बात हो. There and you saw what IG said.
ये तो गिरता है ना नीचे, मतलब डिमोट हो गया. इसको क्यों करेक्ट मानेगा वैसे? समझ रहे हैं? इसको करेक्ट नहीं मानेगा. जो लाइन से आगे जाता है
So I would be very worried to face in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect
उसका कुछ points मिला क्या?
team because after this short video we're going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizzie,
हम expect कर रहे थे. ठीक है डॉट.
coming up, but before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
Okay.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota too because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了一个玩家，也在关心着这个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，还有活儿。上呀，老头，别怂呀！
Yes, yes. ऐसा लग रहा था.
Do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。
为什么喜欢 Dota 2呢？因为在 Dota 游戏里， 认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota because you can always get better.
Я играю в Доту, потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
Why I Dota? That is a really great message because there's a lot of things that bring people to AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
वही तो बोली थी कि
I've played Dota
Yes,
for so
Abby.
long I can't remember.
Alright, Jenkins, how about you?
Alright, I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric. It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's
I think थोड़ा सा ये अगर मेकअप करो ना Jenkins.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag TI10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your TI10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG. Widely considered one of the the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?
What can I even say? How do you start introducing OG versus Secret matchup? This is one that documentaries can be made off, and an hour of documentary wouldn't be enough. So this panel is crammed with time to actually talk about Secret and OG. Just looking forward to this amazing match.
But yet at the same time, it's like so hard to do that because they haven't played each other at TI before, right? This is the first time.
That is true. Actually, the stats are very interesting because it goes beyond that. So in the previous 3 TIs, Liquid actually knocked out Secret every single time. In TI 7, Secret got 9th through 10th, and then 5th through 6th, and then 4th. So every single time they met Liquid in the lower bracket at a later point, and every single time they lost at a later point. So now, Kuro is not in TI. The kryptonite to Puppy is not at TI. And Puppy's actually quoted as saying in an interview that Kuro is his kryptonite. And so the question that I have is that, is No Tail also Puppy's kryptonite, and we just haven't been able to see it yet?
Interesting. Why is that though? Why is Puppy why are Kuro and No Tail potentially Puppy's kryptonite, AUI?
So I think they have a lot of history together, right? Like Kuroki and Puppy, they played on so many teams together, even go back to Dota 1, your KSINT, all this time. And No Tail, he was actually on a team with Puppy on the original Team Secret. And it seems to be like the more you know about Team Secret, the more you can sort of counter-strat them. Or so it appears with Kuroki doing so at previous TIs.
Right. The original Team Secret, the first ever Team Secret in 2014, was Puppy, Kuro, S4, No Tail, and Fly, who are now all prestigious captains. So it's almost like there are too many cooks with that team, but now they're all captaining teams, and the question is like, how well do they all know each other?
Yeah, because if you think about Kuroki and what Aoi mentioned, that was 13 years ago. 2008, Dota 1 at KSN is where they started. No Tail, however, you know, he played on, he came into this game, he joined Secret with Fly. He didn't have as much time and as much exposure to Puppy, but he definitely did share a lot of time together, and he probably has very good insights on how to play versus Secrets, especially at the grand stage such as TI, because what he said through TI8 through TI9, it's a mental warfare. And that's something
that's a thing where Secret hasn't really been stellar in the past, at least.
There's also like a lot of info on Puppy, right? Like Puppy has been at all 10 TIs. We actually have a little bit of statistics on him. Let's take a look. So he's appeared, as I mentioned, all 10 times. So first rank for that. He's had 214 matches with 121 wins, which is impressive. Very, very impressive. 2,443 assists, and also 8 hours and 2 minutes total time dead. He spent
8
a lot
hours.
of time dead.
8 hours. 1/3 of a day.
One whole third of a day. And that puts him in 3rd place in the rankings. And AY, tell me a little bit about how does that matter to you? Like, you spend a lot of time dead, but you know, he's Puppy, right? He's the Puppy wall.
More than the time dead, he has such a high number in that because he's played so many games. And honestly, it's a testament to how good Puppy is that he's first in games played and wins and only third on time dead, right? Like, that's impressive.
That's true. I would argue that's because that guy always runs in and then buys back. so
that's less time dead.
Yeah, it's less time dead because he's just paying to not be dead.
But if you pay to buy back and then you die again, then you spend all that time.
That is true, which is why he's 3rd. So that's why he's up there as well.
He's actually not only played every single TI, but he's been the position 5 for the majority of the time, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, only not like TI, maybe like TI 1. Was Curl 4 or 5? I can't actually remember.
I think he was. I don't even.
Sorry, we should actually know this.
History.
in any case,
a long time
as a support, as a 5, you die a lot. Specifically, the way he plays, the fact that he always waits on the high grounds that want not break smokes.
That's true.
Is very sacrificial. This old school position 5, such as Solo from Virtus Pro and Puppy from back in the day, Navi, they would always be the first ones that go in, like an Ogre or Elder Titan, just running in, breaking smoke.
That's actually one really common thing between OG and Secret is that both No Tail and Puppy do that, right? I think Puppy does it. Usually he's the wall that's standing on the high ground. And when No Tail is doing that, well, of course, he's occasionally doing that. But other times it's like to make space for his team in the early game so that way they can hit their timing.
Well, we now have the teams ready. So let's first bring out OG onto the stage.
Hello.
Winners of both TI8 and TI9, returning champions OG are here to fight for their 3rd TI championship in a row. Unveiling a new roster that includes TI champion Sumail and experienced TI competitor Saksa, they had an impressive 3rd place finish with a 10-6-4 in the TI10 group stage after qualifying through the Western Europe qualifier. Puppy himself said, OG is a well-respected team and great to practice with, and he has always wanted to meet them on the TI stage. And now it is becoming a reality. Known for their aggressive plays and momentum capitalization, OG is widely considered a top contender at the International 10. Has over several years proven that they are one of the best performing teams, taking first place at 8 major tournaments in a row. And now they are here to prove that they can take that skill from majors to the international stage as they compete against the champions of the last 2 years. While OG is known for their aggressive plays, Team Secret is known for their diversity and their patience. Finishing out group stage in 2nd place with a 10-6, will the Puppy Wall be the thing that sends OG to the lower bracket? That is the question of this matchup. It's 2 very unique play styles that directly contrast each other. Gentlemen, we will take a quick look at a recap of Secret's journey to the International.
The time has been bought for Secret to turn up. Matthews going again straight for Notel. Notel actually had to separate himself this time around. They've got the silence out of Matthew. Can they kill him off? Matthew wants the enrage. He's still got the BKB. He's going to pop his standing down. Turner will set. Poppy comes in with the tether, keeping him alive. The snowball comes out for Yapso. Matthew.
Oh my God, he's alive.
Finally, he's going to be able to live. He's going to be able to live. He gets out of there. Puppy with the save. They've killed off a fourth. The Saxa goes down. I mean, it's just too much for OG. God. It's too much. They cannot deal with Secret here.
Hello.
Can they kill this PA? No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppy. He goes. Matu's out. Now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matu's back in. Ravage out. Zai is ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. A Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the fourth staff. Okay, they're going in
as well. They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. But they've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with his morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Matthew's in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Secret taking the game, taking the series, they are the champions here at Dream League Season 14, this EU Upper Division. Team Secret, your champions once again.
Really good foresight play by Puppy here.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance and a snowball on the high ground. That's well done.
Do you see a combo play? He knows about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it.
See the wolf fight onto Matumbaman. Matumbaman is ready to go, but onto the side. Tuamo goes straight in with the charge. Over towards Puppy. Nisha turns towards the two of them. This is going to be the invis for now, keeping Tuamo safe. He gets away with the Trickster Cloak over to the side. They're on top of Dead. Dead. He's been bashed up in control, but Dead. He's able to get the G's off. He gets a second chance at living here. Dead. Still alive. Finally falls to the side, but as Dead's gone, buys back over to the side. Play hard. Rolls in onto Yapso. If they're able to push back Yopaj continuing to be chased down by Matumbaman. Matumbaman staying the bash is there. Yopaj taken down. Drumwell as well in trouble. A Secret that find a third. Flyback's coming out for the three of them, but Skev, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the bat?
BKB, the four of them focusing down. Skev's trying to go for the TP out. Is he able to make it in time? He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end.
Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down unless Matumbaman can somehow save him. Maybe App Store as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with a waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, Zai, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all this one. Nico Baby, he charges in with the egg swell, but that's just an Aeon disc on Yap Store. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby's side. He meets him around the corner and says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
Team Secret had 950 points in the DPC, but what is it that really makes them truly powerful? There's a little, not only are they great Dota players, but there's also like that mental game also in play here. Lizard, tell me a little bit about how the mental game works here for both OG and Team Secret.
So I already said that mental warfare is probably the most important thing coming into TI more than any other tournament, right? Because your emotions get over you. It doesn't matter like who you're playing against, and when you're playing versus a team that's as strong as Secret, it can get tough for OG, especially as they don't have the same roster that was lifting them up. If you remember Jerax and Tiny Airlines and whatnot, that lightens the mood always. But what I've seen from Secret, not in this walkout, like when they were going to the booth, they looked very serious. However, in their games, I've seen some clowny business. I've seen some mechs being dropped on the ground in middle of team fights, laughter, just enjoying themselves a lot. And I think there's something changed about them. This might be the TI.
Yeah, on the flip side, you know, you could argue OG is the type of team that I think Notel tweeted that like he really wanted the crowd to be there because it amplifies them. And something that I've noticed with OG too is that they, I think as a result of that, knowing that they feed off of that, they're upping their game for mental warfare. They're using, I think they used Arteezy's significant other's chat line in a game, I believe, against them. There's also, they're like question marking in all chat. And it sounds so goofy and it sounds so silly, but it's not, because they won 2 TIs doing this. They're the team that started this trend of people taking mental coaching a lot more seriously. So you could argue that OG has also upped the ante this time around as well, even with no crowd.
Oh, do you think it's more about propping yourself up, right, than anything else?
I think for OG specifically, I think a lot of it's seen as sort of like clowny or even bordering on BM, but to them, it's just them enjoying the game, loving the game, and having fun. I think that's really what propels them. I think you were mentioning Team Secret. They always come into TI as favorites, or most years. This year, there's no crowd, and they've sort of taken a bit of a break, right? Mentally reset themselves.
Right.
And you mentioned they're having more fun in the games. I think we might see like a different Secret at TI, at least for the playoffs.
A different kind of Secret. What do you mean by that? How are they different?
Team Secret, like I think for the past few years, I think they're the best team in the world outside of TI.
Yep.
Like they dominated the meta for so much. Like when I was trying to learn what was like the groundbreaking Dota strategies, I would always look at Team Secret. And then they always, they go to TI, they get 5th, and then they get 4th, and these would be disappointing placements for them. Like 5th and 4th are very respectable, but not what you expect out of a squad that shows this level of caliber throughout the year.
Yeah, they had 8 like major tournaments in a row that they won. Not DPC major, but like major in terms of $100,000 to $500,000 prize pool, something like that. They won 8 in a row.
And the finals were stomps too.
Yeah, it's
like
complete stomps, yeah.
3-0 grand finals, one grand final after another. I was paneling most of them and felt like, okay, here we go. Secret comes in, it's a 3-0, going home early tonight, I suppose. But coming into this series, Slack said something interesting. He has his conspiracy theory that they were, 4 months away from tournaments in order to hide their strategies and also to give themselves that mental break and change something, come into the TI in a little bit of a different way. I think they've accomplished that.
I actually remember watching some major at some point when they were interviewing Zai, and he was saying that for that major, they hadn't actually been streaming up until like the 2 weeks before boot camp, and so like the 2-week boot camp, and so it seems like they had before, and they now they're actually doing that for TI rather than just these other tournaments. Perhaps it's because they took TI way more seriously, so they like changed it up, and now they're like, you know what, we're just gonna do what we did to win all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, actually, I remember, I think MDO Disneyland. They played a single scrim before that tournament.
Yeah, that was actually, I think that was probably
they did scrim before the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some confidence. Is that a confidence thing, or is that like the super secret strat?
They scrim a lot before any major because they went out in the wild cards.
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. We didn't get many interviews.
I mean, the MDO Disneyland one, that was like 2018. I don't know. I think after they got 4th in Singapore, they were sort of qualified for TI. They decided to like straight set their eyes on TI. I think they're very goal-oriented.
I think that's something very similar to IG. You could see their games in DPC Season 2. They would even end them really quickly if things go wrong, just because they're focusing on the games. On the future.
I like that we can see OG and they're just looking up at the monstrous versions of themselves. Like, they're really enjoying the moment, and that's good to see for a team that obviously does incredibly well whenever they're enjoying the moment.
I like that so much though. Like you're at the main stage. I know it's OG. They're the best at dealing with TI pressure, but they've won 2 TIs. They're still enjoying the moment.
Picture-wise, combining small pictures.
Remember how we got here and like believing in each other.
I feel like they made Saxa a little bit smaller.
They may have.
Yeah, they may have. He is a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to your point about enjoying themselves, there is actually true side. Coming into the grand finals, he says, guys, we already That's it, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it's so much easier to play because that's how you defeat fear, that's how you defeat anxiety, and just go all in.
Yeah,
channel the energy.
It's true. OG is 100% a mental team. I remember there was something in the the Omega League, we actually interviewed Seb and we talked to him about like the nature of language, and he went off for like 3 minutes explaining that, you know, jokingly, like other teams literally steal the words that they use because they're so important for winning the game, bringing these extremely complicated concepts and making them very simple. So OG is all about the out-of-game stuff.
Tell me a little bit about their in-game stuff as well, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, two different play styles, with Secret maybe being a little bit more patient and OG being maybe a little bit more aggressive. Tell me a little bit about that, AY.
So I think Team Secret this tournament, more than any other team, not just this tournament, historically, I'll see an enemy team run up the high ground into all 5 of their heroes. Puppy will be in front, they'll kill him, he'll buy back, and they'll win the fight. Yeah. And this consistently happens. They're less of a timing team, and they're more like waiting for their good fight. They will always wait for the perfect fight. OG, on the other hand, I think they're honestly a bit of a misunderstood
Secret is
team.
going for late game.
People see them as this hyper aggro team, which they are. But I think mostly they're like a timing based team. There's like an on switch. And as soon as they hit their timing, they're ready to go and they never stop. As long as you can pressure your opponent, they're down to like bring all the numbers they need.
Yeah, I remember watching a clip from No Tail stream where he was breaking down their TI-8 win, and this also goes back to the nature of the language that they use, and I absolutely loved it. Like half the stream was him just memeing because he's a huge memer, but then the other half was like golden nuggets where basically he was like, yeah, so basically in this game, like, well, just Dota in general is like a game of cat and mouse, and as the game progressed, he was explaining the points where they were the cats and when they were the mice, and it's like these words, it sounds so silly and like almost childish, but it gives you a perfect idea of what their goal was at that point in the game. Like early game, OG, the timings that you spoke about, what they do is they'll have Thompson like run in, not going for kills necessarily because he couldn't full to zero the heroes he's trying to go for, but just to make space. Literally just to make space until they can get to that point where they become the cats, and then when they become the cats, they're just vicious killers.
Interesting. And Lizard, what about the roster changes? We talked about it very briefly earlier, but now that OG is not the same OG that we've seen the last 2 years, what are the effects on that?
I'm not sure if it's just them keeping it on brand, right? Scrap up, find the last replacement just before TI in June, go into the qualifier, win the qualifier, go on to the TI.
Barely win the qualifier.
Barely win.
Yeah.
Both TIs, like the storyline is literally repeating itself. But when it comes to Sux, I remember during Dream League Leipzig major, they still didn't even announce him, and Notel was talking to us a little bit. He was there and he said, yeah, this is a perfect player for us. Why? He doesn't have to think the same way we do. We will change that. We will adjust him. However, he is mechanically incredibly skilled. That's why he was top 2 on another TI, right, with DC before. So makes a ton of sense. He brings a ton of stability as well to the team, but in comparison to Jerax, maybe he does not necessarily have as much flair, and perhaps he doesn't bring as much when it comes to the emotional stability of the team. There aren't many players that can be as relaxed on a big stage as Jerax.
The more you doubt, the more power it gives OG. I remember listening to Elon Musk speak about the simulation. I was thinking, man, this guy may have smoked a little too much with Joe Rogan, but now that OG is so doubted to win TI, and more doubted than before, I am 100% convinced we do indeed live in a simulation. You can't write a better storyline than this. You're doubting them live on the panel right before their game. This fuels them. I hope you realize. This travels through the ether of reality, gives them power. Look at Sumail.
So it's Kyle predictions and panel doubting.
Yes,
that's it.
Everybody doubting
them. EG का replacement, EG में replacement कौन आया? Sumail के जगह?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, OG looks pretty poised for a third fluke in a row, you know?
Well, he called it a fluke, so that still counts as doubting. You have to really mean it.
I mean, it's not flukes. I'm just saying, like, when you watch OG, you understand that they know things about Dota that I feel like they do better than any other team consistently.
All right, so AUI, give me like your 10-second description of Secret's biggest strength. We've talked a little bit about OG, but what about Secret?
I think Secret's biggest strength is that when they're waiting for the right fight, they're very patient and they move around the map before and after fights the best out of any team at the tournament, I think. Like Puppy will literally use like cardinal directions and just move his teammates around so you get the right angle. Even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, you'll be like, oh wow, that was a really good move.
Yeah, it's like Puppy's moving them all at once, basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it stems all the way back to the old school captains. You can really see the same thing in QQQ and ROTK and all these oldies. They do the same thing.
Awesome. So one more thing that I just have to ask. One of the things that we mentioned while we were talking over dinner about this series is that Secret was an informational based team. Tell me about that. What makes them an informational based team?
Well, I think a big thing is like Secret doesn't necessarily look for timings. It's not like, oh, you know, obviously to a degree they will. Every single team at TI will. It's like, oh, we have a BKB, they don't, let's go fight. But Secret is the type of team where like you'll have like 10 seconds left on your Ravage cooldown, and they will be smoked waiting on a high ground for you to walk up and they'll fight you. Okay. So they use information.
I think fantasy wala picture bahut pehle
and it's because it's their playstyle to just you when you don't have something available to you.
And to add on to that, I think Secret as a team, they get the most information. Fastest. This team traditionally they push out the most waves. They'll make the enemy show, you know, they'll get impatient, and that's why the enemy's actually running into them in the high ground because they lost patience first. They're also, from what I've heard about their communications, I think they have, I mean, this is all hearsay because I've never been there, but everyone on that team talks a lot and provides a lot of information. I remember I saw this one series, I think it was with Vici, where they decided to put 3 heroes in the bottom lane, bring Puppy there, just so they could deward the camp. They get the hard pull off, which allows Yapsor to be freed up, and then they save their glyph so that their puck can get 6 before the enemy storm. They coil him and Yapsor's there because the lane's in good position for Zai. These sorts of plays are all set up by your communications. Like, you have to execute as well, but it's really good planning and everything.
It's definitely communication, but it has to come from somewhere. And that thing is experience. The amount of experience that Puppy brings to the team, that these big captains bring to teams, it's difficult to beat because he has multiple mental models on a way that he can direct his team to play a different style in every single game. And he's surrounded by such talent that they're able to actually conform and move into different directions of different strategies. I think that's extremely important for them. If they're losing, they will never bow down and make these silly mistakes. They won't even desperate smoke out. They will continuously try to split push to buy themselves some more time, and they're the best at that.
One thing that really that has me wondering is how the current state of affairs of the world has affected TI for both of these teams. As you mentioned earlier, OG has no audience that No-Tail can feed off of, but at the same time, Team Secret, a very, very experienced team, they're probably not really sure what to do with this as well. There's no audience. They might have, like, there was no TI last year, so they don't have, like, the practice, the extra TI experience. Do you think that both of these teams will be suffering a little bit, or do you think that they're just ready, they're prepared?
Well, I would say that emotions are still running high. If you think about the majors, one team got devastated by a punctuation mark, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if you have the audience or not, but the build-up is even bigger because it's been longer. We've had 2 years of no TIs. Because of that, this is so important for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of, like, for different individuals, this would matter more or less. You know, going back to EG, I see EG as a team that they are, you know, desperate for number ones. They want to break the curse, whereas I feel like Team Secret, if they're coming into this with any mentality that's close to their major mentalities, well, it's the same. You know, there's no crowd, there's a lot of money on the line. It's the same thing. And so that's the one argument. Like, I don't remember who it was that said it, but it wasn't me, just so I don't get in trouble for this. But somebody said, I think it was Slacks, that Puppy isn't necessarily the type of guy that you would want to cry on his shoulder if you're losing the game. He's a great captain. He can, you know, tell you exactly what to do, but perhaps he rules with a bit of an iron fist. You know, No-Tail on the other side, Seb as well. These are the types of guys that they will, you know, pick you up. They'll deal with your emotions and fix them perhaps. And so the question is, will Team Secret just not need their emotions to be picked up because there are less of them now, and it's so similar to majors? Are they different from EG in that way? And I guess that's what we'll see today.
For sure.
AUI, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just thinking, it's because Puppy, he has this image of this very scary captain. But I've worked with him before, and he's actually sort of a goofball.
He's a nice guy.
No, when you run into when you see Team Secret sitting together, they actually sit together and they make animal noises at each other.
What?
I don't know for
what
fun.
type of animal?
I don't know.
Orangutans?
Yeah, just anything to have fun.
Monkeys are fun.
It's less public facing, but what did you say?
I said monkeys are great. Continue.
I think it's true that maybe the team dynamic from the outside doesn't look like Secret will be as comforting, but the one topic I wanted to touch on is the coaches of the two teams. Because for me, I think it's super interesting that for OG, they've changed their coach after every TI win. Like some fresh ideas, something coming in. And Team Secret, they have Heen, who I believe he got second with Team Nigma, or they were Team Liquid at the time, and then he jumped over to Secret, right?
Yep.
A couple of years ago. He's been there for a long time, more stable.
He also tweeted that he will make the president of, is it Denmark?
Estonia?
No. Matumba Man.
Finland?
Finland. Okay.
The king, the president.
He would
Finland,
make the president, he will make that president know. Is it a king?
I think maybe
whatever
they have
the leader
both,
is there,
whatever.
they will know Matumba Man's name.
Because they met Jerax
by the end of the year.
Hobson, right?
They did.
But they did not meet Matu.
No.
And he was very sad about that.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that for all of you at home who aren't as lucky as me, I can look at Synderen like a few feet away from me at the drafter's
shaking
desk,
his head.
and he's shaking his head at Jenkins right now, and he was the one that told us it was Finland. What an expert!
Thank you, Sin.
Thank you.
When it comes to the coaches that you talk, I actually did talk to Soshka a little bit. I'm sad that he didn't manage to get here on TI, but he is still a side coach. They didn't abandon him. He's still with the team, as much as I understand. But
All right, cool. Well, it looks like we are ready for the first game of the series. Let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel once again, this time with OG versus Secret. Two teams with such high-skilled captains and drafters that it almost feels like the draft is a game in and of itself. To analyze this draft, my name is L+, and I'm joined this time by two excellent members of the panel. It's going to be the high MMR player, Effie, even higher MMR as a person, and the stoic and ex-pro, Synderen.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'm going to start with you, Synderen. As you have this incredible competitive experience, I want to hear about you. I want to hear about the drafting styles about these two teams. In an overarching sense, what could you tell me about their philosophy when it comes to the draft?
I think overall, I don't know if you want to talk like history or just this event in specific, but
go ahead with history.
I would say OG, historically speaking, at TI has been more of a meta dictating team than Secret has, at least in the last couple of events. Obviously, they have 2 victories under their belt, so this could be a correlation there. That if teams that come in with a lot of the cool strategies and have good ideas, you can go far. And something that has been really good at TI is something I would call like combos. So they have this understanding, they figure out, I don't know how they do it, they like drill the game into absolute detail and figure out what is the really strong mechanic of this patch. Like TI8, they were playing on healing, at TI9 they were playing on regen, and now let's see what it is at TI10 and if they have that advantage over the other teams. Because usually they can kind of hold their cards a little bit close to themselves until the main event, and then they're gonna go all out and show what they've got. So far, nothing too surprising here, though.
Okay.
I really like what Synderen said about a meta dictating kind of team always succeeding, because as we've seen earlier this season with PSG, LGD in particular, they were the ones who kind of set the trend for the end of the right? They innovated to carry Axe, they were playing all kinds of different styles, and they won it, right? So the teams that are willing to be more creative and actually bust out the new heroes and the strange builds are always the ones that go further on the big stage.
And then what can you tell me about Secret, then, their philosophy?
I would say Secret overall have been
हम बंद कर दिए शहर बाद नशा है
stable in a sense. How to put this? So sometimes OG's strategies can be absolutely incredible, and other times it's almost like they're like over creative and almost shoot themselves in the foot because they try to do too many things at once. And they kind of like try to from my perspective, it seems like sometimes they need to tame themselves a little bit because they love to be crazy and they want to do all this stuff. So you've had drafts with OG during qualifiers as well, where people are like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? What is this strategy? How is it meant to work? And other times you see the strategy and you don't understand it, and you see a game play out, and you're like, wow, okay, they were like thinking at this 3 levels higher than I was imagining, right? And then all the pieces come together. It's a little bit more stable. I would say Secret's bottom level in drafting is probably higher than OG's, but I think their ceiling is also a little bit lower. So it depends who gets to, like, if OG is at absolute echelon tier for themselves,
Mars Phoenix
having an advantage in the draft.
Mars Phoenix नहीं चाहिए.
Sticking to their guns, getting something stable, and maybe throwing a curveball if they can a little bit to OG, and making them, get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
For now, we don't see much of a curveball. We see one of the most picked heroes, or most contested, which is going to be the Monkey King. Actually, one of the best teams to play Monkey King because they have multiple of the best Monkey King players in the team. Thoughts on the start FE of Monkey King Ancient Apparition?
So the thing about Monkey King is that out of all the popular and more contested heroes recently, I think he might provide the most value in the first place. Because he can be flexed to every single role and played well.
वैसे ही हुआ कि player या manager जो भी है बंद हो गया था.
Maybe 2 core roles, maybe on 1 support role. But with Monkey King, you can have him play 1 through 5, and depending on if you have players who excel at it, you can adjust it to the enemy team's draft. So that hero in and of itself, in that regard, provides value. The AA pick is pretty obvious, right? Because we saw IO being picked up by OG, so they just go for the typical counter left in the pool. But the IO that OG has currently is a little bit more interesting because if you saw this on another team, you'd probably think it's a support, but OG have already played it twice on the offlane, so...
Yeah. And talk about Unorthodox, I mean, OG, they start with IO Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars plus some sort of combo in the arena. That's the most obvious thing people see, but what is the strength of this IO Mars as a starter?
That's a good question. I think so. Something that OG use that I
तो
would imagine with Mars
update या फिर और stronger, I guess.
I think it could be multiple different roles. I think it could be a mid hero for Thompson. I think it could even be a 5 for No-Tail, just because they haven't shied away from doing these things. Specifically, almost I feel like planning a draft based on the expectation of the opponent, so they will pick a hero, anticipate that the opponent thinks it's this role, and then they round out the draft in the end, so that in a way it's not even picked as a flex pick. In their minds, it's already maybe support. And then in the end, they just know what core they want because they've planned for it to be support the whole way. And it as a core, and then they just swap things around. Where it might seem like, wow, that was a really great snap last-minute decision, and they might have planned it 5 minutes ago. So that's what I think when I see this. That Mars is just a flex pick for them. As far as Secret goes in this tournament, I think maybe they are the team in theory that has the most flexibility on Monkey King. I genuinely think all 5 of their players could play this in this game. But when you pick AA, that corners it a little bit more. So it's 5, but that's basically all OG know right now.
Over lockdown, सबका बाल लंबा हो गया, except for some जो बाल कटा के.
Players played at this tournament already. Went for a build that we've seen a couple people play with, like the Atos into Lightmare build, and Zai would also be able to play it. I think he's the least likely of the 4, though, to grab it.
Yeah, the team actually was running Monkey King offlane was OG, and that's the season with a build that Seb tried out was mixed results. I wanted to go back a bit in the draft, though, if and ask you about...
नहीं, वो stream ठीक नहीं होगा. You have to start a new stream.
You let the Monkey King highly contested hero pass through.
New stream start करिए, उसमें 1 घंटा देखिए कि 1 घंटा में वो crash होता है कि नहीं, या जो भी हो रहा है player वाला. तो वो आपका fix है. तब मतलब correctly fix हो गया. पुराने वाले को फिर से आप नहीं fix कर सकते.
They just chose to protect their
That's like letting in your ex into your life again and expecting you फिर से सांप जैसे डस के नहीं जाएगी. वैसे situation हो जाती है.
The hero does get countered quite easily, but he can be played regardless of that. And sometimes picking your phase is something that you have to do versus specific teams who like drafts, who like the IO, right? So they ban the Tiny and the Storm who both excel at killing him, and that's the priority they placed here.
Storm is also a much better pick on the last pick of the first phase than he is on the 1-2, right?
Yeah.
It means you get to go into bans and solve some of the problems you might have. In recent times, I think Storm's bad matchups mid are very limited as well. There's not like that many heroes you could pick if you're OG. And specifically, one of Storm's worst matchups in lane Lina is something that I don't think Thompson play that much. when Lina was very popular, Topson was one of the few mid players that never touched it, actually. It just didn't fit his style. He has played it since sometimes, but I don't think it's one of his favorites. So that could be part of it. Another thing is, you might open up the for Secret specifically because when I think about all of the top teams in the world, I think Secret is probably the team that, in my opinion, is the least successful. Even the coach, over the years, they've had Puppy play it, Yapso play it. And it's like, there are games where it looks really good, but there's just as many where it's like, you know, like, what if? There's all these what if feelings. So I think OG being super experienced both with and against the hero, I'm fine with just living in the pool. You know what, Secret, you guys want it? We have a plan for you. If not, we're going to take it every time. So you're going to put the onus on Secret to find a solution to how this hero is playing to the game in general.
And now, you talked about combos earlier for OG, but the combos that come up for Team Secret, a tried and true combo. Usually it's the CA team that love this combo the most. It's the Earthshaker Morphling. For those of you at home that don't know, Morphling will get an Ags, he'll turn into Shaker, he'll crit you for 1,000 damage, and you go, where's my HP, where's my support?
कुछ late game hero उठाना पड़ेगा.
The map, it's kind of ridiculous. Can you tell me, do you think this is the game for an Earthshaker combo or Morph Shaker combo?
So I want to talk about this in particular because it was a nightmare a few months ago, not like a year ago or something, right? In pods where it just felt incredibly strong. It felt
अगर last pick correct मतलब late game hero हुआ तो हाँ तो they have a chance.
And nerfs to Morphling as well, but specifically Earthshaker's airtime in his Ags. But recently they reverted that change. So now when Earthshaker buys an Ags, his airtime is much lower, which was a direct buff to this combo.
Counters नहीं है कोई. बोलो.
When he lands to the totem, so.
That also works with the Morphling ranged attack, which I didn't know until I saw. That's like kind of.
You don't have to do any
slippery.
You can just do it as ranged.
The ranged attack has cleave.
That's absurd.
So when people realized, hey, this is good again, I expected it to be probably the two most picked heroes together at this tournament.
If you haven't seen what Effie was talking about, before, as you know, Shaker was quite fast at jumping through the air, then they reverted it and it felt like you were watching Space Jam in slow motion, right?
White Spirit?
And now we're back to actually watching the real NBA.
White Spirit to ban
scariest. So, we have last picks here. What could we be expecting from both teams? You talked about the Monkey King flex.
मतलब counter बोल रहा था.
Mainly just I want to quickly look at OG again, just because. So they've played IO Tusk, right, as a dual lane where it's been Seb playing the IO and Soxa on the Tusk position 4. If they do want to do that, this Mars is indeed 5, most likely, right? Then the mid would be Invoker for Topson, which is probably a lock at this point.
Yes.
If you want to do it quote-unquote standard, you could play Mars Tusk lane and then put IO plus carry safe lane, but it sounds kind of weak against Morph, so I think Secret or OG are more likely to run that IO Tusk lane. As far as Secret goes, they want a last pick that is probably just their mid hero. They could put Monkey King mid against Invoker. It's not a bad matchup. And grab an offlaner here for Zai. Thing is, that's probably what they're gonna do.
You don't think it's bad, despite the fact that Tornado can dispel the Jingle Mastery?
It's so.
इसमें killings अच्छा है क्या as a carry?
Performs very well against Crosswex Invoker mid. He runs at you and hits you, and if you have to space yourself as Invoker all the time, he denies.
नहीं मतलब ये bands और ये picks में.
Is very limited in terms of utility in the lane. Like you said, he has this one Tornado, but aside from that, he can't really fight back. His base damage isn't great. His armor isn't that great. If he ever gets the procs in, he's gonna go
mid lane चाहिए था लोगों को हाँ
it looks.
Mid laner चाहिए था.
Mid Ember.
It could also be
Invoker mid lane खेलेगा OG का और Ember का against.
Just to add on to that point about Monkey King versus Invoker,
और ये लोग को एक carry चाहिए.
Because when Crosswex Invoker attempts to rotate around the map, Monkey King can match his pace very easily. He's not one of those mid heroes who needs to sit there and farm forever. He can do that, but he can also join these side lane fights very early on. The concern for that is just he's playing versus Mars and Arena. It cuts down his trees and it's a counter in that regard, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be too concerned about it.
With the draft finalized, I'd like to ask you first, Effie. Pick whichever team and tell me the weaknesses and the strengths of that draft.
Well, we still didn't talk about the last two picks, so I'm trying to think about them in like larger context. But this Ember pick is quite good, right? Because what did they lack versus this IO?
Plus ये भी advantage है as a team कि Mars अगर arena correct बनाया और धरा उर्सा भी लाइक मैं तो इसको छेद दूंगा इसको छेद दूंगा मैं
in that sense. Oh, and it is a Now select your hero.
Closing thoughts on kind of 5 Mars.
Closing thoughts on what you love about OG, please.
I love OG's pace here. They can play super fast. Crosswix Invoker, Ursa Wisp. There's so much tempo. Tusk.
So smart.
Needs a little bit more time to build up, so I think.
टॉपसन क्या लिया है उस पर डिपेंड. टॉपसन इन्वोकर खेलेगा तो लग रहा है.
If Secret can weather the storm,
और वो बनाएगा क्या बोले तू? मीटियोर हैमर.
So a very clear like contrast.
कोई लिखा था कहीं टॉपसन अगर इन्वोकर खेलता तो मीटियोर हैमर बनाता है.
Weaknesses in particular, I would just say that OG does have to come very well around these first couple of Aegises.
So you heard my panelist conclusion.
ठीक है यार इन गेम चलो.
Because it's just a bit too valuable.
Watch in game.
PSJ, and he'll be giving you the last word for today.
ये कुछ अच्छा गया अभी.
Total number of smoke tank kills
at end game 9 yeah 5 to 8 9 to 12 या 5 to 8.
okay 9 to 12 कर दिया.
ठीक है. टाइम ऑफ फर्स्ट बैरक डिस्ट्रक्ट 9 to 12 ज्यादा लग रहा है.
5 to 8 कर देते हैं. टाइम फॉर फर्स्ट बैरक डिस्ट्रक्शन 20 to 30 या अर्ली गेम होगा.
30 to 40.
Thank you very much.
Morph है ना.
Massively Secret versus OG
ये दे देते
in
हैं
the upper bracket form.
First
We
player
have
with
the draft in front of us. What are you excited to see? I'm already seeing so much.
yes,
Teams at home are going to be very excited for this.
Lots of combo plays, lots of especially from the side of OG.
हमको ये 30 to 40 भी नहीं लग रहा है. टाइम ऑफ फर्स्ट बैरक डिस्ट्रक्शन.
आपको लगता है बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा.
कैसे?
टाइम नहीं देगा
क्या आइटम्स खरीदना उससे
do this before and this game again, why do you feel it works so well for them here in this first match?
I feel better already.
I think it's just something they're super comfortable with. Seb's been playing it so many times, and they've always been
Nisha Ember Spirit
carries, right? What better than like an IO that gets these high levels, fast-paced, like level 4 overcharge online, tether as well. You get items faster. Your mech, your holy lock it. You set the tempo even faster as a 3 position.
आपको नहीं लग रहा है ये लोग सीक्रेट का ज़्यादा ही कैरीज है. 3 पोटेंशियल कैरी.
Seb is going to have it, and he's going to have these crazy levels that increases the healing as well, because that's what tether does when you get levels. So,
but he can go aggressive build ना. तो हाँ पोजीशन 4 खेल रहा है. आइटम्स जैसे उठाया लग रहा है.
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Absolutely, and they're just going to get this crazy scaling. The team fight also, if you just look from Secret, it's a bit stronger as the game does progress. Once you start getting these levels on that Shaker, the AA, even the support Monkey King, it just starts to make everything a bit of a disaster for OG. But if they get a good tempo set, they have a good gold lead, then they're going to be able to still chain these kills. But we'll see if they can do that. But they do have the lineup to be able to, and tag team, Overcharge, Ursa, Alacrity, you know, Roche is going to die quite a lot of times in this game.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see OG get a lot of usage, as you say, out of those sort of early brawling abilities that are really going to amp them up and make it rather hard for Secret to go toe-to-toe with them in the sort of the earlier half of the game. Do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a brief pause. I believe that the teams are just getting themselves ready and all sorted so we can get tucked in for a whole complete game of Dota 2, which, as I say, you know, we're going to have action from the minute one, really, with this.
Exactly. I'm wondering if, let's see, we'll probably see level 1 smoke from OG. They've got tag team, they've got IO, they've got the stronger level 1, even though sometimes it's a bit awkward because you have something like an IO and you're running a Shaker. There's a Monkey King and an
देखिए भैया एक गैंग किल तो होगा स्मोक, ठीक है. इवन दो स्मार्ट है कि नहीं, एक गैंग किल होगा और ये गेम एंड है. हाँ, मान लो 5 स्मोक किया, दोनों टीम स्मोक किया 10 स्मोक्स, उसमें से एक जन तो कॉट अप होगा स्मोक में. एक जन, 4 जन का नहीं पता, एक जन तो होगा. तो 5 to 8 ठीक. I am think ठीक है, but sure है नहीं हम ठीक है. लेकिन
You can play around with the
क्योंकि कोई एक गेम में 9-12 हो गया था पता है ग्रुप स्टेज था लेकिन किसका मैच तो गया
Water runes are a thing, so all these heroes that can still go for the bottle, like Ember Spirit, when you're playing versus Invoker, you're going to have that good sustain that just comes from it naturally. Well, he doesn't. So I know Brian was heavily talking about Saksa in this upcoming game, and I think we'll probably see him a lot of times looking to make those moves around those water runes early on, even the 6-minute rune.
I mean, and the same to be said for Yaps on the Monkey King. Is he going to be more needed in the lane, really? Is he going to have as much freedom as Saxa is to sort of roam around and look towards that mid to help sort of push the matchup in their favor?
मान लो नोटेल कर लिया तो अपना लेन में जाएगा अकेले नहीं मतलब ऐसा लेन में जाएगा जहाँ पर कोई प्रॉब्लम भी ना हो उधर में जाके आराम से वो लोग लास्ट हिट उठा रहे हैं
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
If there's no Monkey King there, so here we go.
Well, indeed, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The G has been called in chat. We are getting this match underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Secret versus OG here in the upper bracket. And indeed, of course, smokes up straight away from both teams. Oh, yeah. Has a lot of potential for quite an early first blood this game.
Let's see if anybody scouts, if anybody breaks it. Of course, we have Yapzor as this courier dressed up, so maybe he'll be able to scout something for his team to allow them to dodge that quick aggression that's going to come. And let's see.
OG coming for the long way around here. They could get the good approach onto the high ground.
Oh, look at smoke pop ho gaya.
Immediately skills cold snap. That's the other thing too. Just
smoke pop ho gaya
because we have seen this tournament are still in the Wex level 1. For the lane. This is that tells me even more they want to find the battle. And we're already having the taunts, of course, come out from Seb, claiming that high ground. And Secret doesn't want to fight. They know that it's too strong.
Not. No, you don't want to run into OG level 1. No. Especially when they've got the heroes they do this game.
See, Yapzor also continuing. He's the courier form. He brings his courier out so that he's going to be able to turn back into courier form as well later on, so he can keep using that. That's why you see it pulled out of the base so early. Something we're seeing a lot more players do.
And overall as well, you know, this game, what's sort of your feeling?
अरे उसको कोई हाई फाइव कर दो गलती से जब भी प्रेस कर दिया
I've been a major fan of speed lately. It's just gonna have to be speed and few mistakes. Because I've seen very similar drafts like this also from. You know, we got to cast that LGD Elephant game where they had that enormous gold lead the entire game, and then one little slip up, the Morphling, and the combo just ends up taking. That one was a Morph and a Willow, which also is incredibly powerful, but Morph and Shaker has its similarities. So for me, it's pretty easy, even. It all depends on how the pace of the game starts going. Because if OG gets ahead, they can dictate pace and play around their low cooldowns. If Secret gets ahead early, then I think it might be a little tough for OG to bring it back. Instant TP, back to the lane.
That's the vibes, as I say. Both side lanes. I mean, which side lane is?
कौन पाद मारना?
Who's got to be the most careful on this first?
ये Monkey King है जरूर.
I feel like top has crazy potential.
साला पाद मार.
So just makes one or two wrong.
Invoker बुढ़ा वाला Invoker भी है.
Jingu skilled right away on the Monkey King too, so that's probably the most volatile.
जवान Invoker, बच्चा Invoker, और बूढ़ा Invoker.
Should be able to hold his own because once he gets his level 2, level 3, he's gonna have a disengage. He's also just gonna have that incredible attribute shift.
This top lane, the fact that you're this Monkey King Shaker against the two melees, I guess same could be said for the Mars and the Ursa. A lot of potential to battle back, but for sure you're gonna see both teams taking swipes at each other.
Stick is going to be really valuable up there for Zai. He started with it. He's playing versus the Rebuke. Even we expect that Earth Shock to come out from the Ursa early on too. So they're going to have a lot of mana to work with. And yeah, I'd say Secret, I give them a slight edge in the laning phase with their heroes the way it's set up at the moment.
किसको X को?
हाँ, X मुक्का मारता है. वो नहीं वो तो आता.
So far top.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
Careful there, good Fisher.
Persona शायद.
Just going to put a stop to any aggressive chase there from the two of OG. Mid lane Nisha having to play a little carefully. Got some regen out on the way, but rather low at the moment in that match. 8 for 2, 7 for 1. Pretty even here in the mid.
Thompson's gone just straight for damage. Doesn't feel to finish up the null, just finished up a Robo the Magi. I feel like he might go something like a drum. We've been seeing it from him quite a lot this tournament. And when he has an IO, I think that's something he might be thinking about.
He's the one to get first blood. Is he actually going to get Saxa out as well? He is. But heals are enough. Saxa doesn't even go down as we see action
ओ और बॉटम, अरे बॉटम कैप्टन बॉटम में
Bit of a slip up there. I think Matu missed the waveform onto Soxa to get that trade kill.
पर मैं नोटेल मारा.
He's the one who's going to have to eat the brunt of the force most of the time from this tag team. He is securing the farm for Matu. He's going to die most likely a lot of the times he does go down there.
Matu definitely having to be careful, but so far the first wave, even though losing the support by his side, free farm for them all down here, 14 for 5.
And Sumail struggling, so he's got that double melee versus the Monkey King who's holding skill point too. Yep.
हम लास्ट हिट
another opportunity to
गेम स्टार्ट खुल गया. 15 चल रहा है, 15 हो गया, 16 15 ही है. हमारा सुमेल कहाँ है? 9 पे.
Get him in return, he can't. Sumail's got the boots, the movement speed, he'll make it all to trade there on the top lane, but of course Sumail may survive, but he's left in pretty bad shape there after that bruise up and still struggling to come to the lane for CS, struggling the most out of all the cores here in the early game, Sumail.
And Zai's always got mana to work with, that's what we're mentioning. These stick charges, he's always got a fissure, he's always got enchant totems. It's a tough one for Sumail.
Diamond, of course, able to head over towards the mid. Get Nisha topped up and well.
और चेकर मंकी किंग है ना, तो टफ होगा.
You can always fill him up for the invoker. They can't fill up Thompson's because he doesn't have one, obviously. Okay.
We have to control the water in here. What can they do about this top lane, OG? Can they make any sort of alterations to get this better for Sumail, or do they just have to tank this really start for the Ursa?
I think they have to take it bottom puppy. Get it going.
बॉटम में पपी फिर से
comes in from the eye of Seb, so the
पपी को मुक्का बना दिया.
He's very low.
Seb just sort of beating back into him.
अब मिड में टॉपसन को बॉडी ब्लॉक किया है. टॉन्ट करते हुए टॉपसन बच निकला. अभी अगर स्लाइट ऑफ फिस्ट किया तो मार्च इनविजिबल हो गया.
He has enough to get into the ghost walk. Thompson will stay alive.
Really pushing the limit there, though.
Yeah, he
reveals himself.
यही
dead.
एक हिट का
Thompson is dead. फ्लेम गार्ड करके वो घूम रहा है तो फ्लेम नहीं मर गई.
होटल पे 3 राइट क्लिक का स्टैक है. चिंगू चौथा होगा तो मंकी किंग को बोनस क्रेडिट.
你这么菜，你队友不会生气吧，哥哥？你这么菜，你队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
तभी वो लोग वो फोर्स करेगा.
And Secret's the one who, as we were mentioning, later game scaling is really good. You see this.
Where are you seeing the stacks, my bad? How can I also see the stacks?
Be the one that we look at to kind of fix these lanes up for the team. Seb's done pretty damn good, but he's gonna have to especially help out
जिस पे
Sumail.
स्टैक होता है उसका सर के ऊपर देखो नंबर रहेगा.
It's only level 3 too. It's not like he has this insane type of level advantage where you see some of these 4 positions have gaps over level 4 before Soxa hits.
अब खत्म हो गया.
अच्छा ऐसा बोलना था ना पहले.
Especially versus something like Earthshaker and Monkey King Snowball, very useful. Nice to know.
Again, and send that away from Nisha. Looking for the bottle refill.
Yeah, just not slowing down Mathoma, man. A definite concern.
Sumail starting to get a bit more space. The pressure's definitely begun to lessen a little bit, Top, with Yapso making those movements over towards the mid, so a bit of breathing room for the Ursa here.
Only for a second or so, because Zai is going to hit 6 really soon. See the
not quite enough damage there to stop him shifting. Still have the chase now with the tag team. It's not enough. He's got the strength built up. Matt will be able to walk away.
Zai likely to be 6 after this lane, and that's where Sumail is going to have a lot of difficulties. He's still not level 6 on the Ursa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He's double melees up there.
The walk in for a potential slam could be deadly.
Does have his treads picked up, so he's a little bit tankier once he's got them on strength.
No tell. Just struggling to sort of trade with Yapso.
सुमेल काफी पीछे है. टॉपसन का रोटेट टोर्नेडो
Set up for a kill between the three of them, and this very much needed. OG, they've got to try and get this top lane in a better condition.
And he's got the urn picked up at a perfect time, so he can make that move. And immediately he does queue up the drum, as expected. You know, we've seen him do it a couple of times now, especially when they have the IO line.
Drum or
OG. The slow start is here, but the pace of the game is going to get picked up incredibly fast.
Yes, you know, you sort of blink and you miss it sometimes with the speed that OG's
hopefully
sort of
काफी
goes from 0
aggressive
to 100. So it could absolutely still happen here in this early game. Still early days. 7 minutes in, 3 to 4. Less than 1k lead at the moment for Secret. There's still absolutely potential for OG to just explode in these early moments.
Yeah, sorry, making the move.
Seb already level 6.
Oh!
Snowball face there.
Against OG, closes in on Seb, gets the kill, and Yapsor might be done. He's got another spring in a few seconds. Does he want to go up into the triangle? He does. He's keeping his eyes on Saxa.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Will manage to make it back to the safety of his tower with that, but still, as to Seb, the offlane IO taken out of the lane here.
इसी बीच
Top
में अच्छा को काफी
space मिला है Mask. Zai playing careful top, level 7 already.
First player to get
Blink dagger already, 800 off with the treads. Sumail just had to leave the lane. I don't think he wants to be up there anyway, and they need to start getting better levels on the two supports for the side of OG. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do that run-edge strategy that they want to do in the next few moments.
And Yap's already been quite the nuisance for OG here, just sort of jumping around with the vision he's giving. And OG, at least with the two of them, Saxa and Seb, struggling to really get their hands on this Monkey King in the trees, bouncing around.
Seb already has Holy Locket done, so that's what we were talking about, where you get these items so much faster as this offlane. Gotta be able to make some aggressive moves, but they're on him.
He's gonna try and go, but a quick tether over to Saxa will
Radiant's
break the
bottom
distance.
tower is under attack.
Doesn't even want to commit further there. Yapsor knows, even with the boundless strike, they just don't quite have the damage. Even with the three of them to blow up Seb whilst he has Saxa by his side.
Not quite yet. Puppy still only level 5. Yeah. I thought they were gonna actually move the Morphling out of the lane and then send the AA bottom to get that 6 early on.
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Once they have AA6 also, you know, Holy Locket is online for IO, but that's going to be counteracted quite heavily when Puppy does get 6.
Absolutely, yeah. If he can land these blasts, it will be a complete thorn in the side here for the way that OG want to
Secret का तीनों core OG का core
they have setup, right? They have Shaker Fissure, they have Chains, they have Monkey King Bound to Strike, a lot of different ways for them to set
Ember
up
lags कर रहा था थोड़ा पीछे but
10 minutes.
Over the wards, Nisha,
Ward fix किया. Whoa, EMP tornado. और ठीक उसका रेमनेंट पे अर्सा और सुमेल वहाँ पे मार भी बहुत स्मार्ट थे और इमीडिएट टीपी टॉप में जाई एक शॉट का होटल
have a little bit of a wait there to really amp up that final ball that delivers to Zai.
Zai used Echo up there too, and they were able to sustain up from the IOTP.
बस यही चाहिए वो लोग को अर्ली गेम अगर और ये फाइट में ही के बाद ही अर्सा वापस सेकंड में इन्वोक मॉर्फलिंग से बस 150 बॉटम में ये लोग आयो और नोटेल पूरा प्रेशर DPS को कट करते टॉप सिमिलरली अपना अग्रेसिव गेम प्ले ओह वहाँ पे सेंट्री है
He gets in, he gets a kill, but maybe a little too deep that time from Thompson.
He did force 4 heroes there, though.
I guess that's space.
Space for IO to get the finished farm bottom, Tuss to get the levels top, Ursa to get more farm too. So at the end of the day, it's a Thompson move.
Radiant's
that's what he
bottom
likes to do.
is under
Sacrifice
attack.
himself for the greater good. Zai does have a blink dagger finished up though off of that kill, so there is going to be some responses that come out from Secret after they get those kills. Also, a Maelstrom finished up on the Ember, so Secret does have a bit of a timing where they can fight back. That's the one thing is we were talking about how OG is looking to set tempo constantly with this fast-paced draft, but it's not like Secret isn't going to be able to fight back all heroes.
और स्टिकर का कुरियर में ब्लिंक डैगर था लेकिन वो एनिमी क्रीप्स के सामने उसको लिया नहीं तो पता चला
Blink dagger on Zai's shaker.
Zai उठा लिया है blink
Smoke
dagger.
up already. In fact, from Yapso and Nisha, they're leading the way up top.
अभी Nisha
It's just
invisible
Saxer
होके
up
ऊपर
there
आ
at the moment. Soaking up some XP
invisible
around
नहीं
the
है.
tower.
वो
She's starting to take the tower.
पकड़ाया.
Straight away, he's going to be able to change in with the brand.
Monkey King ultimate और यहाँ पे इसका अरीना में कोई नहीं. आयोग भी गया, मार्क्स भी गया, बचा से टॉप सेंट्री है लेकिन बच गया.
He's got the move speed though to get out of the range, so Thompson will sneak away. The big hit there from Secret up on the top lane, and that's the move you said. They knew that OG, despite losing Saxer at the start, OG's the kind of team that will turn up and try and fight around that tier 1.
अच्छा का मॉर्बिड मास्क रेडी है. रेड बन गया और ओ नो यहीं पे टीम सीक्रेट स्मोक करके ओ नो.
And it's half HP. They might consider even going for it themselves if they get some more kills.
He's ready to chase over the high ground. Thompson will be able to hold them back.
मैंने बोला था ना वॉर्फलिंग पिक बहुत अच्छा है.
It's in a bit of a juicy position here for Secret. It's still not too easy for them to really go for it though.
Yeah. Big hit though. Nisha with some really nice individual plays there, dodging out the EMP, dodging out the Marth, everything around that tower, setting them up now for a 2K lead.
Trying to set things up there, no tell. Stops Matty from being able to lead in.
आगे कुछ करने से रोक दिया.
That hurts OG quite a lot.
I mean, it was a risky play there, trying for that Roche.
रिस्की तो था. वहीं पर ही वो लोग टीम फाइट दिखा रहा था. फिर इमीडिएट.
And they weren't even looking for the rush. They were just smoking to move across the map and they're like, oh wait a minute, look at that. So very fortunate for the side of Team Secret, having a haster now on the Ember Spirit. Zai, as we mentioned, Echo Slam still on cooldown, but they've responded in great force versus the aggression of OG. Even though the relocating the numbers are attempting to be there from OG, Secret was ready. And as you mentioned, the snipe, of course. Puppy getting that big AA blast on the IO. That's going to be the crucial thing for every time. Because this IO, if you look at 20 Holy Locket plus mech, he's going to be able to full heal anybody they do go on unless that AA blast does come over.
Absolutely, all about Puppy getting that hit in. I see OG. I think they're pretty much up the defusal done. Yeah, it's just a few hundred gold off it. Other items at this stage that each team is waiting upon to have their sort of next power spike.
I don't think so at all. Secret is extremely happy with this pace that they're right now. I think OG just needs to keep looking to make these plays. I think if they sit back and look to wait for something, the game's going to quickly fall out of their favor.
I mean, well, yeah, as you say, you're seeing more for the top net worth. If that's happening, Secret's happy.
Yeah, they've got defusal now. They got Medallion also on the Invoker. This is another go time. Smoke up, look for a play immediately with this.
Defusal आ गया है अर्सा पे. Medallion आ गया है
immediately from OG Seb. Samel out. So of course ready to take Samel in with a relocate. No tell finds a solid setup from the arena.
They have to start finding these big kills. Slow down the Morphling, slow down the Ember Spirit. Still difficult though.
Go for the D ward here. So Secret will be aware that they're coming in from the side.
Zai का एक
Secret grouping up here in preparation for some sort of jump from OG.
They've got the big ultis. That's the one thing of Secret, especially if they've got the high ground advantage. They have those humongous team fight ultimates in comparison. OG a lot more limited because it's a 5-position Mars who has to walk his way in to try to place.
ये लोग वही fight के बाद
moves there from Saxon.
Fight लेना या रोना.
Independently there, so Secret did have to guess a bit what was happening. He's trying for the Roche again. He's in the pit. He's getting bashed. He will be able to jump out there away from the Bishop. I mean, they really want to try and get this for Samel, but again, it's just such a risk when Secret's all up at the moment. As you say, Secret, they're more than happy to jump in for the fight. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get Roshan like this if you're OG.
But they have to. That's the lineup. They need to get that Roshan advantage for the Ursa. That's why you see both teams just heavily emphasizing in the area. But yeah,
Secret's not going to let him.
Secret's got this Ice Vortex, 40 mana. I mean, Puppy can pretty much infinitely throw it in there to get the scout if he's in the area.
It's very hard for OG to find. They need to get some sort of action first.
Showing the IO top, Seb. have to be a bit careful of his positioning. He split away from the Ursa too, so that means the relocate play is not going to be available for OG to get the numbers. So Secret, they're looking to catch him. He split away.
A little too deep here. TP immediately comes in from Saxa. Rest of OG stunning the head up as well. So Secret, they won't dive any further. Yeah, as long as Secret can sort of keep the pressure on, keep OG distracted and away from Matu, they're only going to be able to increase that lead that Matu has. Already about 1K ahead of the farmer Samao. Matu much more happier to just spend time hitting the creeps. He is going to step up OG, they're right on the shadow here. And Matu knows. He's keeping it cautious, keeping it cool, and making sure that OG can't get the jump on it.
He'll have his Manta down any second now. And then he's going to go straight for that Aghanims afterwards, as we expect with that Earthshaker combos. And as we've seen to expect, and come to expect from Topson when he's playing this Invoker, he sometimes does go for this more buff-up strategy, just the alacrity plus that solo crest to make his Ursa, or whichever edge carry that much stronger.
Absolutely, just give Samao the best game he could possibly give him.
Yeah.
होटल पीछे से पप्पी को पकड़ने के लिए लेकिन खुद पकड़ा गया
थोड़ा डीले चल रहा
अब पीछे में जाई को सक्सा पकड़ा है टॉक्सन EMP करके हटा दिया EMP करके माना खत्म कर दिया
dodging the spears, dodging the Marzolds, dodging the EMP is just being a rightful nuisance for OG.
A good read from Saxa though, that fight could definitely have got a whole lot worse for OG. Saxa just making sure that he can find Zai's Shaker at every possibility.
Zai's resetting though, going back to base, healing up, and he's still got Echo Slam. They didn't have to commit anything big on the side of Secret. A Blast still cooldown for 30 though.
I mean, OG's still trying to fight into it.
Oh. Echo Slam एक से Zai इसका मारा यहाँ पे मंकी किंग अपना अल्टी साक्सा फीमेल और टॉपसन पीछे भाग रहा है सुमेल चलो फाइट में वो भी अब आराम से ये लोग रोटान करते
It's got it nerfed so many times in the past. Was still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds when they initially jumped Thompson. The heals come out, and then they're able to...
अरे कितना देर लिंगर कर रहा था उसका मार्स को आराम से
but a pretty solid fight for OG. When it's a BKB reveal on Nisha and the Wukong's command was there layered from the whole fight.
I mean, it looked like it was going to fall apart for OG as well. You see this chase Matu with the cool moves here as the Tusk trying to control some out, but he couldn't. Good control as well, taking him out of the trees.
सुमेल का पोजीशनिंग बहुत सही था वो फाइट में बाहर से एक को पिक अप किया
Zoji, that was exactly
तो विजन मिल रहा था ना इसीलिए
begin to get that momentum.
फाइट का बीच में ये 3 जन मर गया टॉपसन
मजेदार खड़ा है बस अटैक किया जा रहा था पता है वो बस बेसिक अटैक किया जा रहा है
यहाँ पे दूसरे बार टॉपसन हमारा स्टेप फिर अकेले
ये लोग स्प्रेड आउट किए हैं बहुत ज़्यादा
Can't make too many of those mistakes. Even though you've got this Aegis and all that, you've got this pace lineup, you don't want this game to drag on. You don't want to allow this Morphling to finish up and farm that Aghanims, which he is going to get eventually in this game. He's already got one component. So they've got the blink now on No-Tail, so just keep going. That's the one thing is they have to still look to keep making these plays, even if they do lose Topson every now and then. It's just what they have to do with their draft. Otherwise, as you say, they will get outscaled.
Well, let's see how much they can get done with this Aegis.
See how much they can get done.
Like 3 minutes to really push the issue here for OG.
See what No-Tail finds with his
Thompson से फिर और immediate ट्रैप में मार्च अरीना करते दो को ट्रैप किया है बट और कोई रिस्पॉन्स ही नहीं है टीपी इतना लेट चांगला था एक अब यार एक एक करके एंट्री करना क्या फायदा भाई वो तो इतना लेट आया है सुमेल ट्राई कर रहा है फाइनली माटुंबा मैच डाउन का रेमनेंट ऊपर नहीं गया डिफ्यूजल taker already respawned. Sumail का ट्रिपल किल फाइनली ओ माय गॉड यापर पकड़ा गया पेड़ काट के सुमेल का अल्ट्रा बहुत ही अच्छा
नहीं तुम गाछ में बैठे रहो गाछ में बैठे रहो
बहुत सही मतलब करेक्ट क्रेडिट करके करेक्ट ट्री को काटा जिससे
गाछ में बैठे रहो
तोड़ा होगा कैसे तोड़ा होगा या फिर मास्क वहाँ पर clearly दिखाएं but जो भी
ramp up going for them and I do believe Secret needs to be a little bit more careful with their ice blasts. They just throw it on the Thompson every single time but it's got a 60-second cooldown. There's likely only one going to be in every single one of these team fights. They have to prioritize it on the big heals. As we've seen Seb now just chunk up his teammates with that. And Thompson is the sacrifice.
Slowing down of course from this squad.
Nope.
जैसे लोग ट्रैप कर रहे हैं हो ब्लिंक
हमको क्यों
कर रहा है माटुंगा बहुत ब्लिंक खत्म
हमको बहुत जोर से लग रहा है सुमेल बहुत ज्यादा फार्म हो गया अब वो बस मारता रहेगा जैसे अभी कर रहा है ना गेम एंड कर दिस इज एंड गेम राइट हियर उसने बोला टू मच फार्म मारो अब आओ खाड़े
你这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
यार वो तुम बैठे रहो यार बैठा रहता है यार फर्क ही नहीं
मॉर्फलिंग इतना फार्म था उसको सुमेल अकेले दौड़ा के मारा
ऐसा हल्का सा लेट है
अच्छा तुम स्क्रीन देख रहे हैं
Level 20 already at this point, and he's not letting Matu have a fun time in the fights. Even though Matu did have such a good time in the early game, Thurs is just taking on Diffuso is a problem.
Yeah, Matu has to run every shot. He cannot fight back against this Thompson. He's not going to be able to get the catch. Nisha is prepared for this.
Don't get to touch on this either. If we look at Yapsor, he's going for a very good build. We've seen a couple times the Atoses into Gleipnirs. I think we saw a couple Orchid rushes, I think on Crit as this 4th position. He's going for the late game. He's going for the Scotty. He's going to be able to apply it to everybody. The slow, the
सुमेल का पता है टेक्निकल चीज क्या पता है वो जो फाइट से बैक आउट होता है ना और फिर इंस्टेंटली टाइमिंग उसको पता है कि इतना टाइमिंग में लोग सब स्पेल यूज कर दिए उसी के बाद कूद जाता है मारने के लिए कुत्ता माती उसके वजह से सुमेल अभी तक ऊपर है और हाँ फार्म किया है टाइमिंग ऑन पॉइंट है उसका
As she was saying, not far off the Scotty, just about 1,000.
It's pretty close.
Has
his own BKB, so it's gonna be tough to focus fire him anyway. If they can get the AA blast coverage, if they can get a stun initially on him, then it'll work. But if he gets the BKB off 3 initiations, then it's probably gonna be really hard for Secret to bring down the main focus targets that he's tethered to.
हाँ अभी टाइम है आपको लग रहा अभी टाइम बचा है एक्चुअली बचा है टावर्स इतना पुश हुआ है टियर 2 तो है
I really like the pickup this time around that he went for it, since there is no silence that he has to worry about. Always can get your enrage off, always can allow your IO and your teammates to come back you up.
eyes on No-Tail bottom.
Cool.
Okay. No tail
for him.
Okay, follow नहीं किया.
Only level 17,
Radiant's top
so not
tower
quite
is
that
under
permanent
attack.
uptime that we always talk about from level 18 plus that morph timing, or he will always be in shaker form.
Lovely little pickup as well for Sumail getting the Mind Breaker. Yep. Can be a great one.
Also, I didn't point
Sumail के पास
Mind
Mind
Breaker.
Breaker.
Fake grenade on the
No,
shaker
भाई.
in 17 minutes. So now it's we have a lot of potential for some massive burst damages coming up from their sides from
पहला जिसको मारा वो
But
side.
OG, as we said, not slowing down.
Absolutely. As soon as someone shows in a lane and they feel that they're alone, they're making moves over there. Seems like Puppy spreading out of the area though.
फिर भी
How do you go for Sumail? BKB Axe with a tethered IO behind him. It's going to be such a difficult target. They have to prioritize.
1.7 सेकंड में अगर क्रिट कर दिया ना पूरा आधा एचपी जाता है. आधा एचपी गॉन.
That was Nisha's job for the most part this game.
अरसा.
Which they have. They've got that. And he's got a Titan Sliver too, so even stronger with that base damage.
2 स्लैश मारेगा और मर गया.
पपी गया और उधर मार दोनों के
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It will separate though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And just an awkward way really for Secret to start the fight. Puppy just heading up on the front lines.
Fight continue होगा.
They expect them to be there that soon.
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
अब Invoker or
around the roach pit. Most important timing now for the next few minutes. 35 seconds until that will spawn. We see OG sitting in the pit waiting.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
ये वाला रोशन में शार्ड होगा.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
खत्म है जी. टीम वाइब. मॉर्फलिंग जिंदा था इसीलिए. मॉर्फलिंग नहीं जिंदा रहता मैश नहीं है भाई.
तो वो चेस करता रहेगा
मॉर्फलिंग स्लिप होकर निकल गया और वो मार रहा है पीछे से. टक 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 टक.
बैटर उसका
20 साल ब्लेड बनाएगा बैशर रहेगा.
In a very comfortable spot. Secret has it's only a 1k lead, but I feel like it's going to start accelerating and building up very quickly for Secret. So OG has to be very careful how they take those fights when BKB are on cooldown.
Absolutely, it's just so much stun, so much AoE in control. It's not easy, even with the enrage alone, for Sumail to fight through.
It's just such an explosive amount of damage that's coming out. It's like anybody gets seen and they're just dead from these totems. And Matsu's just hunting. He's trying to overset the headband mid-air. It's a cute little interaction. And of course we do have the IO shard. That's also something that will be coming into play. These little mini stuns that are kind of come out onto our Morphling and our Shaker that OG does still have. But yeah, with this much more comfortable position, Secret to look to make more aggressive plays, and an E-blade now finished for Matu.
Selfie blade here as Matu looks to separate himself. OG, if they got any further chase, Sumail.
लेकिन वो एक बेट सुमेल एंशिएंट अपैरिशन पे जा. नहीं, सुमेल को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है, वो भाग रहा है.
वो अभी भी
इसको चेस कर रहा है. किसी को नहीं चेस कर रहा था, भाग रहा था वो. नहीं उसका पास से भाग रहा था वो दूर भाग रहा था क्या तू तो एंशिएंट अपैरेशन उधर मार रहा है उसको बेसिक्स और वो दूर भागे जा रहा है तेज छोड़ दिया बीच में पता नहीं क्या फाइट कर रहा है
much harder fights for them as we're seeing them progress.
And of course, Matsu had the age. Couldn't even get him.
अच्छा एक डिस्टेंस सही हुआ एक डिस्टेंस सही हुआ प्लेयर विद फर्स्ट ट्रिपल गेम
5k lead. OG did some phenomenal maneuvers to get Secret knocked back down.
They have the Hex on Thompson, so that'll at least allow them to hold one of those targets down and focus fire them. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just there's so many things moving around. There's a Monkey King jumping, Amber Remnants. There's so much different chaos that Secret's causing. OG has to try to find a way to weather it. But not really seeing too many options as these. I mean, Morphling gets Aegis, he's got Axe. He has so much control on the side of OG. This is not the way that their draft wants to go.
Arena में पप्पी कॉट
我不这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
ओके मेल पकड़ ओके अभी भी लेकिन पकड़ मेल को ही टारगेट
लेकिन नहीं होगा टेस्ट कर रहा है आयो फंस गया सेल्फ फंस गया सेल्फ मर गया
It's ridiculous. Once it's timing. I mean, OG is doing great trying to get these pickoffs, but there's just too much control. They're just
चलो साक्सा भी डेड
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
ये बहुत अच्छा
I think it's nearly GG लग रहा है nearly GG हो रहा है अगर पुश नहीं किया टर्रेट तो टावर्स तो हाँ GG बट कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी सुमेल जिंदा अगर एक गलत टीम फाइट किया टीम सीक्रेट में तो खत्म
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
ये सब एक तो पुश होगा या
There's just too much going on inside the fights. Too many things to focus on, while also trying to dodge AA blasts and keep the BKBs at a good timing so that they don't get clipped by it. It's not easy moving forward. And back into Shaker form, back looking for the plays. Secret gonna continue looking for anything. Any type of battle that they can get now. And yeah, really catching their stride. Lincoln's now Anisha too, so that Hex that we saw, likely to get countered just because of that.
It's going to be so hard to lock him down.
And then, we did Yapsar was going for a very greedy item build. He did finish it off in those two
नहीं हो सकता नहीं हो सकता
क्या अकेले
105 seconds.
That's a long time. This could be the window.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
तीन कैरी है वो लोग के तीन इवन दो ये कैरी नहीं खेल रहा ये मंकी किंग
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
हेलो
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
हमारा थर्ड कमेंटेटर आते हैं थर्ड मैच में
अर्सा का बायबैक डाईबैक अच्छा 2 प्रेडिक्शन सही हुआ 26 और ट्रिपल की स्मोक गैंग मत करो और वो भी सही हो जाएगा
They still have 30 seconds without the IO though. They might just be able to commit for their axe. It's a little bit risky.
Radiant's top tower.
Potential that they could. And again, it's too many things they have to deal with. It's like you said there, they full commit for the Morphling, but he's not the only problem by any means. Nisha, 15, 3, and 20.
Dire's top tower is under
They're
attack.
also strong right now, Secret.
Creep started the base though. Just Forge Spirits in the mid lane.
To push him
Radiant's top tower
So that
is under
buyback,
attack.
as you mentioned, might be a bit of a
Roshan 23 seconds
It's a very difficult one, but it is gotta be careful.
It is there.
Yeah, Matu's just gotta be more cautious with positioning. Oh, look at that, a DD ruin. Look at this nice damage on our Morphling. He hasn't even popped the DD yet, but nice little 1300. Actually more, 1500.
Yes. And also knowing that Roshan should be up rather soon again here, so something that is going to offset that risk of Matu using the buyback to get straight back in action.
And finding some big industrial items as well. Timeless Relic picked up on the side of Secret.
Oh my goodness, yeah, give it to these Shakers and the stuns.
Or the Ember Spirit will find it. That's pretty good at
That's
this.
a lot of damage. Samael.
यार सुहेल किसके ऊपर
GG है 2 शॉट किए है मटुम्बा मैन ने 2 शॉट सुमेल को दो बेसिक अटैक और उसको 2 बेसिक खत्म इसको अच्छा अब ज्यादा लगा
Thompson, he showed himself. Slip away.
He's trying to create a distraction, sort of push them away from the base, but Secret, they are definitely going to have their eyes on the Megas, and maybe even
Dire's
more.
top tower is under
Buybacks
attack.
available on No Tail and Saxon, but
Dire's
90
structures
seconds,
are
no
fortified.
Samael, a minute without Seb. There's the buyback. Can they buy any time for the 2 cores to get back up?
Dire's top tower is fortified.
टॉपसन मत होटल भी मर फाइनल बैटल ही नहीं है भैया 2v5 पे बैटल होता है नहीं होता है 2v5 मैसेकर होता है देख लो वो क्या करता सेकंड में मेरे भी अवार्ड
They went for the strong scaling lineup.
वो करेक्ट हुआ
स्मोक किल नहीं तीनों करेक्ट हुआ मेरा 3 करेक्ट हुआ बैरक्स डिस्ट्रक्शन भी करेक्ट है
वैसे आज का प्रेडिक्शंस तो हो गया है
हाँ
6 करेक्ट है
रुसियन क्या कर रहा था
Just falling a little too much around him as Secret are able to cruise through in this late game and secure this game 40 minutes in. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Team Secret.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Fog for the cast of an amazing match. This puts Team Secret at 1-0. And you know what that means? If they win this next game, OG goes down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 TIs. That is whoa.
Whoa, what an insane game. What an insane start of the day. First from the Spirits match and now into OG versus Secret. The quality of Dota, the way these two teams played, the chaos that OG did manage to siphon Secret into, but they just waited their timings, right? They got to those timings, and the moment you have Aghanims on Ember Spirit, Shaker Morph combo, everything changes.
I think specifically the itemization coming out of Team Secret was really interesting and cool to look at. Like Yapzor, he rushed a Scotty on a support Monkey King because he had no way to kite Ursa at all. And then all of a sudden you have 4 of Team Secret's heroes with some sort of jump mobility. You know, Morphling, Ember, Monkey King, Earthshaker, all going for the mobility abilities. And Sumail, he was destroying the game beyond godlike. But at the end of the day, he just couldn't output enough damage.
Yeah, I think the one fight where it was like the perfect timing in so many ways, where they had the Morph plus Shaker timing. I think they also had the Ember Ags at that exact point as well. And then in that fight, they finally were able to jump and focus Seb on the IO, who I believe had used BKB in the previous fight. And then after that point, it was just like...
That was around the pit, right?
Yeah, that was
the fight.
Right around the pit. And then for the rest of the game, it just looked like hugely Secret favored. And I do want to give a shout out to Nisha on Ember Spirit. The amount of times that he like frame perfect dodged a spear or something like that into like killing 2 heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have delayed even without that, but that really helps when you're trying to delay for this late game Morph Shaker timing and you've got somebody playing like that.
Right.
That makes it work.
And they looked broken, right? We were talking about OG and how they ramp up and they build for this one specific power spike. And in this game, even Invoker from that mid lane is playing more of a utility role. The items that they bought, the drums, the corrosion on Tusk, what was it, medallion, solar crest, it's all, they didn't even buy a vessel, which was necessary when you think about playing versus a Morphling. No, you don't go for that. You just buff up that Ursa. That's why Sumail did have an ultra kill somewhere in that mid game around the tier 2. However, Morphling and Shaker, man, what the... It's been so broken for such a long time, and at such a grand stage, it just strikes again.
One of the things that I heard AUI talk about while we were sitting in the green room watching the matches, you said Ember is one of the best heroes right now.
He did say that.
Yeah.
I did say that.
Tell me a little bit about that. What makes you say that?
When I watch these games, I actually think Ember is going to be the hero of the tournament. Like, there's nothing really concrete. But in my head, like how he team fights, he's just going around the fight, providing vision. If you try to chase him, he has 5 remnants once his egg. He slides in between them. He creates so much chaos. And every time you look at the end game screen of the stats, he's like 60k hero damage for some reason, just out of nowhere. It doesn't say there. They tricked us.
Can I just... let me just comment Puppy. Even though he spent 3rd most time dead in this game on all TIs, at the same time, he's been playing Ancient Apparition versus IO plus Tusk. That lane is incredibly difficult to stay alive in. He did feed a couple of times, but not nearly as many as I expected.
It was like a good amount of times too, because I think they were able to farm in the bottom lane way more than what I thought. OG had this really cool idea coming in. They would tether the creep in, so it goes into the tower. You get Equilibrium versus a Morphling A, who's supposed to be a weak team, and sort of zone them out with Tusker IO. But Secret, they're able to just sort of... I don't know what happened. They just dominated the lane early and they were able to survive.
They used the tag team first time in the jungle to try and kill the AA, who instantly TPs to the lane, which prevents them from using that tag team in the lane itself, right, for a couple of extra seconds, which allows Matu to get more last hits on those first few waves. Earlier raid band, which translates into him being 15 last hits and like 8 denies in a couple of waves.
Yeah, it could have worked too if they had the tag team, because the lane did immediately push out. Like you were saying, I think when the Morphling pulled to the range creep, the creeps ran into tower, creep wave pushes out double waves, but then without the tag team, and then with Secret getting level 2 timing first, it meant that they could actually farm in the lane.
Right. So I know Dota 2 is a team game, right? There's 5 people on one team, and you guys have been totally promoting like all the players. But if you were to pick one person who would be the MVP of that match, who would it be, Lizard?
That's so difficult.
I think it's Matu.
Matu?
I think when I watched them team fight, something I like the most is when Course think about the positioning of their allies and how they can like move in a way that lets them team fight. One of the fights, like Sumail was on Matu, he wanted to like waveform away from his team because it'd be further, but he had the presence of mind to waveform always towards his team, and his always thinking of how to fight like that made them win that game, I think, in the end. Like,
Yeah,
he let
yeah.
their timings work out because he would survive in situations where I don't think he should have.
Well, and it literally worked out in that fight too. He waveformed into Puppy, who got the cold feet onto.
Yeah, Sumail came in like 200 range, and the cold feet proc just because Matu's wave.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He goes the other way.
Exactly.
Sumail, he might have killed Matu. The game might have been completely different.
Just for the memes, can we say Monkey King as well? Honorary mention, just because of the ultimate orb and orb of corrosion. That's all he built.
No, his item build was genius.
Yeah,
I think it's
never
straight
see
genius.
Well, on the other hand, on OG's side, we have some superstars as well. Let's take a quick look at some of the stats for Sumail. This is like Sumail's joining OG, right? So we have the kill leaders for all time in TI, and Sumail is number 1 there with 1,090 kills. Tell me, is that a lot, AY?
I mean, it's the most.
Across all, I mean, yeah, but
so Sumail only started playing in TI 5.
Right.
So, I mean, I think Sumail is the best TI player of all time. I mean, he carried me into TI, so I might be a little biased.
Just a little bit biased.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit biased. I mean, Thompson has a 100% win rate, but in my eyes, like Sumail, over time, how he performs at TI is always some insane level of play. Like, I think Nisha, he went for top moon, and there was just a bear there.
मेरे को क्या लगता है पता है लोगों ना सुमेल को वो बनाना चाहिए था समझ रहे लाइकन और उर्सा कॉम्बो लेकिन लाइकन बैन कर दिया था
I remember that when we were talking, you guys were talking about how OG is
टास्क ने जो हागा है हाय दैया मजा आ गया देख के टास्क ने जो हागा है
send Ember to the top side of the river by Roche so
112-12 था टास्क 112-12
yeah, definitely OG is a close-knit team, but it takes a special kind of a person, and Sumail is
मतलब फाइट में घुस रहा है वो हाँ इंस्टेंट शटडाउन इंस्टेंट मतलब इतना मेल्ट इतना ज्यादा मेल्ट हो रहा था वो तो कुछ कर ही नहीं पाएगा वो क्या कंट्रीब्यूट करेगा प्लस 3 कैरीज था उन लोगों का एक हार्ड कैरी तो था ही
90% of players would just tilt.
एक कैरी तो सपोर्ट बन गया और एक
Yeah, that's like a 100% instinct.
एक आपके एम्बर स्पिरिट है जो डिस्ट्रैक्शन कर करके तंग कर देते हैं
that Ember's about to remnant there is because he was a mid player before and he knows how horrible it would be for the
Team
enemy
Liquid
to
नहीं है
show
क्या?
up and solo kill you there. It's like mega game changer.
भैया
इसका पहले वाला चैंपियनशिप में तो था शायद
Liquid qualify नहीं कर पाया Just remember that there are a lot of other things going on here at TI. One of the things is the secret shop, which is now open. You can visit it at www.national.wearenation.
कोई नहीं
Valorant में नहीं वो हम नहीं बोल रहे Valorant का टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है
हाँ टूर्नामेंट चल रहा था
इंडिया का एक ही टीम है ना देखता है
So now we have this game, right? Team Secret is down. Or sorry, Team Secret is up 1 game. OG is down.
इंडिया में नाम को कहा ना हैकर्स लगता भाई टैलेंट नहीं है और हैकर्स है बस
Do you think that we're going to see like those happy faces that we saw when they first got in the game?
कुछ नहीं बोल सकते हम लोग का रूट ही वैसा है तो
Do you think that maybe this time they're going to
और जो स्ट्रीम करता है वैसे ही साला मारता है टूर्नामेंट में तो जाओ मारना ही उसको दम नहीं है मतलब कुछ तो गलत है
गया तो अभी देखो मैच चल रहा है आइस बॉक्स है फर्स्ट मैच सिंगापुरियन टीम का
Seemed to me like OG was doing anything crazy wrong or anything like that where you know like there were fights that were so close there were fights that were so
हाँ भैया स्पॉन्सर कर दो
one way or the other I feel like every other
हाँ भैया स्पॉन्सर कर दो
4 people on OG
एक आपके
and then
तरफ
3 people on Secret dying it was never like just Secret completely wiped
कितना डॉलर है
by any means so if I'm OG it's just like all right we'll just go in we'll do
कितना डॉलर
see how she goes
and if you know OG
कद्दू में नहीं खरीदना
मतलब 1 यूरो का तो 100 रुपया होता है ना 101 समथिंग
तो 10 यूरो का बैग है
मतलब 1000 रुपया
25 यूरोज है 2177 रुपीस राउंड ऑफ टू 2200 रुपीस
It's unfazable.
Let's take a quick look at OG's.
अरे इंग्लिश में काय बोल रहा है गोलू नाम लाइटनिंग फास्ट है साला गोलू बोलते गोलू
कौन गोलू
है एक प्लेयर ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का ही है प्लेयर शीश
wasn't able to dodge the rolling boulder in time.
पर रिक्स मार रहा है.
Connection will still be on to no tail, but the ult is pop. TP heading over for Vada. Pop to continue to make.
तुम देखो ये रुसियन स्ट्रैट्स बनाओ. ये लोग को
स्ट्रैट्स आता है भाई. स्ट्रैट्स बनाने रहता ना तो स्ट्रैट्स अच्छे से खेलते हैं. सब साला चूतिया प्लेयर सब है.
देखो
तुम देखो ये डेरी को लाइट कैसे खेलता है. देख लिया ना, अपने आंखों से देखा ना. स्ट्रैट्स है वो सबसे जो स्ट्रैट्स बनाने लगे वो सब.
सुनो तो सही. स्ट्रैट बनाओ और एक होता है कैप्टन ना, जो कैप्टन एक ऐसा प्लेयर होता है ना जिसमें बहुत धैर्य होता है. ठीक है, जो स्ट्रैट बनाता है ना वो कैप्टन. तुमको पेशेंस रखना होता है.
अबे देखो भाई, तुम देखा है वो सबका गेम प्ले. तुम सबसे क्या स्ट्रैट बनाएगा. एक होता है जो अपना बुद्धि लगाता है, जो ये सब है मतलब अपना सिक्स सेंस लगा के खेलता है. वो सबसे स्ट्रैट्स बनाने में मजा आता है.
हम एक बात बताए. आज हम 2 मैच खेला है इसके साथ, डेरिक के साथ. तो दोनों में हाँ वो अपना कॉर्नर चेक कर रहा था और अपना एंगल ही देख रहा था. वो इवन दो काली पड़ा कल ना, तो उसके बाद देख रहा था. ठीक है, टाइम लगता है. तुमको पेशेंस रखना होता है. जो लोग नहीं सुनते हैं वो लोग अगेंस्ट.
अभी आएगा ये क्या नाम, अरे भोसड़ी के रिसर्च में कहा.
अगर तुम डोटा में भी देखोगे, डोटा में भी एक कैप्टन है नोटेल भैया, बहुत जानते हैं है ना. जैसे कास्टर्स लोग बोलता है कि नोटेल तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम्स को सुनेगा, टीम का प्रॉब्लम्स को, कि ये प्रॉब्लम उस पे काम करता है, खुद के सॉल्यूशन देता है. वैसा होना है तुमको. अगर कोई प्लेयर गलती कर रहा है तो पेशेंटली सुनो.
अबे देखो भाई, अभी आएगा लाइट, बोलेगा साला तुमसे ज्यादा तो हम मारता हूँ साला. अभी हम वही ना, हम पैसिव खेलता है पर टीम सपोर्ट के लिए. अभी हम मारना शुरू कर देगा तो लौड़ा पैसिव कौन खेलेगा.
एक हम बात बताए, वो सब नाटक है. हम सेज लेके भी टॉप फ्रैगिंग करके आए हैं.
तो हम भी करके आए भाई.
हाँ, तो वो सब
वही ना. देखो एक होता है जैसे सब कोई मतलब पैसिव मतलब अटैकिंग खेलना शुरू कर दिया, तो कोई तो टीम में चाहिए ना पैसिव खेलने के लिए. अभी देखो सब सलाम जाके मर गया. अभी तो क्या पैसिव तो किसी को खेलना होगा.
हम एक बात बताए, सुनो. तुम वो पैसिव वाला रोना धोना बंद करो और मारने चल जाओ. हाँ. जो भी हीरो लो बस मारो, बेट करो, मारो. ये लोग
मारो, वही करना होगा.
तुम ये मत सोचो कि हम अगर आगे चल जाए तो साइड चल जाएगा. वो सब छोड़ के कुछ नहीं सोचो.
और ना असल में ना जैसे स्प्लिट में जैसे एक का तरफ होता है तो मतलब साइड में आओ. कोई ऊपर हेवन वाला में नहीं जाता है.
हेवन कंट्रोल क्यों लेता है पता है. तुम हेवन कंट्रोल लोगे, हम बता रहे ना, हेवन कंट्रोल लोगे ना तो मिड से वो लोग बी रोटेशन दे देता है. ए में घुसेगा ही नहीं, ये तुमको पूरा इग्नोर कर देगा. हाँ, सोचेगा कि आओ मेरे पास फाइट लेगा. नहीं, वो अगर हेवन खुल गया मिड से चल गया क्या और बी में जाके प्लांट कर देगा. तुम क्या करेगा. तुम्हारा सेटअप बी ए पे है, कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा ना तुम. इसीलिए हेवन कंट्रोल इम्पोर्टेंट है. ये अच्छा प्लेयर लोग को पता रहता है हेवन कंट्रोल क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है.
वही ना. अबे सब कोई हेवन में चल जाएगा तो साला कोई साइट में ही आता नहीं है.
हाँ, तुमको देखो, तुम एज अ केजे साइट में है, तुमको इग्नोर करके दूसरा तरफ चल गया तो तुम किस काम का. कोई काम का नहीं. साइफर भी वैसी है ना. ट्रैप वैप लगा दिया, वो साइड में आया ही नहीं तो तुम्हारा ट्रैप तो यूजलेस है.
वही ना.
समझ में आया. इसीलिए
Do you think that there is going to be an adjustment in the way that they played? Do you think that maybe there's a chance for better timing, capitalization? What are we going to see?
I don't think Secret will change a lot.
मेन इवेंट में जो टीम लास्ट आएगा उसको भी $600,000
He always says the same thing. If you are correct, you win.
$600,000.
You'll lose. So that's it. I believe he.
That is equal to how much?
Correct.
Amiri, 75 lakhs.
This game definitely did show that.
अरे वो तो
4.5 crore.
We were talking about
4.5
crore.
25 lakhs तो लास्ट वाले को है
जो ग्रुप स्टेज में ही एलिमिनेट
ग्रुप स्टेज में एलिमिनेट हो गया.
Feel like they have to switch anything either.
उसको 75 लाख.
I think OG
डोटा खेलना बहुत डोटा में ये करना बहुत अच्छा है मतलब पैसा ही पैसा.
डोटा इसीलिए तो उतना टफ है. डोटा तुम सीखते सीखते ही तुम्हारा 2-3 साल निकल जाएगा. उसका सीख के खेलना, खेल के इम्प्लाई करने के बाद एक टीम बनाना, हाँ टीम बनाना और फिर टूर्नामेंट में आना, वो अलग हेडेक है. उसमें 1 साल और एक्स्ट्रा लग जाएगा.
Less draft adjustment and more like a little bit more mentality adjustment.
देखो एक होता है कि टीम बनाना और एक टीम मिल
जाना है तो साला मतलब कब पैदा वाला ही बच्चा को डोटा खिलाना शुरू कर दो. खेलते
मतलब वही 16-17 में डोटा स्टार्ट करो.
क्या तुम इंजीनियरिंग का तैयारी कर रहे हो?
Start making the big fights until they have the real big timing. And I
क्या?
think that's
तुम
quite
इंजीनियरिंग का तैयारी
not the usual.
हाँ यहाँ पर बाप और माँ ना पेल देगा पीछे से, समझ गए.
डोटा का तैयारी करो.
वहाँ पीछे से
देखो हम एक बात बताए, इंडिया एज अ कंट्री ना बहुत बेकार है. तो इंडिया में ये करना होगा तुमको कि एक जॉब भी रखो और साथ साथ में डोटा भी खेल रहा है तो हाँ, और डोटा या गेम जो भी उसको ऐसा स्टेज पे ले जाओ कि उसके बाद तुम अपना नौकरी क्विट कर दो. समझ रहे? वैसा करता है इंडिया में.
गेम को शुरू
हम GTA में हम डिलीवरी का मतलब बंकर का सप्लाई सब कर रहा हूँ. मतलब
सप्लाई ये खरीद भी नहीं सकता, ये गरीब हो जाएगा.
नहीं सकता हूँ मैं पास 5 लाख मात्र मतलब गरीबी में.
Let's see what the draft brings for us today. My name is Mr. Aval Plus. Joining me is Effie and Syndrin. Effie, can you tell me a bit of your closing thoughts about last game in the draft? Did you feel like it was what you'd expect considering those drafts?
That game was incredibly action-packed, which is definitely what we expected looking at it.
Tiny ban,
something really stood out to me with OG's
Snapfire or Ancient Apparition.
Which was, if you take a look at their cores, they had a Diffusal Blade Ursa, they had a Quaswex Invoker.
भैया शुरू हो गया चैट में.
So their wave was lacking. And even though they had no wave clear, they were making these aggressive plays into Secret's triangle over and over and over again.
रुशियन को ये वाला आवाज सुनना चाहिए. रुशियन पॉज करके ये वाला आवाज सुनना जरा.
This issue made it so that Secret always got way back into the game.
Pause करो ना.
So going into this draft, I would like to see a little bit more shove coming out of OG.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Let's get the reviews then. Reviews.
A relatively big part in that game. Like, obviously, the whole wave clear problem becomes more prevalent when they actually have their advantage and they have the Aegis, right? That's when you want to push in all the lanes and then have this firm iron grip on the map, but they never really were able to maintain that. Also because they never really convincingly crushed a fight. Like most of them were pretty close. Like even if OG came out with 1 or 2 kill advantage, they'd used all the resources they kind of needed to reset anyway. So I agree. I think a bit more wave clear would definitely go a long way here for OG. So far, so good with Titan first pick. Can act as a decent wave clear. Even if you don't get the CS, at least you know, deal with the wave effectively. You're good at defending towers as well, so you're good at getting yourselves at a map disadvantage. Well, before we look too much more at the picks, I just want to say about the dynamic here that this time around OG, they banned the AA, and therefore this time Secret will ban out the IO. And OG actually
इसीलिए सब्सक्राइबर नहीं बढ़
रहा. मेरा ना फोन इसमें है, हम सब्सक्राइब किया है और मेरा फोन चार्ज में 12%.
इसी में खोलो.
So Enchantress was a hero that was incredibly popular earlier.
लिखो Aznoid, A capital Z V N O I T.
Aznoid.
A lot of neutrals being nerfed as
थोड़ा बैक करना, ज़्यादा बैक मत करना.
things like that.
अच्छा कर
But
दिया हाँ
Enchantress functions
भैया
similar to Ogre,
Lucian
in
reviews
that she's an incredibly tanky
कौन सा
support,
back?
and Puppy does like to play heroes like this, right? At some point, even outside of
अबे
laning, it
रुको
can play that vision provider. It can be a bit of a ward, like face checking high grounds and just absorbing a lot of damage in fights. And that is a style that Puppy
AZVONIOT
does like to play. And if you give her
नहीं
space on the map, which is her specialty, just assigning farm to all of their players, she can do a lot of damage in fights. Also, she can dispel, Monkey King comes out and she can dispel Jingus subs.
So in this pick order, they specifically
link
only seeing
भेज दिया
Elder
भैया
Titan. I think perhaps this is
अच्छा
a strategy that Secret
कहाँ
have,
पे
that
बे
they understand Elder Titan has incredible prowess
कहाँ
in
पे
lane,
भेजा अब
and
जनरल
maybe
में
in their
नहीं नहीं
playbook, this
clips
is one
and
of the only
highlights
picks that exist that can match or beat Elder Titan in lane. Enchantress is so dominant in lane, and when she gets level 2 by getting one creep with enchant and having an contest, that I think she can actually overwhelm Elder Titan.
हाँ Twitch वाला crash हो जाता है
Like between the lane
हाँ
and the
कौन सा
jungle,
वाला
that
देखना
makes it
बताइए
harder for Elder Titan to hit a
live
spirit
में
with both
YouTube
heroes in lane. I think Elder Titan
हाँ
thrives when there's two laners playing together that are very easily connected with, so you get the full value out of that. So perhaps that's the idea. Like I don't see any other
अच्छा हम
real
लोग का voice
justification
भी
for
आ
it
रहा है
except
ये
they're just
इसका
trying
में
to surprise OG
YouTube
here,
वाला
just
में
because, like Effie said, this hero isn't very popular. It isn't widely regarded as very strong. And usually when Secret pick it, it is to win a lane. So that has to be the logic here.
That's a very good point, and I wonder if this Magnus pick was something that Secret were planning for going into this draft, or if they just took it away from OG, because the success that they had with the ET and Magnus combination in group stage was actually absurd. They came back from this ridiculous game versus IG where they were losing. They lost 5 fights in a row. We thought that perhaps it could have been the end for them, but there was this empowered ET just whacking away with his natural order on top of an RP, and it was just incredibly strong. So I'm just curious where they're headed with this Magnus, if they're going to play around it as a pseudo carry or if it's just going to be buffing another hero on their team.
So seeing OG's first 2, do we think Elder Titan is somewhat assigned yet, or because OG is one of the teams that like playing it off lane the most, right? But they also do play on no-tail. I think it's one of those 2 most likely for the team playing it. Don't really see it that way. Even Sox has played it actually. Review here, so it's 3-4-5. When they pick it together with Monkey King,
reviews क्या दे?
It's just completely open, isn't it?
Yep.
Easy could be 3-4-5. Monkey
कैसा है
2-4, and technically one has some L plays on this event.
I'm not sure, but I'm sure he can play the Monkey King.
Yeah, he plays it. I know he plays it.
So,
हमारा बड़ी
yeah, I mean,
अजीब
OG
लग
is the
रहा
king
था
of flex
भैया
picks
का
anyway,
ये
so
भी
for sure.
चल
This
रहा है
is the
मेरा
kind of mental
voice
games. We were talking about this last draft panel, how OG sometimes it
अपना
seems like
voice
they're flexing, but the reality is they're
ये हो
baiting. They already have an
रहा
assigned position. You think you can be seeing here this time?
I think it's less clear here what the
हाँ feel free
exactly would be, because I think for example with the Mars one
बोलते रहो कोई फर्क नहीं
common
पड़ता
for it to be played 5. Like Secret might have had it in the back.
वैसे तो स्ट्रीमर बनते हैं फर्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए
obvious
बस
if Elder
grind
Titan goes
करते
3, 4,
रहो
5. Like the bait here would be if Elder Titan is mid, right? Or carry, but I would be very surprised to see it. I would love it, but I don't think that's what we're going to get. So less of a bait, more flex probably in this scenario.
Thompson did it once against a meeple, but that's a very specific situation to do it against.
Very specific.
Effie, I'd like to ask you: are there any bans that really stand out to you on the second ban phase that you'd like to point out?
I think banning Shaker was the correct choice, because just leaving it open with the starter they had with the melee heroes and just not kind of accounting for a potential morphling was a mistake. And they got it out from very early, so that's just a respect ban straight up, right? And it takes away issues that they may have with the ET and the Monkey King. So nothing too particularly strange here. The Juggernaut is a little bit unusual in that we haven't seen him as one of the most contested heroes in this patch, but it just seems like OG don't want to get outpaced at the start of the game.
OG also value Mag Juggernaut themselves. It's a strategy they play, and they know Secret are very capable of finance heroes. Interestingly, the Wind Ranger here, which could both be a mid and a 4, most likely one of the 2. I feel like I'm seeing a plan here from Secret that, okay, if you guys have Elder Titan Monkey King, we're going to pick heroes that are hard to hit, right?
Yep.
So you have the Enchantress with Untouchable, you have Wind Ranger with Wind Run, and now that OG picks Legion Commander as well as Clinks, I think Secret, even if they plan on playing the Wind Ranger 4, they might be upgrading it to a mid hero here. I think it's actually a very good
Clinks
Wind Ranger.
खाया मतलब बहुत मार मारेगा
When you look for the potential Ags in the build. It seems very, very strong. But obviously,
tiny
they
bat,
can keep
tiny
that choice for
IO
last. If they
Templar
pick their
Assassin,
carry now, then they
Morphling,
can
Faceless
decide a little bit later after seeing OG's final pick. So
Snapfire, Ancient Apparition, Earthshaker, Juggernaut, or Storm Spirit.
If you pick your carry now, you give OG a counter pick to your carry. If you pick your 4 or your mid,
Magnus
you're
उठा
showing
लिया।
your hand, right? So what do you think is more valuable? I don't know.
Agreed. I really like the concept that we're going to pick heroes that are difficult to hit and difficult to kill. And on top of that, Windranger is an incredibly good hero versus Clinks, because in the past, Clinks had an ability that made him dodge projectiles.
Chat में लिख रहा है
Windranger was atrocious.
Go X.
But now with just a Dust and Maelstrom or an OTB or whatever damage item you choose, you as a hero alone can eliminate their win condition and their carry. So I like the concept there a lot.
Ursa is insane in this game. It's super good.
Can you elaborate on that?
You're playing against triple melee. Your lane matchup is more than
बताया
likely
नहीं
either
क्यों
Legion
हम
Commander,
voice
Elder
सुन
Titan as the core, or Monkey King, right? One of those three.
Apparently,
hero that can easily get on top of Clinks when you have a dagger.
सब कोई ये लड़की का आवाज को पसंद करता है apparently, और सब कोई like chat में भी और सब कोई सिम टाइप का होता रहता है, इसीलिए सुनने बोल।
Against all of the three cores that we're assuming OG have shown here, I think this Ursa pick is
And the crowd was
phenomenal. It's pretty rare that in this tournament that I've seen a game that looks so good for Ursa.
Chat में अलग emote spam होता रहता है, वो anime emotes होता है, पूरा spam होता है।
Regarding the Ursa pick, which makes it very nice, is when I saw this Clinks pick, I was like, okay, typical Sumail Clinks, right? The way he has been playing it throughout the stage is he even skips boots. Doesn't go brown boots, rushes the Maelstrom and sits in the triangle for a while.
बोल सकते quarter final, लेकिन brackets
you as an enemy, you have to deal with it, right? And there is no better hero for early triangle invasions than a Diffusal Blade Ursa who has a good start.
Divide
For
कर
all the reasons that Cinder had mentioned, Ursa should have a good game. So they do have the ability to
चार टीम अपने से लड़ेगा, उसमें से एक टीम जाएगा।
Right, and actually to add on the Clinks,
उससे नीचे जो है, नीचे जो लटका हुआ है, जो टीम्स वो लोग अपने में लड़ेगा, और उसमें से एक टीम जाएगा।
Carries with early timings, much like the Ursa. So,
bracket
very good
stages.
point here. And on Cinder's point on the Ursa, let's not forget Secret's actually one of the teams that highly value the Ursa in this tournament. So they think it's a carry that's like pretty solid. As you say, this is a good Ursa game. You might just be carrying the game alone with this hero.
That's added value basically. Like
Monkey King वही उठाता
है. Just how good it is against the matchup, but I think it's also about comfort.
वही
Right?
गांठ
I think
चकते
the best
रहता
player
हो
in the
कुछ
world with this
नहीं।
hero. So definitely.
गांठ में
You're not gonna say no thanks to an Ursa game like this if you're
नहीं
like,
भैया,
just sign me up, you know.
तो
let's
Legion
go.
Commander कौन लेगा?
I'm trying to think about what the final pick both teams will be looking for here is. So Secret probably, I think they will upgrade the Windranger to mid here. If they do that,
Void Spirit
probably
game
looking
बोल
at
रहा
a
chat।
last pick 4 for Yapsor
Void
that's
Spirit।
ideally ranged.
Lycan for Secret।
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think they've only played that on Zai, actually, the Magnus this tournament.
I do believe so.
Lycan Ursa combo।
Magnus was a true flex pick where it was being played
Ooh,
1, 2, 4, and 5, I think, for a little bit, and 3, all 5 roles.
Yeah,
in
all
one
5
patch.
roles. Yeah.
And I think after some of the changes to Empower, that got less appealing to play the just flat out support mag because the Empower wasn't as good on allies anymore. So more than likely,
Hoodwink उठाया तब तो वही खेलेगा, Topson खेलेगा
show
Hoodwink।
their final hero here. It's going to be the Hoodwink.
Could be a Topson Hoodwink.
Probably is.
Yep.
Safe lane Clinks, mid Hoodwink, Legion Commander, offlane, and then support ET Monkey King. Their lanes
throw करेगा सारा Topson।
The Monkey and the Elder.
Hoodwink उठाता throw हो जाता है।
Legion 5 from them. And as you said, Seb loves the Elder Titan as well, and he plays the Monkey King in the offlane as well.
Yeah, maybe you downgrade Legion just because the Ursa matchup's so bad, but again.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Okay. So what are you thinking here for last pick for Secret?
They have a lot of time. Is Ember still in the pool? Because they could, we could still see the Windranger 4. I don't think Ember is bad here. There's a lot of kiteable heroes.
It's a comfort.
Like you pointed out, there's the duel you could have to worry about, but aside from that, I think Ember kind of has a free game. It's hard to land a Hoodwink combo on Ember. Oh, he is banned?
Yeah,
okay, I can't see. Oh, that's
Could we see another...
Ember banned है, Ember क्या बोल रहा है ये? Caster।
to be honest.
That's actually the strategy.
ये सब teams पे Secret नहीं उठाएगा क्या?
Chris Luck on the Windranger running her mid, and just, as you said...
Right वाला team Secret है।
What are your thoughts on last pick?
तो हम right वाला दिख रहा ना?
खराब है। Preference here, because that's what it'll come down to.
तुम्हारा ऊपर नीचे दिखा
अच्छा ऊपर नीचे दिखा
ऊपर नीचे दिखा रहा है।
हाँ।
At this point and why it's taking.
क्या?
इन
why
गेम
it's
देख
taking
रहा
them so
है,
long to pick this last hero is that
गेम को
they're just
स्पेक्टेट कर
asking,
रहा
do
है,
you want
और
this
एक
or
है
not?
कि
And what else do you want? If not.
स्ट्रीम भी हो रहा था.
स्ट्रीम देख. हाँ.
That is not what I expected at all. Okay, exciting.
Neither did I.
ठीक कर रहा.
Doesn't that throw back to the idea?
अरे भैया वो आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा है सर.
Yeah, it's more miss. And it's a blind. What do you think of that Tinker matchup?
नीचे जो है वो टीम सीक्रेट है, ऊपर जो है टीम ओजी है.
I think.
टीम ओजी क्यों बोल रहा है? ओजी.
सलाब कौन भाई हमको समझ नहीं आ रहा. अच्छा.
नीचे वाला टीम सीक्रेट है, राइट में लिखा है. हाँ.
नीचे वाला टीम सीक्रेट है.
हाँ. ऊपर वाला ओजी.
अबे हमको वैसे हमको इन गेम वाला दिखा रहा है.
हाँ वो तुम भैया का देख रहा है ना, इसीलिए. यूट्यूब देख रहा है ना.
हाँ.
हाँ तो भैया इन गेम वाला देख रहा है.
Late game prospects here. They have an empowered carry. They have Tinker.
हमको ऐसी वाला दिखा रहा है.
Late game Tinker in this patch seems insane.
स्ट्रीम का स्ट्रीम, फिर स्ट्रीम का स्ट्रीम. बाप रे.
Catch on the hoodwink, especially now that the
मल्टी स्ट्रीम हुआ.
is being revealed as position 5, played by No-Tail here. I think Nisha needs to mainly pay attention to playing around trees because of Monkey King. But if he, let's say Secret set the stage for a fight somewhere that is massively surrounded by trees, or they have vision in the area, I think Tinker can just shine in a game like this. So I do like them.
My only issue is this Enchantress seems kind of out of place in this draft, and she can dive so easily to all of these heroes. So this is the wonky hero that I need to see.
Well, we have to throw it away because the man in the sidelines is waiting for us. And as he likes to say, the PMA. So take it away, BSJ.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
ओके, कास्टर्स का वॉइस कट हुआ मतलब. Number of trees destroyed.
हम तो कर ही नहीं प्रेडिक्शन. 400-500 डाल दो. हेलो रुचि. हेलो. इसका नेट थोड़ा लैग हो रहा है आई थिंक. 300 प्लस. अच्छा 30 मिनट्स. हाँ भैया 300 प्लस.
What are your initial reactions looking at these drafts?
नहीं 300 प्लस.
Similar timing approach from both sides. Is it again OG trying to?
आपको लग रहा है टीम सीक्रेट जीतेगा?
More than happy to take it late and scale on.
Feels a little bit different. I think OG's looking for more of a
Hello, Lucia.
Doesn't have a very strong skilling lineup either. I think it's very different state than we have seen from the last one. Just a 1.5 kind of thing. Also talking about the Enchantress. So there's an ET and a Monkey King in the offlane. That's kind of what Enchantress thrives versus playing against. You're able to dispel the Spirit buff, you're able to dispel Jingu in later stages. The overwhelming slow is also really nice. And even just heals. I've seen Puppy play this like a lot of times, so where he just backs up and he acts as like healer and just this damage soaker for his carry. So I think that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. And I mean, it's the first time I've gotten to see the Hoodwink mid in a while, and also first time me and you, I think, for this tournament get a Tinker mid. So this is pretty interesting kind of matchups we have, because Hoodwink, he can hit, miss, miss is applied from the laser, so in the laning phase could probably see Thompson still just have a good time, but the burst potential is a squishy like Hoodwink.
सर डिस्कॉर्ड का प्रॉब्लम हो गया था, कनेक्टिंग भी दिखा रहा था.
हाँ वो इंटरनेट का जैसे होता है.
कुछ आता.
Yeah, decent ways of scouting inside trees for sure. The ET Spirit, they've got Monkey King jumping in trees, they'll have a Scurry Hoodwink running around too. But we'll see if they will be able to find Nisha's. It does feel like he's going to have a pretty good timing. I've never seen this lane, but I do feel like Tinker probably comes out slightly ahead because of base damage. Just his miss of rockets though. Nisha lost vision of Thompson, wasted some mana. And bottom, I'm curious to see how this is going to end up going. Like, how is No-Tail going to be able to do versus a Wind Ranger? Because historically, we've seen these Legion Commander 5s be able to trade with anybody, but Wind Ranger doesn't care.
Well, he absolutely able to find that courier there of No-Tail. Nice bit of gold here to start things off, throwing out the tip as well.
Let's see how Sumail's able to last hit down here too, because Clinks, As always, we know Searing Arrows helps you get these last hits. Denies are going to be more problematic, but look at the base damage differential. Magnus has 66 base damage. Clinks has 45, so still tough for that Clinks to find some of these last hits at times.
Hello. आपका ट्विच का मतलब अब ऑनलाइन होता है ना 18 मिनट पहले हर समय आते रहता है आपका नोटिफिकेशन
getting in and trading CS nicely and the balls should be out.
आपका नोटिफिकेशन तो आता है मगर
now we're seeing sorry Seb 7 for 3 against the 5 for 1, able to play quite nicely against Matu, but as you mentioned, you know, hard for the two of them to get aggressive once Puppy's around to dispel the buffs.
I think it's the first Enchantress I've gotten to see too, myself. I know he's been picked a couple times now because of the big buff.
मैं कमेंट्री कुछ नहीं कर रहा था क्या है
But it used to be a very
ये वाला जो हम देख रहे
हैं अच्छा वो ब्रॉडकास्टर सिलेक्ट करना होगा
all the fun stuff you can do with chance as well too, which we'll have to get to later on. Of course, once Tinker starts to get more, once Tinker gets levels, we can actually teleport to the creep that the Enchantress is gonna have and join. That'll be definitely something we have to watch.
X बना हुआ उसके नीचे में.
हाँ वो तो कैमरा वाला है ना.
Okay, it's got the right now coming into the career. Very, very low. Broadcast to keep him away from the way.
He's starting to struggle a bit in the lane, but I mean, Nisha's not really doing incredible either. Both of them are just messing with each other so much.
ओए तो देना नहीं रहा.
And the Clinks, he's actually done an excellent job in last hits. Hasn't really gotten denied too much. Only 4 on Zai at the moment.
The Monkey King's
Oh, and another courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He's having a nice time taking those away from OG's safe lane.
Is he going to be able to... I mean, if he's able to find another one too, that'd be pretty huge. As No Tails just did come in, and they really need those couriers.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Too much gold being given up. No Tails will get a nice pull-off, though.
Saxon. He's going to get the stop.
गया.
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
That level 2 Jingu. I don't think they expected it to do that much bonus damage, but did decide to put the secondary point in it there on Seb. He had, what, 9 stacks of Fury swipes, I believe, on him, too.
Yeah, those last few hits took his HP off completely.
One hit back and forth between each other, and it would have just... One more Ursa hit, it would have been a kill on the Monkey King before that, but...
Smart money.
Seb able to hold the wave, too, so he's pretty much missed out nothing after that death. He's gonna have 2 range creeps pushing in.
ठीक था साला ठंग.
Fortunate for him.
वो समझ नहीं आ रहा भैया कैसा करें.
अच्छा स्ट्रीम करो ना बता देना.
Enjoying Seb, No-Tail and YapzOr just running at each other. Very awkward supports. And we will see No-Tail start to block Ancients, as we do expect. Of course, these Ancient stacks to come out for the Tinker at some point. He'll probably do that smoke trick that we've seen popularized, where you smoke around Ancients and you just keep lasering them with your rearm.
तो बंद हो गया.
हाँ.
See the mid CS right now.
तो बोल क्या नहीं रहा कोई.
It's getting harder and harder for Thompson. 11 for 4 against the 17 for 10 this lane.
अच्छा वो सकता है.
Damage is really starting to build up there, because your starting HP on the Hoodwink is actually pretty decent. I believe you're pretty good for your strength. Agility now, you only have to strength again.
He gets turned upon him, Matu. He's a little cautious though, knows that he can't commit completely onto Seb. Seb always holding onto that boundless for potential turnarounds. It's really is a lane that's 2 versus 2 where both teams have to really read how much potential there's going to be from each quarter. Hits in on a hero and take him down. They've got to be careful.
Puppy does have the Satyr creep though, so it's really starting to push quite a lot of aggression onto OG. Seb even trying to go onto Puppy here, but he is eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, Matu.
Ooh, that was close. Oh!
Camera close.
अच्छा तुम zoom out करके भी देख सकते हो अगर खुद से देखना है तो.
No, it's probably it wasn't on cooldown.
I have no idea.
The tree just said no and left. Apparently.
Whoa.
I'm sure we're missing something, but
I don't. All right. Mid lane, Thompson does buy a raindrop, so you can start tanking versus this insane burst damage. Also, Wind Ranger comes into power shot mid. He'll survive, but we're definitely seeing him fall heavily behind that Tinker there. I have no idea what happened to the trio. I checked all the tangos.
I was going to say the tangos.
I don't know. Thompson, checking the front. He's got Soxa, but there's more backup for Secret.
Oh, he's looking pretty dead here, Soxa. Oh, maybe with the stick charges. Ooh, nice little 360 and a turnaround here. Saxa, he's still on the run. Yamsa will get it. Seems like he get the trade in. Trade comes crashing down. One runs up to the second of Yamsa. He's going to be on the run. He's out. Nothing else for OG to throw out his way. As Yapsor gets in, bounty room picked up, and he gets away.
Lane's starting to get pretty disastrous too. Only the Lakers now starting to have a good time too. Kaylee Thompson is 1,000 gold behind the Tinker already at this point. And Tinker overall does farm quite a lot faster, especially with that new lasering onto those ancient shirts blocked as we mentioned. But see what he's going to be able to do on this unorthodox mid-hero as the Hoodwink.
किसी को टॉप लेन में हमेशा रहना होगा ये मंकी किंग अगर रोटेट
कर रहा है तो focus is going to be, I mean, when you look at these two teams now, who's the most active right now? Who's having the easier time looking for pickoffs?
At the moment, still, I would say probably OG if they can set up with the Hoodwink running around. But Secret's gonna just be sitting back, sitting back farming. If they start to make the aggressive move on OG, the Tinker can move around easier. He can just show up at the time a lot easier.
अभी से ही सब जंगल कर रहा है क्या? Sass.
Charges will stay alive. But again, being bullied away from this top lane completely by the two of them.
Anisha's.
He's going to commit the RP for this. Has he got enough damage though, Zai? One more hit. He's looking for No-Tail. No-Tail. He's got a little bit of faith. Waves back up though, Zai. Just enough.
अच्छा भाग जाता वो को लग रहा है.
Well worth it. Such an under-leveled support and easy kill as Sumail has been pushed all the way to jungle.
Top stun गया. बच गया.
Well, he was living on the edge right there, I'll tell you that.
He's so squishy. That was the two supports. And like a rocket that nearly ends up cleaning him up. Yeah, he has to be much more careful. Thankful for him, he had that illusion, but
that was a close one.
ये नेटवर्क क्या है? क्या दिखा रहा है?
Network. Really seeing the fragility of the Hoodwink versus all this big burst damage the Secret does have.
नेटवर्क मतलब जैसे बोलता है ना अंबानी इतना पैसा है, इतना करोड़ है, इतना मिलियन है, और फिर वहाँ पर देखता है तुम्हारा दूसरा वाला बिल गेट्स है, मतलब उसका वो लोग का सेंस में, और फिर है तुम्हारा Amazon का जो है बेजोस, जेफ बेजोस, उसका नेटवर्क है इतना मिलियन है ना, वैसे इसमें भी है. तो मिलियन में नहीं है.
Yeah, they can't let Secret take this away from them as early as they can here with this Ursa.
And already Blink now, Anisha, Magnus free farming as well bottom. A very good start for Secret. With the lineup that scales quite heavily with that empowered Ursa.
Similarly, अभी bottom में
इधर पूरा ये कर रहा है, farm कर रहा है.
He's still looking to be aggressive.
When he is. So he's showing his dominance down there, and again, the attention is split around. Around this area top, but this time around, Secret's getting a bit more time in the pit.
He's getting space to farm a quad ancient stack.
Drop the ult, but Secret step out.
इसका बाहर नहीं निकल सकता है ना?
तो रोशान बाहर निकल सकता है. वो पिट के बाहर में रोशान को अटैक.
Zai's also turned up. Secret turning him full.
Radiant's middle tower. ये लोग एक अल्टीमेट स्पेंड कर दिया है.
OG, what can they do about this?
इसके बाद भी कुछ नहीं पता. थोड़ी डिले हुआ. 2004.
Was it worth my life to try for my own?
Secret, they get the space, they get the kills, they get the roost, they get the ages.
I couldn't ask for a more picture-perfect RP there with the laser, hitting all three heroes, two from the splash. That's a lot of damage.
Radiant's
middle tower is under attack.
closing to pick up another one. Nisha with the chase down. 10 minutes in, already at a 5k advantage.
And the mid tower is already getting pressure too. Puppy's defending top tower versus the Sumail Clinks and already looking to make more rotations. Nisha does head toward top. He's looking for Sumail a little bit.
नीचे का लेन push कर सकता है.
It's going to be a lot on Sumail's shoulders this game. He is top net worth right now. He has got to carry this so hard for OG after a struggling early game.
And it is not going to be, it does not look like the easiest one for him either, with so many heroes that can just collapse on top of him with such an early blink dagger on Tinker. Clinks, sure, your HP pool gets better and better as you do get the death pack levels, but early on, even with level 1 death pack, 1390 HP, like he's killable.
Just a little bit of a tease onto Zebit, nothing else coming his way. OG, they're going to try and hit with a smoke.
They need to get something going their way. They've got the level 6 on the ET, so they've got Splitter online, they've got the level 8 on his wing, they've also got Duel. So let's see what they can find, because it's into this Aegis of Secret.
Just going to try and start things, but that's it. Punch back into him, Zaxic, getting the spirit out. Not quite able to get the Jingu up there. Matsu's got the speed to stay out of the range of Sep.
RP's backed up in 20 as well.
Which is not going to be an easy tower to hold for OG. Opening onto Zai, but Zai is tanky as the magnet. Retreat. Closes in onto the monkey kick, chasing down Sep. Sep will still alive. Saxa does finish him. Saxa's live.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Behind the tower here, Sumail detect ho gaya. The dust to catch Sumail. Sumail will stay hidden in the trees.
He can't show his face.
And he just came down in no TP to get out of his area. Sumail. He is stuck down here, so for all his fun that he's had, it will slow down a little bit.
OG bringing all 5 heroes and still only getting a smoke kill onto the Magnus and still gonna lose the tower there. That's by Magnus. He's got RP up. He's about to have Blink Dagger too, so Secret, they're gonna look to hit right back.
Absolutely. And it's just been such a slow game here for 7 Thompson. I mean, Puppy's just about 300 gold away from overtaking the farmer, Thompson.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is a huge concern. Nisha's also halfway to Aghanims already too, so that burst damage that we're talking about increases even more in potential. That HP reduction that will be coming out. This is problematic. They need to find a way to stabilize the game, but it's not easy because of how much of a lead Secret got off of the laning phase, getting Aegis jump, they're just hitting towers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We'll be able to eat the creep. Stop that push.
Hoodwink, I don't know.
Well, everybody on Secret's farming.
Radiant's middle tower is
he
under
pretty much has
attack.
Solar Crest done too, so now Matu, he's got steroids on his team. He's got the Empower, he's got this Solar Crest too. Clinks has a steroid, but it's going to be coming from like press the attack, which isn't really traditionally the greatest for him because he wants more about that raw damage rather than attack speed since most of his is going to be coming from the barrage. At least he has the ET aura that will be coming out for him later. They have good heroes versus ET aura.
He's looking pretty dead up here at the same time as well. They find Saxa around the mid.
They're running away with this game.
They are rolling over OG right now.
Another one too, Sab. Oh my goodness, that was close.
That was very, very
close.
There's another
Molly.
He's gonna get it. He's
Wow.
gonna get it.
And they're starting to fade triangle as well already because they took that mid tower.
So much.
इसके इतना डैमेज कैसे बढ़ गया?
In the game is now denied from him.
Artha का?
Will be able to farm that one up and setting up for another tower. 40 seconds still left on this Aegis. Just feels like OG can't do anything right now.
Radiant's top tower is under
Time for the
attack.
Clinks, but even when he gets time, is he going to be able to survive this onslaught? These heroes that all get on his face.
I mean, what is the recovery plan for OG? Is he going to get to the point where they just have to
Dire's
sort
middle
of
tower is under
make space for
attack.
Sumail, look for the high ground? Is there any item that any of them are
Radiant's top tower
set them
is
up to
under
make a
attack.
play out on the map into Secret?
Not particularly, because this time around they didn't pick, they don't have that traditional initiator from the offlane. Their initiator is going to be coming from nothing really, right? It's going to be the Monkey King hiding inside the tree lines, protecting the Wukong.
And he's struggling to hide it. He's getting out every time. Just again in the middle. That's got it. Another catch from Zay. Walking away here with that bonus damage.
I I think they're just going to have to wait for Secret to play over-aggressive and just hope for some type of stomp from Soxa with a splitter, because right now they have no real plays that they can make versus Secret. Secret has full control of the map, triple blink daggers on the course, so they're much more mobile. It's really limited right now for OG what they can do and what they can find. And they're under vision constantly. Secret's not slowing down, and they're still keeping up that farm pace. Sumail
Radiant's middle
still
tower
has yet
is
to
under
die.
attack.
He is. He's up and on here for the squad.
But is he going to be able to do anything when he does join the fights versus these bruisers that get on him?
Hoodwink तुम तो बोले पहले ही Hoodwink अगर उठाया मतलब ट्रोल है वो हार जाएगी कि ग्रुप स्टेजेस में जब भी वो टॉप स्टार ने Hoodwink उठाया हार गया doesn't matter कि कौन स्मेल क्या खेल ये Hoodwink उठाता है और हक देता है गेम पूरा
मतलब पूरा प्रेशर तो
हाँ
What did you
expect? Secret in the area again.
Poppy with the wrap round as well. They're sort of looking to try and find this.
जाओ और क्या फीड कर गेम एंड कर यूबी में बच्चा लोग से फाइट लेना उसमें भी Hoodwink लेके खेला तो हार गया वही हो सकता है
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
अब तो बोल रही Hoodwink एक अच्छा दिखता है Hoodwink लेकिन उसको प्ले ऐसा प्ले में बदलने के लिए बहुत टाइम लगता है
Secret with all these blink daggers after such a lead. It's 19-2. Oh, and then has it again.
He's on the run. And will live this time. But only just.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They can keep running at them. They are so far ahead right now.
And they're OG's still trying to stack up Ancients, trying to still get Sumail all this gold, but gold for what? What's it going to build into that's going to be able to bring him to be able to fight for at this massive disadvantage?
Radiant's bottom
really doesn't feel
is
like
under attack.
Anisha Axe onward to the next level.
Radiant's bottom tower is
close. He's safe.
और ये मैच में
very close though. Quickly with the blade. Sacks up. Also having to be cautious. Seb, he has got his deso done. So they will have a little bit of damage. Obviously not really going to be saving him from dying though. It needs that BKB really before the next fight.
That's a critical hero.
Might be able to. Oh, Nisha, he seems to be aware.
Yeah, Nisha's playing very careful. Quick blinks here, but another blink out as well, Nisha. They can't catch him as much and as hard as they try.
And everyone on Secret now connecting.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Look like surprise था कि इतना बड़ा से
20 yards away from a man.
Nice play by Yapsor. He's using, I've seen that twice now. Power shots to the tree from that acorn shot so that the stun just immediately gets removed. And then they smoke. It's a long respawn, but Secret, they know their power. Yeah. They're looking to play back that triangle.
They don't need the Aegis to fight.
early game जितना भी
दो तीन स्वाइप मारा और
distance themselves from the heroes. Secret, it's just easy for them at this point. 2-21, constantly checking the Roche pit. As we said, it's a long respawn, so maybe a bit fortunate for OG that it is that long respawn, but Zai, he still is hunting.
ये critical है ना?
OG trapped behind their tier 2s.
पिछला साल था कि टॉक्सन भी जीतता था अपना लेन. ये साल वही नोटिस करने को मिल रहा है कि टॉक्सन हार जा रहा है.
Still,
उसको हैंडल करने के लिए
it's working. The one death on Sumail. Level 14 is keeping on track. Sort of spear Secret's heroes. Problem is all three of Secret's calls across 15 on Nisha, Zai, and Matu.
Don't forget about the core puppy as well.
Yeah, he's stepping it up.
Up
206, Puppy's having a great time.
221, 9
Sumail. They're giving him the tome as well. They're just trying to pump him up with everything at this point. They know that he is the only win condition for the team.
They are able to take something away from Secret
पूरा
momentarily.
5 man लगा
Big kill though, as well. Thompson gets the last hit, and it is when Roshan respawns. OG, they can't go for him themselves, but perhaps they can catch something here in the next 30 seconds. Well, Ursa is dead. Immediately though, Secret already addressing the lanes. Nisha hard pushing bottom. Rest of his team all set up around mid to power shot and shockwave to ensure nobody gets caught. And we do have 20-minute timings coming in, so that is also something we do have to factor in when there is always a Legion Commander support. This is his timing. You get that shard, be able to get these big press the attack buffs onto your cores. But still a massive uphill battle for OG.
A long way to go to try and climb back against how much of a hold Secret's had on this game so far. He's got his eyes.
Expected. Consider.
He's tanky.
Just out of range of the barrage there. Sumail not quite able to.
BKB सबने बनाता है क्या ये सब?
After that kill, Monkey King is a important hero for that Roshan. Even though they have ET, he's a bit under level. The Monkey King is
Art of Trust.
And Seb's gonna be forced to
Early
so that
game
will make Secret hesitate a little bit here about full committing.
सब struggle कर रहा है.
Secret get away with another rush.
देखो इसमें है ना कि तुम स्टार्टिंग में हक दिए तो पूरा हक दिए वैसा वाला सिस्टम। लेट गेम में मतलब 30-40 मिनट में ना तुम रिकवरी करना चाहोगे ना बहुत दिक्कत होता है। दिक्कत ऐसे नहीं कि पूरा टीम का सिनर्जी चाहिए। किसको ड्रैग किया वो मैग्नस?
किसी को नहीं मिस कर दिया। सुमेल को पकड़ा।
Their lineup doesn't do the rush nearly as fast.
It's risky.
Yeah.
Art of Trust ये जी सबको।
लेकिन आरपी रेडी है तो सुमेल भी गया।
I am not astonished on this performance. जो टीम को चाहोगे वही टीम हकता है। Doesn't matter कि कौन सा गेम।
एक तो ग्रुप स्टेज से पहले टूर्नामेंट था उसमें वो लगा क्वालिफायर सुमेल को
And a dieback. 70 seconds, no Seb.
Oh boy, I'm gonna struggle to hold here. It is the high ground for OG. How easily can they push back Secret?
They can push in pretty easy here. Without that Monkey King, not the greatest spam coming out from the side of OG. They've got the ET, so he's always pretty decent to get that stop spam with the triple picks.
Twist from Sumail. It will be It's not going to work. 3 heroes, 4 heroes dying. In fact, Notel having to buy back. Secret, they're not going anywhere.
एक हम बात इंडियन टीम भी हार रहा है इन पेपर रेक्स से हार रहा है सिंगापुरियन टीम।
अभी तो पूरा वन साइडेड गेम हो गया है।
weird fix. समझ नहीं आया।
भाई ये सब इतना ओवर पावर्ड हो जाता है क्या?
बहुत देर वो लोग मतलब इतना किल्स किया है ना, किल डिफरेंस देखो 33-3। उतना किल्स करने के बाद ना तुम बहुत ज्यादा पैसा है तुम्हारे पास और आइटम्स बहुत ज्यादा है तुम्हारे पास। अब गेम एंड है।
मैं ना वन साइडेड हो गया खत्म।
तो ये बेसिकली है कि मतलब ये लोग ड्राफ्ट मतलब हीरोज अच्छा उठाया है। अपना पावर को देखा है कि हम लोग ये अच्छा खेलते हैं, वैसा उठाया और टीम भी देख के उठाया वैसा। ये ओजी लोग लेड़ा लोग जैसे जो खेलना आता था वही उठा लिया। इन्हें देखा कि टीम में सिनर्जी है कि नहीं है।
काउंटर पिक बिल्कुल नहीं किया।
हाँ वही।
और ऊपर से अर्ली गेम भी थोड़ा तो
Easy breezy.
26K onto the next one. OG just still sticking in it. Very much so over at this point.
Radiant's bottom tower
We are at it. Been left for a minute.
ओजी अब का टूर्नामेंट से बाहर है। टूर्नामेंट से बाहर
नहीं, अभी लोग जाएगा लोअर ब्रैकेट।
अच्छा,
लोअर ब्रैकेट में ओवर टाइम वाला।
Radiant's bottom is
still a tier 2 on top. So the game may go on a little longer.
अभी तो बस फन हो रहा है।
हाँ, जब टिंकर मारने शुरू कर रहा है तो और कुछ नहीं होगा। चलता हूँ भाई। कितना प्रेडिक्शन सही हुआ आपका?
वो लोग का टीम सीक्रेट का वही हीरोज देख के लग गया था कि ज़्यादा किल करेगा। मैग्नस का एम्पावर है ना, एम्पावर के लिए उसको मिल गया अरसा। एक्स्ट्रा डैमेज, इजी विन।
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन रॉन्ग हो गया, आपका भी प्रेडिक्शन रॉन्ग हो गया।
Everything just gelled
और
together.
पूरा हम लोग का ब्रैकेट भी रॉन्ग हो गया।
This is the sort of level of Dota that Secret, when you look at what they've achieved in the seasons and stuff, this is what you expect them to be able to turn
अभी
up.
कौन सा मैच रिज्यूम होगा?
अभी लोअर ब्रैकेट वाला।
What a game 2 indeed.
जिसमें ओजी जाएगा।
Definitely going to be moving on with a lot of confidence off the back of that
लोअर
win in the
ब्रैकेट
upper
कहाँ
bracket. As
होता
I
है?
say, we'll have to see how OG deals with being in the lower
Standings में
yet
देखो।
again here for this.
अच्छा, देखा।
वॉच में है ना वो जो होम दिख रहा है नीचे में। हाँ वहाँ स्टैंडिंग जो
वही देख रहा है।
आज का अपर ब्रैकेट तो हुआ खत्म
और इसी के साथ स्ट्रीम बंद करता है।
कल का अपर ब्रैकेट देखना है।